Hello, everyone, and welcome to Osas Finale, Season 13, Day 2. We are in Winners Finals with our 7-0 undefeated team, God's Strongest Soldiers versus Seraphim Crimson. I'm joined this time by Kiliast. How's it going?
Going pretty good. Gonna be my first time on the Best in Slot mainstream. Thankfully, I got to see some of these teams last weekend. It's honestly actually my first time really viewing Osas more than just like a random look at or so. So pretty excited to see how it's gonna go.
Hey, good to have you around. I've been TOing for a while. It's been a while since I've been on the cast, but I'm excited to join everyone here. And hey, I'm a big Seraphim Crimson stan. I believe in these guys. These guys can make it this season. I swear.
I actually don't think I watched them last weekend. Watched like a lot of the other teams. Unfortunately, didn't get to catch them. I will say I actually do see why God's Strongest Soldiers was seed, well, at least like kind of the favorites to win this season. I think they have a lot of good synergy and their comps are really nice and they play well together. So I guess we'll see how they face up against Surf from Prison here.
Yeah, pretty standard picks, I think, for that team. And really quickly, before we go back to the picks, right? The map picks themselves are also relatively standard. What a surprise! Taiko Temple, Night Market being the first two, and then we do end up going to Demon Deus in the very end. Another, I guess, all three of these final maps: Gates of Obscure, Imizab, Demon Deus. It's a bit of a pick your poison, and it looks like these teams want to pick that. Unstoppable Spark of Strength start, and just breaking down these comps. This is interesting, right? Because we have Finny for Yugo, Drakkar for Tafonk, a signature pick, and then Malachi on the Asher, and then on the other side, an Atlas Estelle X for the goalie midfield brawler in that order for God's Strongest Soldiers. What do you think of these comps?
Sorry, I can only really see the comps on the mainstream for myself right now. But yeah, who do we have here?
I mean, it should be locked in now, right? Atlas Estelle X, and then
Okay,
Finny
yeah, there we go.
Drakkar Asher.
Okay, yeah, it said it's Unstoppable and Spark of Focus, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, generally, I would say I prefer the side of God's Strongest Soldiers in terms of their comp here. The Atlas is pretty nice for pushing up on the sides, as well as the X, if you play it correctly, I think is very good on this map as well. Just like that damage and knockback pressure as well as the ult for the corners and stuff. On side of, what is it again? Seraphim and Crimson, right? They're kind of just trying to push it in the corner a lot and also throw in their own damage as well. And I guess it's kind of be a big game of who can get their own offensive corners and who can get those consistently and get the priority in damage. But I guess we'll see how it goes. There's already some damage has been trading, but no barriers have already been taken.
Yeah, I think the big thing here, actually, for the side of Seraphim Crimson is the last time these two teams faced up in the group stage, it was a 3-0 in favor of God's Strongest Soldiers. However, Tafonk didn't get his signature pick of the Drakkar. And Drakkar, I think, is something that he has always done pretty well on because he is really good at taking these interactions in the corner. An unfortunate double barrier, a really tough situation. X Maximus, and Yugo tries for the evade clear, but isn't able to time it.
Really unfortunate lag there for you guys. I saw that a little bit. I'm not sure how much that actually affected the interaction. But yeah, if I'm Yuga, I'm not really having too much fun this game. Aside of just kind of hitting the X for fun as much as I can, because yeah, as soon as the core gets in the corner, that X is not the greatest to face as a Finny.
Yeah, I mean, right there, we just saw Asher gameplay. Now Umbi returning back with a barrier of their own. They have a flip available, and luckily Yugo does manage to get it out. Malachi looks for the flip down to Tefunk, who just sends it right in. Smart choice to not burn the flip there. They tie it up 1-1.
It was good connecting play on the side of Surf from Crimson there, especially the core flip to recognize, getting that pass past the Atlas. It's going to be very important to get those kind of plays in order to get through the Atlas, especially as well against the cell that's going to be blocking the passes from a range when they can.
Yeah, and Tefong goes for the kill there, finds it onto Umbi, and I think that was a lot of energy there, perhaps even the flip there on Umbi. Tefong just dribbling it, trying to get it around. Up this top side, Malachi drops the path splitter, it's blocked away, that's another kill! Perhaps they can convert this power play, though the members of God's Strongest Soldiers are doing so well in the defense, the barrier finally falls. Malachi maybe looking for a pass up here, Tefong takes it, beats the strike shot there, sends it around, and Malachi, he just continues to dribble. They finally nullify the power play, but not without losing 2 barriers first.
Yeah, Tefong and Master X Malachi really connecting their hitboxes and on these offenses, especially using the Yugo's range in order to keep the pressure up. And unfortunately, side of God's Strongest Soldiers are able to find their own connecting play there and get it through. That's kind of a bit of an unfortunate point if I'm there from Crimson there, to be honest, because that was pretty well played.
Yeah, very well played out by Seraphim Crimson, and unfortunately, I think that offense there, it was good, but they just could not get it out of the defense, and that's the big thing, right? If you're able to get it out of this defense for Seraphim Crimson, you should be fine to convert on the offense, because Drakkar Asher is very, very lethal in the corners, and that's really where you want to be succeeding on Taiko Temple. Now, Malachi dropping the path splitter there, good clears actually out by Katyusha Kurtz, and Yugo, patient there, takes the strike, and wow, another great clear found by Yugo, but the barrier does fall, and this could be the set-winning point. Tefong there, he's up on this top side, he wants to hit this flip, he wants to be able to stay on the offense, but a great Rose Warp actually secures it for God's Strongest Soldiers, taking set 1.
Yeah, nice set from God's Strongest Soldiers there. This is kind of what I mean when I say I favored God's Strongest Soldiers comp here. Is because like there's generally like a lot less pressure on them, because if the core gets past the Drakkar and the Asher, right, especially with how Kama's playing, Kama's kind of just like standing on the Finny, it's really hard to get it out, and it's really easy for God's Strongest Soldiers to just score from there.
Yeah, but the one thing, I kind of want to talk about this draft for a sec. What do you think of the Estelle actually opting to pick up the Primetime here instead of denying the Missile Prop? I know Primetime is great on Estelle, but I think this Missile Prop is going to do so much more for the Drakkar.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. If I'm on the side of Seraphim Crimson here, I'm feeling pretty good after that draft. Especially having the range on the Drakkar is going to be a big help for them to kind of keep the core up, kind of compensate for like the lack of range they have on their side outside of the Finny there. But yeah, we'll see what Umbi can make do with this Primetime.
Yeah, they might be able to make a lot, actually, out of it. And unfortunately, missed breakthrough there in the corner, but the Path Splitter is doing a lot of work. This corner pressure, as I talked about it earlier, very dangerous. Good dribble off the middle there. Comic Crystal able to convert it, might pop the X Maximus, but no, it's just cleared out by Yugo, and now it just continues. These pass plays looking so good out by Seraphim Crimson. A good clear out there by the Crystal Thorns, and it returns back to the other side, but there's still 2 barriers to chew through, now only 1.
Yeah, but just a little bit of shuffling around on the teams. Kind of just a big play of who's gonna get that little breakthrough. Is it gonna be on the side of like Seraphim Crimson here if they can finally find a single break point in order to get past? Because although they have like the stopping power, especially on the open net, they're gonna have to be passing around, kind of playing their own 1v1s instead of together like in the corners how they ideally want to. Meanwhile, Seraphim Crimson can just kind of get their own plays pretty much from anywhere.
Yeah, good attempt at the clear out there by Yugo, but it's an open net, and that's pretty dangerous. If this X Maximus gets popped at a really bad time, it could be really bad for Seraphim Crimson. Now, Umbi is looking for that connecting pass. The flip out by Malachi, and it gets into the corner, but Katyusha Kurtz digs it out, but not that time, as the Atlas a little too immobile to defend in that situation. But overall, very well played by the God's Strongest Soldier Scully.
Yeah, it's tough, you know, especially being like the Atlas there, kind of on those open net scenarios, you're just kind of really short ranged, and you're kind of leaving a lot to like the scenarios to actually get the core past. Mortier is still there. A very good kill from Tefok, by the way. But yeah,
Yeah, crazy cosmic expanse there. Nearly doesn't save it there. And, okay, that's just some Asher gameplay. We are absolutely splitting the path. And Kayusha Kurtz, being an Asher goalie main herself, pretty used to that stuff. But maybe not used to it enough, seeing it on the opposite side.
Yeah, pretty ideal scenario for Supreme Crimson, especially Malachi there, getting those pass players all the way in the corner there. Definitely a play they want to see if they can create it as much as they can. But right now they're kind of just working on defending and getting in core into the corner once again.
Yeah, I think overall, From Crimson has been doing pretty well on this offense. I think part of the reason they're able to do so is because of the mom boots that Yugo has picked up, right? Just to make sure that he is able to stay far ahead of the play compared to the X and clear these out really quickly, right? As you see there, he continues to sidestep, make sure they can't take it off, and that's what allows From Crimson to have so much time on the offense.
Yeah, it's a pretty aware pick from Yugo. I'm not sure if they usually go mom boots or not, but especially when you have an X that you know is going to sit on you. You know, like Strike Shot, for example, isn't probably not going to do that much in comparison, because you really want to just try and make the kind of fake the X out and be like, oh, am I going to go run past you? I'm going to go back to give myself space and whatnot. So hopefully they'll give enough pressure to keep the game going on their side.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that time the bounce means that they're not able to get it in time. And the Crystal Thorns really heads up there by Umbi to recognize that Kama Crystal can't really win that on her own and does need the reinforcement of the Estelle. But yeah, as we've kind of said, Yugo has been doing a really great job on the defense, and one thing I've really liked is Tafong actually stepping back on this defense a little more. Like yes, Yugo is able to, you know, deal with that defense a lot, but not always, right? Sometimes he does need that help.
Yeah, especially since the offense is kind of hinging a lot on Kama Crystal's like melee threat, especially like X Maximus. And Kama Crystal is going to often be Sam's either being straight on top of Yugo or like along the wall. So having Tafong there to pressure the X is going to relieve a lot of pressure for Yugo in order to get the core out more often. Unfortunately, it does risk their own life being taken a little bit from the X themselves, as you can see. Kind of just boxing around a little bit.
Yeah, but they are able to live for long enough. A good misdirection there takes the first barrier. Tafong kind of has to leave the play though, right? Because he still continues to be staggered. The damage really well done and kind of buying the staggered time by God's Strongest Soldiers. Though this is a very dangerous situation as Tafong continues to be staggered. Damage is tried to be placed onto Kama Crystal, and as Tafong finally unstaggers, he's okay for enough time to get that barrier, but maybe a pass could be found to Malachi, who's really close to this flip.
Very unfortunate play for Katyusha there. That random hit from the Astral, just barely slipping it by there. And I guess God's strong. Sorry from Crimson will taking the set to even it up.
Yeah, what are you looking at in this draft, actually?
Definitely Hot Shot's gonna be a big one, especially on Taiko Temple. I think the core already like moves around a lot from side to side. Having the Hot Shot to especially push the core deep in the corners is gonna make a big difference for who gets more breathing room. It doesn't seem that anyone is really interested in it this draft though. I guess Yugo's the one picking it up, but I mean, yeah, otherwise pretty average draft overall. Otherwise.
Yeah, I think pretty average. One thing I do kind of want to talk about, right? This heavy impact, I love it on Estelle. Like, yes, is honestly about as good in Hot Shot in some situations, but I just love being able to continuously shoot people. I think it's great for that. Second Spark on Malachi, and there's still 2 sparks left, I believe. And then also the Quick Strike, right? The Quick Strike for Tafong allows him to play these corners a lot more, but as we've seen in the previous point, he does sometimes actually get kind of damaged. So the lower evades that he will get could be potentially worrying.
Yeah, if I'm on the side of God's Strongest Soldiers here, I'm probably going to look to hit Tafong a decent amount. Especially because like the Asher's going to have a lot of HP, so
yep.
The Dracarys General is going to be the easier target to kind of break their corner formations a lot. So I think the heavy impact does actually help a lot with that.
Yeah, and They did kind of try to do in that first point. Unfortunately, wasn't very successful. They were able to get the goal really quickly. Double barrier found really quickly as well. Path splitter burned there. Nothing to really be gotten, and Malachi needs to be a little bit careful. A weird interaction there from that dash. I think maybe the drum might have messed it up for whatever reason. But Malachi, he takes advantage of that, finds the flip to the bottom side. So clean with it. And Seraphim Crimson, yes, Taiko Temple is a map that a lot of people know how to play, but this team has played it a ton, and they showed why they know how to play it.
Yeah, they're getting both these characters really fast this set. I haven't been paying too much attention to exactly the whole field in regards to like how fast Yugo's getting it out and how fast the forwards are just taking the barriers in general, but it does seem that it's very hard to get any momentum going for the side of God's Strongest Soldiers here, especially because they don't really like having these open net to double barrier, especially scenarios.
Yeah, and Malachi takes another one. I think this whole set was like a combined less than 1.5 minutes. It was a crazy stomp of a set, and at least for Seraphim Crimson's sake, I really hope that they can kind of gain their stride from here. I think big pickups I'm looking for are the peak performance / bulk up, depending on what Malachi wants, because he already has Big Fish. More size is also a potential. Yeah, that demo is a great one. I think Atlas, I'm not sure how I feel about the build diff tonight. I feel like just leave that for X, but hey, there's a lot of stuff still available.
I mean, kind of an interesting draft. I do like taking the stagger swagger though, for Umbi, I will say. And the Stinger as well, I think is going to actually make a big difference for Yugo here. I think what's kind of been going wrong for God's Strongest Soldiers here is that they've been losing these kickoffs a lot. And especially when you're placing against a Finny, that's not really what you want. You want to be the one to get that first initiative, because Finny doesn't have that great of like a short range defense. And they're going to try and peel it a little bit, at least in their own favor, to try and keep the momentum at least even. As you can see here, even just like some point or two where they can actually get both forwards up. It's really huge for them.
Yeah, they are able to kind of find it out there, but Seraphim Crimson back in the corner, the place where they love it. Kama Crystal actually falling back to help a 3-person defense here, and Kama Crystal nearly getting taken off the map. A little dangerous, awkward angle, good strike war won by Tafonk there, but Malachi, he's brought it back into the corner. This is where the Asher shines. This is where the Drakkar shines. But it just goes back around. Umbi needs to continue winning these interactions if they want to have any chance here for Kama Crystal to score. They have the flip available. They don't want to burn it here. Flip burned out by Kayusha Kurtz. Flip burned out by Umbi. And Yugo still wins the strike war against Kama Crystal. This is Seraphim Crimson's time to maybe make things come back. The big finish, a little risky, just sent to this bottom side so they don't have to deal with the shenanigans of Kama Crystal. Flip forced out for Yugo, and now Tafong dribble, sends it down. The Rose Warp, great by Umbi to allow Kama Crystal to find the strike, and a pretty labored fight by God's Strongest Soldiers, but they find the point.
Yeah, Kama Crystal may be like the lowest level in the lobby right now, but I do really appreciate how they're playing it. I don't necessarily think they're like playing it perfectly, but the fact that they're able to just stick to the game plan and trust in Umbi and Kayusha to just get the core forwards so that they can get these offenses that they really need to make sure that they actually can get these barriers and get an advantage at some point or whatever, because they generally are fine if the core gets on their side, at least a little bit anyway, and has been paying off. Not unfortunately at this point, but
yeah, I think one thing that Kama Crystal has been doing pretty well is, at least this recent point, she has been starting to use the Bell Ringer to take off Yugo's Mom Boots a little bit more, right? This makes it a little harder for Yugo to play some of these defenses a little greedier, and because of that, that means that when it does get to his side, it's more likely to actually convert into something. Now this is the point where this X Maximus will go crazy. That's one barrier. Malachi keeps it held out for a little bit, and that Bull Rush takes the second one. It's a very bad situation here for Seraphim Crimson, especially with Tafonk having no evade. Just gets into this corner, but the Celestial or the Astral Expanse buying space there.
A little bit of a scuffle here for now. Kama Crystal's kind of waiting for this opportunity here.
Ooh.
I do like how they're actually using that boner, especially to build down Tafonk a little bit. It is paying dividends, ensuring that Tafonk has to kind of play a little bit back sometimes, like a little bit here.
And there's a crazy evade there by Tafong, actually having the awareness there to realize that Comic Crystal was going for the Bull Rush X Maximus. Good primary there out by Katyusha Kurtz to find the clear, and now it goes up to the top side. Tafong, the red core strike! He is there! Object permanence fails us once again, and unfortunately, Katyusha Kurtz didn't recognize the Drakkar there.
Yeah, game point for the side of Seraphim Crimson. And it's not looking too good for the side of Godstrong Soldiers, I must say. Especially since, once again, they don't have too favorable kickoff results. Comic Crystal is still puts them under pressure, but yeah, I mean, they got Godstrong Soldiers got to pull something out here, because this is not the situation you want to be in.
Yeah, I think one thing, like, Malachi has had some really good strikes here, both Malachi and Tafong. It just feels like sometimes Umbi and Katyusha Kurtz aren't able to kind of find themselves in the correct position to take these strikes, even if they like are able to use these abilities really well. It's just the strikes themselves maybe not best positioned. But hey, this is the chance for God's Strongest Soldiers to tie it up for the point. That barrier taken. Malachi is ticking to the slip. He grabs the orb for the flip. He doesn't get it there. Now Yugo has to clear this once more. It could dangerously get to Kama Crystal. Malachi might go for this flip down here. Tafong tries to just score it right there. The big finish, very dangerous. Yugo, where does he send it? He doesn't have the timing, and Kama Crystal slots it in. A crucial point for God's Strongest Soldiers.
Yeah, I think it was a very good point for them to especially keep their composure there. I think Umbi is getting a lot of good strikes in, a lot of good points where they can just push it, just sneak it past one of the enemy forwards, because as long as the Estelle can either get around them or even just past them, it's very disastrous. Especially when you get the core to Kama Crystal, the X. I mean, that was a great turnaround for the side of Godstrong Soldiers.
Yeah, but this draft, I mean, yeah, I guess the X can take the might, right? That itself is a little spooky, but then Malachi just gets a guaranteed third spark, right? And it looks like the way they're going about it is they might go for the spark double deny, and that itself would really not be fun for the side of God's Strongest Soldiers. The 1-2 punch, the extra special, so many good picks getting onto Seraphim Crimson.
Yeah, and I'm not feeling too great about that draft if I'm God's Strongest Soldiers there. I do think the right play was the double deny on the spark, because especially with how much that Seraphim Crimson rides their momentum a lot, getting more cooldowns and more power is just gonna be pretty tough to deal with in general.
Yeah, this 1-2 punch already putting in work. Tafong finding the kill there. Goes off the center for a potential another 1-2 punch Pac on the core control side. And it gets in the corner. The second Cosmic Expanse actually burned there from the Twin Drive. And unfortunately, that one doesn't save it. A 1-0 lead for Seraphim Crimson, and actually a pretty good resource advantage for them too.
Yeah, if you're outside of God's Strongest Soldiers, I'm thinking we gotta just find, honestly, something. Maybe a kill, maybe making use of this aerials, I think actually would be pretty
oh my
good
god.
to find. And that's
insane punish.
Which is fun for the kill there, and unfortunately got punished for it. Maybe I'm not the best coach. And
yeah, and then Malachi finds another kill right off that flip. They take the barrier, and Tafong, that is what he's known for in the Drakkar, micro interactions like that, right? He bounces off the corner. That's like the classic, what is it, like the bounce you can do with Estelle as well.
I'm not sure if I quite caught it personally, unfortunately.
Yeah, hey, it's fine. Seraphim Crimson overall have been playing really well, but we've been in a pretty similar situation. It's up to God's Strongest Soldiers to see if they have a hero moment in them, and Kama Crystal getting sent so far with that dash. Malachi doesn't have much evade left, but I don't think that's really the target you want to be going for on God's Strongest Soldiers. Yeah, overall, both teams fighting out. Flip burned out there by Yugo. Sends it up to Tafong. Tafong almost has a flip of his own. I think Umbi might be positioning to look for a blink cutoff there. Doesn't find it. That pot splitter taking it. It's an open net. This could be game here. And the dribble, lock, and load found out by Tafong. That's game one going to Seraphim Crimson. One game away from the veteran powerhouses making their way out of Osas.
Yeah, that was really well played by both teams, I will say. I think Seraphim Crimson kind of got a bit lucky in the draft there, but nonetheless, they definitely were able to make use of what their game plan was, what their comp was built to do, and the advantage they got in draft, for example, just to make sure that they had that particularly dominant last set. I think it was a bit unfortunate they kind of lost the fourth set, but regardless, I think they played it very well, and interesting to see how, especially God's Strongest Soldiers, will kind of adapt with the next map and the next comp they make up for next time.
Yeah, and I think God's Strongest Soldiers really have to be thinking to themselves, right? That's your car. Maybe a little threatening. There is a reason it's Tafong's signature pick, right? This guy knows how to work that Drakkar, knows how to play these corners really well, but overall, I just saw some really good fundamentals out by Seraphim Crimson, right? They were taking a lot of really good strikes, and it's because of that that they were able to win.
Yeah, especially that's important when you're playing the kind of like double melee comps, at least double melee forward comps. But they were running with the Drakkar and the Asher. It's very important to like have those situations where like you know when to pass, you know how to keep the core in the corner, not like just lose some random interaction because you didn't strike properly. I think that definitely contributed a lot to the amount of momentum they were able to generate and maintain.
Yeah, I think so too, right? And we did see some heroics there out by Kama Crystal to take them to that set five. Uh, but unfortunately for them, it was not enough. But I believe that was Seraphim Crimson's map pick. We are going to Night Market, which, while in some ways it is different, it is still a pretty heavy lane focused map. So it is another map where this Drakkar has good potential to shine, right? In a similar vein, right? If you leave this Luna open for Yugo, he will just take it. And as far as I know, I don't think the God's Strongest Soldiers members are particularly confident on the Luna, so it's not really an angle for them to, let's say, ban the Drakkar, pick the Luna. However, they could go for something like the ban the Luna, pick the Drakkar, or something along those lines. And on an Adverse start with peak performance as well, these kill focused characters are a little powerful.
I think the Night Market is also a pretty good map to run more KO centric comps. Uh,
Yes.
simply because like the lobby to a player. Sure. Uh, yeah, because the barriers it's hard to like just get a random shot, you know, like because all that those barriers in the middle. In general, they always especially have a much easier time, kind of just like free roaming on offense, for example, and being able to, especially actually just reach the forwards. You know, a big thing with like how good these maps are for like KO comps is how close the barriers are to just the center of the map,
Yeah.
so that the goalies can actually reach the forwards. So I am definitely looking at that if I'm on the side of God's Strongest Soldiers.
I think from a comp standpoint, God's Strongest Soldiers have to be thinking to themselves to probably go ahead and ban out this Drakkar, and then Tefong will likely fall back to like an Imi, or this map in particular, they could pull out the Era X if they're really willing to, which is a great pick for this map. And with a peak performance start, I think it's kind of acceptable. You can sort of live in those early sets to get to a point where this Era X has started to scale. I think those are the picks I'm looking forward to for the Seraphim Crimson midfielder. On the opposite side, for Umbi, perhaps like taking away this Drakkar, right? On B1, just take away the Drakkar, ban the Luna, maybe, right? That could be a draft they go for. Perhaps denying the X, so as to deny an Era X. and it very well might be that they might be going with my first idea.
I'm not entirely sure how much I really like that plan, especially because like Luna on this map, I don't really think she's gonna be that great, especially with how Kama Crystal at least played last series, last game. We're kind of just like we're just able to play kind of like okay, just let your team get you the ball, kind of play style. It's gonna be pretty easy, I think, for Kama to kind of just like body block that stuff. But if they have another plan, then I mean, hey, they're the players. I don't know that much about them.
Yeah, and wow, okay. We have Estelle locked in B1 for Umbi, which means the Era X gets slammed. The Drakkar is still open, mind you, right? So Defonk willingly chooses to play this Era X over the Drakkar pick. I am thinking that maybe Sarah from Crimson just says, yeah, well, the Finny is up still. You guys are never taking the Finny here. So go ahead, do what you want. We'll probably see something like an Atlas Asher or like an Asher Julie's band. Okay, Asher Zen is what they lock for this side of God's Strongest Soldiers. And Katyusha Kurtz actually for the longest time was known as kind of an Asher one trick. But, you know, they've picked up other picks lately and draft rounds out with the Finny, right? So for these comps, just as a reminder, peak performance ad rush start. Blue side, God's Strongest Soldiers, is running Asher Estelle Zen, and red side is Finny Era X. What do you think of these comps on Night Market?
Yeah, I think a lot of the momentum is gonna ride on if God's Strongest Soldiers is able to win these kickoffs because they do have the Estelle and the Zentaro, which are both pretty good on kickoff. And the question is like, how can they make sure that
Yeah.
Crimson isn't able to build any momentum as much as they can? Because like the more time you have the X on the enemy side, the better. Especially when you're playing against like Era X, because it used to be like Era would have enough speed to bring them both up from defense to offense, but people aren't quite so fast anymore. So Era X is kind of a comp where you're kind of stuck often where you are where you're at, whether it be on defense or offense, and you gotta kind of just keep the core in one area as much as you can. So I think just being able to keep up the pressure from the side of God's Strongest Soldiers, as well as kind of just finding any way to pressure, especially the Finny, is going to be pretty big for them.
Yeah, I think the biggest things I'm kind of looking at, right, is just to see if the Estelle Zen can pick up damage pretty early in this, you know, in the draft in the series. And then on the other side, right, if Finny and X can pick up the damage, because with the ad rush start, I don't know how many of these players are going to be going ad rush. It's completely possible we just see a 6 peak performance game and no one picks it up because peak performance is the other awakening, and that's pretty good, and you want to be able to live on this map. But I think damage is just going to be the win con alongside what you said is winning the kickoff versus the Finny.
Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if no one picked Ad Rush personally, because especially like honestly, the people that would probably pick it is maybe the Finny, I think, because everyone else really wants that movement speed. But you know, maybe one person decides I want to just commit. You know, honestly, I respect that if that does happen.
I mean, everyone wants to live, right? Everyone wants to live and play my relaxed core control on Omega Strikers, right? Peak performance allows that, at least till the first draft, where you suddenly see Stinger heavy impact 1-2 punch, and then you start crying. But hey, we will have to see how this goes. Any potential surprising gears you would maybe expect from either of these teams that maybe you're excited to see?
um, Not entirely sure. Honestly, if one of like the brothers, for example, picks Vambrace, I would kind of like that. I'll be interested in seeing how they can use that, for example. Otherwise, I think no one else is really gonna pick anything too different. Yeah, pretty standard picks. I didn't know
Yeah,
Kedusha first liked House Pauldrons on Asher goalie.
yeah, it's kind of interesting. It's been a while since I remember Katyusha Kurtz Asher because a lot of the time it used to get banned and I didn't have much of a chance of seeing it. But in terms of the other awakenings and gears, right? Slick kicks for both brawlers, mag souls for both midfielders, and everyone goes peak, right? So that is just going to be we're just going to let that ad rush fall to sometime in the draft, and till then, we're just going to relax and play core control draft 1.
Yeah, I do want to see kind of more Comet Crystal and Umbi able to develop more offenses, more like connected offenses where they kind of like just cover everything with how much range they have. It's much easier for them to build offenses compared to the RX that's just going to take a lot of setup in order to get into a proper scoring position, for example. But right now,
overall, yeah, good.
I was gonna say was that Godstrong Soldiers is looking like they have actually the energy advantage here, though.
Yeah, they did burn that flip there. It does take that barrier, though, thankfully for them. And now Comet Crystal is actually set up in a really great spot. The flip actually going down to Malachi. And now with Umbi shrunk, it makes it for a really awkward clear. A good triple take to buy some space. A great angle there by Tafong to make sure that Malachi doesn't lose the core just yet. But this is looking very scary as Comet Crystal is just waiting in the wings for any chance to flip. A flip burned there by Malachi, and now Katyusha Kurtz doesn't need to flip just yet, finds the flip there, the triple take burned, and that's a 5th flip burned in this first point, as Malachi tries to take it around in this corner once again, but the Asher so good at defending. Yugo finds the clear, the Bull Rush doesn't find anything though. The X Maximus finally popped. Maybe the flip might just be used for KO as Malachi continues to try and strike it there. These triple takes so good to buy space for Yugo, but now this is such a dangerous situation. Flip goes to the top side and Comet Crystal finds the opener.
Yeah, we're kind of seeing why, especially national teams, don't really like to draft Era X much these days, and that it's pretty hard to score on it in general. You have to have like a lot of setup, and especially with the Katyusha on the Asher and Umbi on the Estelle, it kind of playing exactly the hardest possible comp for them to score with the Era X as well. Kind of having limited passes, and not exactly an easy time just like X ulting on top of the enemy goalie either. So we'll see how it plays out, but yeah. Just saying, I'm a pretty big fan.
Maximus actually burned there on defense, not the place where it wants to be used. That means that Katyusha Kurtz probably won't have much of a difficult time in the defense for quite a while. Good patience there by Yugo to find that clear. Now Umbi all but has to burn this flip here in the corner, but hey, they opted to stall it for a little longer. Maybe just let Comet Crystal take a good strike later on.
Yeah, I do like how Umbi and Comet Crystal are actually finding some damage opportunities to apply pressure on it, especially like Tafong, for example, because he's kind of like the main connecting piece for the side of Crimson here.
Yeah, really great job, but hey, maybe it might not be enough. A flip having to be burned there by Yugo. Umbi teleporting in, and a second flip not needed is a great layered strike into Crystal Thorns by Umbi, and God's Strongest Soldiers, they're starting to show the dominance that took them to 7-0 in Osas Finale round robin.
I think they're playing their comp very well. They have a nice game plan going for them. What we'll kind of be afraid to see for them is if eventually this X especially and the Finny get enough damage to start, for example, taking out the Stell especially is going to be a big thing if they can start doing it. But for now in set 1, things are looking pretty difficult for them overall.
Yeah, looking very difficult indeed. Malachi taking a good amount of damage. Good clear there found by Yugo. A good strike actually found by Malachi, and it just comes right back to him. And an amazing X Maximus reset there. It is burned, the flip is also burned, but I think it's very worth it when it means you can secure that point and bring yourself only one away from tying it up.
Yeah, being able to find those kinds of plays, especially for Malachi there, is going to be very important to find, honestly, any pressure with this Era X here. Being able to find those crucial passing plays mixed in with those corner plays as well is going to be very important.
Oh, and dangerous Bull Rush there. I think Comet Crystal might have actually saved it there with the Oni's Blade, unfortunately. Tafong, though, he takes out this top side, and there's that Asher barrier beam. That's what allows her to have such an easy time with defending. And another great Rose Warp there by Umbi. Malachi trying to win this interaction. Kayusha Kurtz, though, finds a great strike onto the top side. Tafonk tries to keep it in this corner. It rotates around, and now Tafonk might just be in a good position, but Umbi, he's matching the rotate so well by Tafonk, which allows God's Strongest Soldiers to have an easy enough time from clearing the corner, and it buys enough time for Kayusha Kurtz to not have to use her barrier beam for every defense.
Yeah, I will say that Surfing Crimson is buying enough time, especially to allow this Fiend to actually play a little more, at least this point anyway. I think it's very crucial in order to have success with the comp that they're running now, is having the influence that the Finny wants to have. In general, Comic Crystals have a lot of success just being able to kind of okie them, breaking like the mom boots and stuff, and finding 1v1 scenarios that are favorable for Comic Crystal. If they can find that continuous pressure that brings Comic Crystal back, I think they can have a good chance this set.
Yeah, and crucial primary there by Yugo, actually making sure that Comic Crystal's flip is stuffed. But the counter flips, there's so many more flips available, right? Umbi's almost there. Malachi is there now, and it uses that X Maximus hit stun strike to take that barrier. Umbi might burn this flip here. Malachi burns his, though, so now he doesn't have enough for the score. It's so risky. The strike missed out by Comic Crystal, and Seraphim Crimson, they have another shot. Tafonk cuts this pass, so does Malachi, and they're just trying to send it to this opposite side. They're just trying to clear it, and they thread the needle once between Umbi and the middle, and once between Kari and Umbi.
A very crucial play from the side of Seraphim Crimson there. Those passing plays are going to be very big in order for these offenses just in general. Being able to not only just stuff it through when they can, like they did to get the last barrier, but getting that passing play to get those, like, especially that favorable shots that Malachi can get in those open nets. It's going to be a big player to help them close out this set.
And I mean, can we talk about how patient Seraphim Crimson has been playing these last 2 points with their strikes? Like, they have been going for such good strikes, and Malachi the second punish with the NATO! Umbi, you have a dream! You have to make it come true, and it might just not be it. Tafonk, he's ready with the flip, he dribbles, he flips, he finds it, and a reverse sweep on the first set, found by Seraphim Crimson.
I mean, those were some well-played points from the side of Seraphim Crimson there, I must say. I did not expect them to take the set, but they sure did all they could to really take it out and show why they deserve a great chance at this Osas championship.
Yeah, and this draft, it's a really weird one, right? I'm inclined to believe that it's probably just a bulk up pick for the era here. Does opt for the Timeless, and I guess that means that the Estelle gets bulk up for free. Sizes traded, but the Glass Cannon picked up for Finny. I think these are some really great pickups for both sides. I'm just not the biggest fan of picking up Timeless over bulk up.
Yeah, I think especially having lower stagger on the Estelle. I also just realized the starting Awakening again was peak performance, so that's also a big factor. But I don't know. We'll see how Tafonk is able to make use of the bigger air NATO. It's known in general, a lot of airs like having that bigger air NATO for those plays. Oh my god. Insane play from Tafonk, by the way.
Yeah, and I also kind of want to call out Tafonk using the middle there kind of as a pseudo taiko drum in a way to mess up with Umbi's timing. It's just a cheeky little play. It didn't accomplish too much, but it was just fun to see.
Yeah, you have to see it, especially from the midfielders, and even in this level as well. Just using every little trick they can to get past the enemy midfielder, even just 1 or 2 more times in a point or over the course of the game.
Oh, and that NATO's so dangerous. The X Maximus also popped. It forces the flip out of Kayusha Kurtz. They try to go for a good layering attempt, and the attempt is successful there. Unfortunately, though, the sour spot of the slice and dice catches it into a crazy piercing shot angle from Umbi.
Yeah, that's generally the game plan, how you want your points to go. If I'm on the side of God's Strongest Soldiers, being able to just find those points where the defense is looking pretty weak because of Comic Crystal staying up so much to get those opportunities, to get those breakout offenses. It's looking like it's gonna be a bit more difficult for Common Crystal if they take as much damage as they have been.
Yeah, and the flip there found by Kama Crystal. Great blink by Umbi to make sure the space continues to be taken. Tafonk, though, a little bit of damage on him, a little low. Good rotate, actually, out by Seraphim Crimson, but it just gets onto the other side of the path splitter, and with Tafonk continuing to stay low, it is very risky for Seraphim Crimson, and the flip being burned on defense doesn't help them by any means.
Yeah, I think the flips are actually very valuable, especially for the side of Crimson for their offenses, because they don't have that kind of like range in order to threaten more. Having those flips to like threaten shots is going to be very important. Speaking of flips, that was an interesting play on defense for the side of God's Strongest Soldiers.
Oh no, that's not how it slides in! Oh, Seraphim Crimson have to be kicking themselves for that. On the other side, God's Strongest Soldiers a little too in sync, but hey, it's, you know, it's not too much of a thing to be kicking yourself about, because you can just say one foot for defense, one foot for offense, right? But hey, I think both teams overall have had a series of good plays, and I kind of want to see more of these good plays from both sides, as this series going the distance would be a lot of fun.
And it's already been fun watching just like the past game and first half of this game in general. I think these teams are really pushing to get that even just a slight advantage. I think honestly, whichever team ends up coming out of this series on the winning side is going to have a lot better of a situation moving forward. Just the fact that they won a pretty even match.
Yeah, and reminder, if they do win, winner of this does have a bracket reset advantage in grand finals. So they are really pushing to see if they can close this out here for Seraphim Crimson. And God's Strongest Soldiers, they want to see if they can take this game and tie it up. Defonk, the flip, unfortunately, doesn't achieve much, and now Kama Crystal's in a really great spot. The strike there by Yugo, but that's such a difficult position to be in, as it seems like Kama Crystal is able to cover both the top and the bottom there. And that means that God's Strongest Soldiers tied up 1-1.
Yeah, that's kind of the hard part about Fenny, is that even primary is a little bit slow to come out. Definitely have sympathy for Yugo there in those kind of situations. But looking into this draft here, you see the Castellas going to Era. Size going to the Asher. Ooh.
I think a lot of really scary things here. And yeah, we have the Castellast on Era. Size is traded. The Might actually opted to not be picked up by Katyusha Kurtz there. I guess not wanting to deal with the demo on the other side because of how strong it is. Yugo continues to have even more speed, just passively sitting at 706, while his Glass Cannon and Mom Boots are up. But then on the other side, right, this prime time is so dangerous for the Estelle.
I do actually think Yugo's pretty wise for just going all speed here, because with Kama Crystal's playstyle especially, playing against a goalie that's super fast is kind of your worst nightmare, because they can kind of just run circles around you when you're trying to just sit on them and get as many small opportunities as possible. But Kama Crystal is still going to make use of that. I think it was the Night Market Gate speed to still keep up themselves and find that score.
Yeah, crazy to find there, actually, by Kama Crystal. I really thought, and I think Yugo thought the same thing, that they probably had it. They just had to wait it out. But it turns out the Night Market speed was just enough to get them there for the slice and dice. Now, Malachi, he has this flip. He's ready to use it at some point. Probably just wants to hold on until Tafonk can get him in a good position, but that's where they're looking, right? They find the first barrier. They're keeping it in this corner. Tafonk tries to cut that cross, but the missed strike means that Yugo is able to buy time and a crazy reverse card to find the clear there. I have no words for that one.
That was a crazy play from Yugo, I must say. But something I want to note is kind of like that Master X Malachi. He's so big that it's actually creating a lot better pressure for the side of Seraphim Crimson. When I said earlier about how like there isn't enough speed in the game in general for Era X to be quite the same as it used to be, because they could just run across the map and still maintain their offense in general. But Master X Malachi is just so big now that it actually is making it easier for them to pressure like both sides of the map on offense here. But they don't look to be off offense right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're still sitting in this defense, and it's just so hard because the members of God's Strongest Soldiers are able to rotate it back to offense for themselves really quickly, right? And the strike wars that we were watching Seraphim Crimson win so frequently earlier are just not happening as much as they were before, right? This allows God's Strongest Soldiers to find these interactions, find their ways out, and now Yugo in a very tough situation finds the clear, another insane clear, and that was a clutch one to be making, as it allows Tefong to take it up this top side, no barrier found there, and Kama Crystal maybe first to the ball, but Yugo is able to find it there. Malachi trying to keep it in this bottom side. These triple takes so good by Yugo to cut off the cross and allows Tefong to get in position in time. The night market angle, they're really awkward. Malachi is just pushing for a flip of his own. Umbi may have to flip this to Kama Crystal really soon. Otherwise, it could be curtains for the point. A great save. The flip there, and Yugo just had to go up. Unfortunately, he goes to Kama Crystal.
Well, I will say that was actually a really well played point from Yugo there. Like, especially using the speed that they have, just get every little clear that they could against Kama Crystal and Umbi. This Zentaro Estelle duo, forward duo, was really big for them at that point. Unfortunately, Umbi and Kama Crystal were just able to find that one offense where they can cover enough to get through.
Malachi is able to find that corner there. That is pretty good. I think for Tefong, he just doesn't want to have to burn the second flip as it comes up. They want to be able to score without it. But in the case of Katyusha Kurtz, she has a flip available, so it very well might need to be burned. The Rose War making things a little dangerous. The Oni's Blade also burned there as Tefong continues to rotate it around, gets it up to Malachi. Flip forced out for Katyusha Kurtz. A good clear found by Yugo, not wanting to deal with the shenanigans of Kama Crystal, and Tefong continues to send it in this corner, tries to find these passes as Umbi is fighting with Katyusha Kurtz in the corner. Flip burned out by Tefong, and it's found straight through the Asher. Not an equalizing point, but a point nonetheless for Crimson.
Yeah, I think Crimson definitely has a good shot at actually taking the rest of the set with what they currently have here. It's just kind of unfortunate how the points have not really gone quite in their favor. But we'll see how Strongest Soldiers finds their way to kind of just close out the set, or Crimson finds more of their whole footing here. It's like, I think they should be able to.
Yeah, Kama Crystal finally walking back for this defense, maybe looking to get an early pass from Umbi. They're able to take it out of the big finish there, but it just goes back to this offense, right? Tefong, a crucial beam there to buy enough space, and it hasn't left the defense of God's Strongest Soldiers just yet, but finally now it does. They send it through. A great layered play out by God's Strongest Soldiers, and they open up the net with Kama Crystal's flip still available. Tefong has to be so good about cutting these passes, and that's what will allow them to take an evening point. Otherwise, it's up 2-1 for God's Strongest Soldiers, and he continuously wins these interactions. Malachi unfortunately misses the barrier there, but I think even if it hit the barrier, it would have still gone to Kama Crystal for that flip.
I mean, that's a great way to close out the set. I'm feeling pretty good if I'm on the side of God's Strongest Soldiers there. I think they play that point especially really exactly how you want to play this matchup. They want to keep the core moving from side to side as much as they can. They want to find those opportunities where they can get both Estelle and Zentaro just layering their hitboxes onto the thinning here. So going to the third draft here. What are we thinking here?
Yeah. They do leave up the explosive, which I think is the right call, because otherwise that would be third spark for Zentaro. Good on Malachi for opting to deny that. I love the Surge and Missile pickups here on the side of Crimson, though, because the Surge now makes these rotations way stronger, and it's also why I think in that first draft, maybe Tefong could have opted for like the aerials or something as well instead of the bulk up. That might have given them that rotation power. On the other side, Primetime Twin Drive Estelle, like now this Estelle has just abilities for days in the midfield.
Yeah, I was gonna comment on that exact thing as well. Like playing against Estelle, that they don't have CDR, which is like the only sad part about their build, but having both Primetime and Twin Drive, like you're never gonna be able to be like, oh, Estelle's out of cooldown, so I can pass finally now. That's not the privilege you get anymore.
Oh my god, the size a little disturbing on Malachi there with the X Maximus pop. He is able to take that dribble, and a great strike there by Tefong and Malachi, but the clear is able to be found by Katyusha Kurtz, and now Kama Crystal goes for the dash. but Yugo, he has this flip available on this defense. The flip might need to be burned by Katyusha Kurtz here. It gets burned and gets sent to the opposite side. A great triple take to cut off that cross. It gets sent up to Tafonk, who plays this corner. A good pass up by both Tafonk and Malachi, and another flip burned on the defense there. That's not where the flips want to be burned, but it's finally taking the opposite side. Of another flip burned, and now Yugo is the one doing the clearing here. The Rose Warp stuffed out by that triple take, and it just goes to the opposite side. The big finish, the tipper on that slice and dice, and that's another 6 flips burned, and 6 times the charm.
Yeah, I just want to comment, it was actually a very good point played from both Tafonk and Yugo. Especially Tafonk being able to kind of bait out this double ability before committing to the attack offense. That was really what managed to get them that such long-lasting offense right there. And Yugo was able to kind of, again, ride that momentum as you usually want to as Finny there, being able to use the flip for offense in general. And also just in general, great angle found from Tafonk from that corner flip.
Yeah, really great tempo flip there by Yugo and also Tafonk, which ended up being a scoring flip in the end, right? And now Tafonk playing this defense pretty well. These good strikes out by Seraphim Crimson seem to have started to return, and I think part of that is this speed allowing them to rotate way faster than they were previously able to. And now that means they can get into these good positions. A great strike reset there by the X Maximus from Malachi, and the big finish sends it to the opposite side. A good Rose Warp there to cut off some space. The Yugo, he finds the clear. A little bit of damage onto Kama Crystal. Umbi actually is the one who staggered and denied the orb. They're just looking for a passing play here in the corner, but then they opt for the strike war against the staggered member of God's Strongest Soldiers. 2-0 in this set for Seraphim Crimson.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of if you're just playing a character that has like a haste, just picking the speed, and it's working very well, especially for the side of Tafonk, and being able to speed the X as well has been really big for them, especially with the cast left as well, making that speed extra long here. It's looking really suffocating for the side of God's Strongest Soldiers.
Yeah, suffocating indeed, right, as Katyusha Kurtz is forced to burn that flip. Yugo taking just such an easy clear there, and now Malachi takes the barrier. He just needs to look for a few good strikes. The X Maxim is finally timing out, and now Kama Crystal is just going to walk up, maybe use this flip. Flips, finds the barrier though, and forces Yugo's flip as well. This could be a really good play coming up at God's Strongest Soldiers. Good layering, not good enough though as Umbi. They have the Rose Warp, they have the flip almost ready, but Malachi is sending up this bottom side. The speed there from Tafonk, it's still lasting with that cast to last. A good hit stun means that the core isn't able to be returned back to Malachi, and a bit of a risky clear. Umbi going to take the melee flip. Are they going to find the timing? No! Malachi, he takes it out, the bell ringer, sends it forward. It goes up to Tafonk. The triple take gives him the space he needs. The flip's in such a bad spot with that Pat Splitter, but the strike found with the X Maximus, and Master X Malachi evens it up and takes us to a set 5.
Great set there from the side of Seraphim Crimson there. I'm feeling pretty good going into this last set, especially with Aaron X.
Monumentalist is here, and that is very scary for this era. But on the other side, a lot of damage actually available, right? What I was talking about earlier, the heavy impact, the stinger available, the Deadeye also available. I think you kind of have to be thinking about what this Zen is going to pick up, especially with this quick strike. And the Deadeye picked up, I think there's a lot of really scary things for this Zen.
Yeah, I do think actually the Deadeye and the Hot Touch is going to be pretty useful for the side of God's Strongest Soldiers here. But I'm still feeling pretty good if I'm Seraphim Crimson here, to be honest. Having that double size NATO, as well as like that quick strikes could be pretty big for Master X Malachi for those ults, especially to make space. And the extra special on Yugo is going to help them, especially win more kickoffs in general.
Yeah, indeed. We have to see if the core speed, though, on the other side for God's Strongest Soldiers is enough, or if this kind of lethal corner offense, which what Era X really is known for, is going to be enough as well. And yeah, Katyusha Kurtz forced to burn the evade there, as I think that would have just killed even through the unstoppable if that hit. And Tafonk, a good angle, finds that second barrier, but he is punished for it, flying too close to the sun. Now a 2v3, but it's still on the defense. That big finish buying a good amount of time. The Pat Splitter there, it also has to be burned. And Malachi, great strikes. He just gets it around Umbi again and again. Just buys so much space. And Tafonk has returned with this NATO. Malachi's just following. He's walking with it. The NATO being that big just allows him to do so. And Yugo with a very insightful corner clear there.
Yeah, this is such a hype point. I think it's really highlighting just how much both of these teams have scaled. And this point could be really huge for the momentum of this last set.
And oh dear, a really crazy bounce. 3 flips actually having to be burned, and a favorable flip situation for Seraphim Crimson there in that regard. To Fonk, he's nearly at his, and he just has to flip it to a single X Maximus from Malachi, and that nearly went in there. Very scary. The bell ringer set up. To Fonk tries to set it up in this corner, and instead it's off the top. Malachi finds a bottom strike, winning that strike war against Umbi.
Yeah, I think it's the last set when you see a red core off of only a strike. I think I saw it like just turn red core just straight off of the speed gate here in general. I will say I think what I said about the Deadeye and the hot shot on the side of God Stronger Soldiers is actually paying them a lot and is giving them a much better chance this set than last set. Having that hot shot on the Asher to kind of get the core forward more often, and having that Deadeye to threaten more KOs on the side that Tafonk especially is going to want to sit on, is going to give them a lot more breathing room to build the kinds of plays that they want and punish them for the kinds of plays that Seraphim Crimson will want to make.
Yeah, but Kama Crystal there finding a good hit stun with that EI rush there against Yugo. And it's those sorts of plays you need. I think the one big thing that helped the side of God's Strongest Soldiers was finding that early double barrier. And you have mentioned it multiple times this series, right? Wanting to win that kickoff against the Finny, right? It's because they won that they were able to take the space, take the double barrier, and now this is the point where they lost the kickoff, and Seraphim Crimson, they're set up in the corner exactly where they want to be. They force the flip out of Katyusha Kurtz, just goes up awkwardly. Kama Crystal taking the first free barrier, doesn't opt to flip there. Umbi, though, looking kind of low. This NATO just carrying it up in the corner. Umbi taken off the map there, and we just need a hero flip here from Kama Crystal, or they opt to just save it for the next point. But it's just sitting on the defensive side. Kama Crystal could go for the flip. It's one out by Tafonk, but Umbi has respawned in time.
Yeah, I will say I do not envy Kama Crystal in this current game right now. Like, you have your Estelle dying. Like, the only way to build offense is if you sit up. And it's just like, it feels like the whole world of pressure is just sitting on you to get these random scores on the opportunities that you do get.
Yeah, but this is the chance for God's Strongest Soldiers, right? A triple flip actually burned out by Seraphim Crimson. This is their chance, and they find the barrier there. They just have to convert. A pass just needs to come through. A good clear out by Yugo. That piercing shot so good, but Malachi, he's covering this bottom side of the map. It goes up to Tafonk, but no, it's just a fake out. It goes back down. Malachi continues trying to play at the corner, but it just goes wide. This big finish really dangerous. That red course and the Rose World up to the top side. A 3-man defense here goes awkwardly around with the night market angle. Umbi, though, they have the flip. They just need to get it to Kama Crystal. It continues to get clear. This flip might come through, or maybe Umbi might just be trying to save it. Perhaps a greedy decision if they get punished.
Yeah, Seraphim Crimson are fighting for these points, running the triple defense. Do find a very good bull rush there for Master X Malachi. But, I mean, yeah, the pressure is just swinging from side to side in this last set.
Yeah, and I mean, Umbi, all they had to do was just to flip there. But no, hey, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the flip was worth it. They take the first barrier. They might be saving the flip for this point to bring us to silver scrapes. The flip burned there to just get it through the big finish, and unfortunately, even after all of that, they don't get the barrier. The X Maximus burned on the defense, and with all the resources that was burned for God's Strongest Soldiers, maybe that's correct, but it's hard to say, right? As Malachi has taken a lot of damage, that piercing shot burned there to keep some control of it, but it just rotates to the opposite side, and for Seraphim Crimson, their goal here is to take the flip, and they don't. Yugo falls, and we go to silver scrapes on map 2.
Yeah, very important play there from Kama Crystal to get that score there on the open net, especially so early, because now they have a bit of a energy advantage for them, which is going to be very scary to deal with on the side of Seraphim Crimson. Unfortunate flip, though.
Yeah, Flip a little bit scared of that NATO, and I think it might have KO'd there. There's a possibility. But 1 barrier to 2, a good clear, a crucial one out by Yugo, but it's still in this corner. Kama Crystal has the flip. They just need to keep it away from the Zen, and this is not where you want to be if you're Seraphim Crimson. They find the clear for now, and now it's up to Seraphim Crimson to convert this offense. They take 1 barrier. Malachi is somewhat set up in the corner. Karma Crystal, though, they have the flip, they have it in melee. They just found that second barrier. Tafonk with a flip of their own, a desperation flip. Not found, that X Maximus burned in defense. And Malachi and Tafonk, they just want to continue pushing up this corner. The Path Splitter burned there as well. A poorly timed Rose Warp means that Tafonk is able to keep the core forward. Tafonk, though, he continues to rotate this up. They have a good shot to flip here into Karma Crystal for a hero shot, and that's the second barrier taken there as well. And Malachi just strikes it right through the Asher. That is Seraphim Crimson. After 10 plus seasons, they finally do it. Welcome to Above Osas.
I mean, that was an insane game. You could just tell, especially by like the fourth or fifth set, that everyone is just locked in and fighting for their life in this series. I think both teams at least come out at least feeling good about their play, because they should.
Yes, I think I'm down to see this. Both of these teams have a great rematch in Grands. I mean, God, 400 redirects almost for both Tafonk and both midfielders going at it. And 160 saves for Kaiusa Kurtz. Disturbing numbers from everyone, really. I think both of these teams playing insanely well, but you can kind of see what the name of the game was, right? A lot of this game from Seraphim Crimson was just Tafonk and Malachi just take a shot. Okay, they rotate it. All right, use the gate. Take a shot. And it just keeps happening, right? As they're always on this offense, and I will say Karma Crystal pretty quick to find these conversions once Umbi and Kaiusa Kurtz fish it out. But in the end, Seraphim Crimson with a pretty close, albeit still a 2-0 regardless, to take themselves to grand finals.
Yeah, definitely a clash of kind of opposing playstyles, I would say. For the side of like Seraphim Crimson there, they were playing more to just like keep the core up, play a 2v2 offense, use this Finny to keep the core up, and find damage wherever you can. Meanwhile, on the side of God's Strongest Soldiers, they're kind of playing more for this double defense and finding those breakout offenses, especially from Karma Crystal, positioning very offensively and trying to just punish the enemy team for not having perfect offense. Honestly, it was very, very interesting to watch. And yeah, I'm excited to see how these teams do for the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, same thing. But this is going to be what you see from us just for a little bit, as we are waiting for our game in loser semis to finish up. It's actually 1-1 between Force of Will and Pet My Free Cat. So once that finishes up, the winner will be playing against God's Strongest Soldiers. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Losers Finals of Osas 13 finale. I'm once again joined by Kilius and God's Strongest Soldiers after a close series drops to Losers Finals to face PMFC, Pet My Free Cat.
Yeah, unfortunate situation is that Chicken Tendies is going to be in it instead of the usual Goober Cat. I only got one game from the side of Pet My Free Cat last weekend, but to me it looked pretty good, especially Vex. I've seen a lot of Vex in my games, in like the ladder, for example. He's been pretty active on there. It's been looking pretty good, and yeah, I'm interested to see especially how he will do against God's Strongest Soldiers.
So I know we were talking, about in the town hall for some time about, map pools and stuff like that. And also talking about trying to have curate these map pools where it is a little tougher to get these quote unquote safe maps, stuff like your Atlas Lab, Night Market, Clarion Test Chamber, Taiko Temple. We're once again seeing a Night Market Taiko Temple opener, so great, that's fun, sure. But hey, if we go to game 3, Amizap, could be cinema, right? I'm excited to see if we go to game 3. Otherwise, yeah, this Night Market. PMFC came off of a really hot win against Force of Will on Night Market with Vex piloting this era goalie. I want to see if this era goalie is going to completely shut down the way Kama Crystal wants to play, right? Because a lot of how God's Strongest Soldiers was playing against Seraphim Crimson was Katyusha, Kurtz, and Umbi, two-person defending, and then would just send it up to Kama Crystal to like make some sort of play, win a strike war, and Umbi would occasionally get involved in that offense whenever they were able to, if Katyusha Kurtz found a really fast clear or something. And yeah, the era gets picked up for Vex, so playing that era into the Julie is going to be very interesting, because you're just going to get to shrink her every time she wants to play the game.
Yeah, definitely. One of the Era's definitely a character that I do enjoy playing against, the kind of playstyle that Kama Crystal likes to play a lot. Other one would be Rasmus, which I think Vex has played before. So it'd be interesting to see if Vex opts for that another time during this series. But right now let's look at the other picks we have on the board. We have, not a ranged pick for Umbi on their side here.
Yeah.
Going for that, opting for the now.
That's interesting. I think PMFC might have just seen, okay, Umbi locked 2 games of Estelle. We banned Drakkar. If they pick this Julie, we just get to take Estelle and then force Umbi onto something without that sort of volley of abilities. And yeah, contrary, like we were discussing this in the break, right? Right. Full quick strike Adra start. Or sorry, quick strike Deadeye start. Everyone goes for the quick strike.
I mean, it kind of makes sense, given like the narrative behind these teams, and that they don't want to necessarily focus on damage. It's generally a harder thing to do, coordinate a square attempt against teams of similar level than coordinate damage. So I think it makes sense trying to just stick with what you think you're going to be good at, and what you think will get you the more scores and more barriers at the end of the day.
Oh no. And Umbi maybe not showing their comfort on now there. Obviously playing a ton of Estelle Drakkar, and then finally their pool gets pinched, so if this is the story of this series, it could look bad, but Kama Crystal did find a really great early offense there with the double barrier, though that was while Vex was maybe slightly out of position, as it is possible for this Era goalie to be, right? Era goalie with Mom Boots has these times where she will just look completely out of position, but other times it will just look really good.
Yeah, I think Pet My Free Cat or PMFC, I'll just stick to that. I think they actually drafted this very well, being able to take Umbi off of the more ranged pick, because generally, with how Kama Crystal plays, you want to play a more ranged character so that you can get involved on offense more often. But here, it's kind of, they're just going to be stuck on defense a lot, and Kama Crystal's going to have to play in a way where they can feed Umbi the core instead of trying to just go for their own scoring attempts instead.
Yeah, pretty much. Okay, Kama Crystal just does it again, right? She finds a very quick double barrier, but now it's just a question of, can God's Strongest Soldiers actually live up to that name, right? Can they convert off of that offense? They lose one barrier really quickly. That's setting it up in a good position there. Umbi has the flip, may just opt to use it to take this shot, and they do, but it's a counter flip out by Vex, who finds it. And now Chicken Tendies and a Relifish perhaps set up for some sort of good offense. The Crystal Thorns burn there in that midfield, and Umbi continues to send it forward. This is the position that Kama Crystal wants to be in, rotates it around to Katyusha Kurtz. But now, as Umbi gets shrunk, that second barrier is taken down. Chicken Tendies looking to convert it off of a Relifish, and a good strike war there by the fish, and she finds it.
Yeah, thing to know from the early barrier takes on the side of God's Strongest Soldiers is that when you're playing Juliet against an Era and you're not shrunk, it's pretty hard for Era to defend there. And one example there already, Kama Crystal just finding the double barrier right there. But meanwhile, on the side of God's Strongest Soldiers here, they're going to have a much better, more easier, kind of like gathered offense for them because they have more of that range. And it's going to be a whole lot of pressure on Katyusha and Umbi to both cover their areas and also find a breaking point to get the core 2 not Katyusha, a Kama Crystal for the offense that they need.
Yeah, and Vex continues to find these clears again and again in the open net, right? Kama Crystal finding the third double barrier really early, and actually burning that pendulum swing and piercing shot there in the corner means that Katyusha Kurtz is able to take a free clear out. Vex has to be really careful. The flip burned out there by Katyusha Kurtz, and Vex finds the deny on that flip and finds a deny on the strike from Kama Crystal. Relifish takes a flip of her own, doesn't find it there. Vex tries to go for the score across the Bewitching Beam, a little awkward. A good Rose Warp there to interrupt Kama Crystal's offense, and Vex with a crazy clear through the middle there. Very important for them, and Relifish trying to look for this dribble. Kama Crystal nearly taken off the map. Chicken Tendy's playing this corner looking for a Relifish. Not found there, and the Death Touch awkwardly sends it back, but it's still kept in the midfield. Chicken Tendies flips forward right in front of the Path Splitter, and unfortunately it doesn't do much of anything. A smart clear there by Vex, completely threading the needle, and unfortunately a missed strike means that Katyusha Kurtz is able to save it for a little longer. Vex has been playing this defense so well, but so has Katyusha Kurtz, and as I say that, they lose the second barrier. This could be 3 for 3 on double barriers into a lost point for God's Strongest Soldiers, but never mind. Kama Crystal shores it up off of a good strike.
Yeah, God's Strongest Soldiers, they're able to find these barrier advantages, which is going to be very important for them to find those. Obviously, it's a very big power swing in their favor. But on the side of PMFC, they actually have a decent time actually playing even from those disadvantaged states. The Air is able to both influence midfield pretty easily with the speed and also just running around even the Juliet, because most of the offense is generated solely by the Juliet here. And it's just me a matter of, can God's Strongest Soldiers actually find success in those open net scenarios?
I mean, can we just talk about how Vex has been positioning? Like, he has just been completely, like, running circles around the Julie, stepping back when he needs to step back, stepping forward when he needs to step forward. Like, he is playing these defenses immaculately on this Era goalie and showing its power. I think one of the other things that's definitely helping him, though, is the lack of some sort of ranged midfielder from the side of Umbi, right? As that's one thing that Era goalie does kind of struggle into, right? And yeah, okay, you know what? Hey, as I blaze this guy, he dies, and well, they even it up, right? Caster curse, something like that.
Yeah, I do think Vex is definitely playing this matchup very correctly. However, very good awareness from Kama Crystal to find that dash punch onto Vex. It's going to be very important for Kama Crystal to understand how to pressure Vex, even when Vex is able to just run past Kama Crystal. A lot of it's going to be like, are you going to be able to like stun Vex in a way where your team can take advantage of it and hit it to the other side where Vex is not? Or, for example, they're just finding more dash punch pressure in order to punish more of these walk-ups.
Yeah, they do have to go for these punishes, though. But this is a good play looking to be done from Kama Crystal. Vex taking a little bit of damage. That now drone a little bit risky there. A good backpass attempt actually there from Umbi, but instead it's Kama Crystal that threads it through when Vex doesn't have these momentum boots up.
A very unfortunate last point for the side of PMFC. Just the most random bounce off of the corners of the barrier on Night Market to cause a Rellyfish to miss her strike and put the set, unfortunately, in the favor of Godstrong Soldiers. But let's see how the draft goes out.
Yeah, the demo pickup here from Asher, I'm not sure if I really agree with it. Maybe it's just because Kama Crystal really wanted that heavy impact and they didn't want to give it over the Rasmus, so I can sort of understand it. But again, I guess they have the Pauldrons, right? And more size to deal with this Rasmus makes the Rasmus versus Asher kind of not fun. But on the other side, Vex still has Glass Cannon. Like, I talked about this before when they were playing against Yugo. Like, Vex is now going to be the one flying.
Yeah, I do think it actually would have been good to keep the size on Kama Crystal, but I do understand the logic behind the heavy impact. You want to be able to look for more pressure in order to capitalize off of both your Asher and your Now, kind of keeping the core along the sides. Especially finding more dash punches on Vex might have been a contributing factor to their decision there.
Yeah.
But I also do want to comment on the hot shot on Now. I think it's actually going to be very important for how they both maintain pressure and build up pressure, because having shorter cooldowns and having the core go faster off of your primary and especially your secondary is going to give your Juliet a lot more space than they would otherwise.
Yeah, unfortunately there, Kayusha Kurt's actually really well played. Finding that angle, I think Vex expecting that Chicken Tendies probably has it covered and he doesn't need to do anything about it. And yeah, Kama Crystal punishing him for that assumption.
I do want to say also, good job to Kayusha Kurtz for actually walking up in those kind of scenarios where, you know, Umbi's got one side, Kama Crystal's got like the center. You can get up there and put a lot more pressure on the enemy team, which is going to be very important for the comp that Godstrong Soldiers side is playing right now.
Yeah, double flips there burned. They do take one barrier out of it and save their own. A good corner attempt there by Rellyfish. But now she's back in the corner once more with Chicken Tendies right behind her. Vex, an awkward angle on himself. Doesn't have to burn the flip, thankfully. A good hit stun there, finding that barrier. Now Chicken Tendies and Rellyfish, they just have to play this open net well. It's a place where, especially this Pauldron's Asher doesn't do the best unless they continue to hit in the corner like this. I would really have loved for Chicken Tendies to maybe look for a back pass around to Vex to just take it up this top side, though.
Yeah, I definitely agree on that. For the side of Godstrong, PMFC, I think it's very important that they understand that they need to keep this core moving from side to side. They can't just keep the core in one area, because the more the core moves, the more opportunities they get for both the Rasmus and the Estelle to get these interrupts on the passes, or just general just 1v1s where they're the one at range. And I think, especially seeing how Chicken Tendies is able to use Surf Surge on Estelle to take advantage of those rotates is going to be very important for building their offense.
Yeah, and I think the main thing is because Chicken Tendies also has Super Surge, right? As you said, right? It just allows them to play off the core so much, so they can kind of continue to play it in the corner for a little bit, draw all of the Godstrong Soldiers members into that corner, and then just rotate it out when they're all stuck there. And then Chicken Tendies can follow it up with a blink. But a good kill there. Now it's just up to them to confirm it with against the size Asher. It's going to look so difficult. They try to rotate it down to his bottom side. Flip out by Kayusha Kurtz, looking for potentially the kill, and then the flip out, but doesn't find it there. A good defense there by both of the members of Godstrong Soldiers, and now it's sent back to Vex's Umbi respawns. Nearly taken off the map once more off of a stray piercing shot, though.
Yeah. Other obstacle for the side of PMFC, really big Asher with quick strikes. Especially in situations where they don't have many opportunities to actually pass the core around and get like a kind of 1-2 play going. It actually is very difficult for them to score, and it's definitely going to build a lot more momentum for the side of Godstrong Soldiers here, as they were able to do just from surviving that power play.
Yeah, I think Vex going for a bit of a, greedy clear there. Gets punished by Umbi, unfortunately for him. But hey, I think Godstrong Soldiers, after what was a slightly tragic series for them last series, they're kind of shaping things back up against PMFC. They're looking pretty clean. I really like that back pass there by Rellyfish. I'll call that one out. And Vex burning the flip there, unfortunately, that means that he doesn't have it for this next offense, but they're able to rotate it around, and they won't have to worry about much of a next offense if they can keep it forward.
Yeah, I think a Rellyfish does have a very good awareness for like the angles and strike wars as well. So it's very good to see that kind of displayed in little interactions like those that may seem like just a one-off, but they do actually build a lot, especially if they happen multiple times over a game.
Yeah, it will go very far. And oh, the death touch. Oh, the death touch. A Rellyfish. They call her the fish for good reason.
Definitely a great hook play from a Rellyfish there. Love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, so heads up by the PMFC Brawler. But hey, we're going to another 0.5 on these sets. They're so close back and forth. Umbi, no energy. This could be like a potential risk, right? Maybe a random piercing shot or like a good amount of damage could be found on Umbi, and then he'll be taken off the map. There's that death touch. It is burned there, so the Rellyfish can't go for any sort of style play. Good on Vex for getting it past in that corner, and they just sidestep the dash punch with the Mom Boots glass cannon. So well played using the speed.
Hey, you can't allow a random kill at this stage of the game. This is a very crucial 0.5. Goes inside.
It happened again.
However.
Yeah, Karma Crystal, they do it again. They did it against Sarah from Crimson earlier, and they did it again against Pet My Free Cat. And this draft, oh, this is such a crucial draft because look at where the characters are positioned for this Monumentalist. The Era can happily take it away, but the Asher says, yeah, I don't think I want this Era to have Monumentalist. So gives the Era Castellast instead. And this is a spark of leadership here for now. I believe it's just the spark of strength, and it's just, I guess, a deny there. Denying, you know, peak performance and 1-2 punch on the other side as well. I think overall, I probably like PMFC's draft here a little more.
Yeah, definitely. I think especially considering what the enemy side got, I'm feeling pretty good going into this. Actually, I'm not sure if the Might of Colossus bug exists. I don't know if Comic Crystal could ever get negative power from getting shrunk or anything like that. But like the Rasmus getting more speed is always going to be nice. The Era getting cast last is going to be very big, especially for the speed that the Vex is giving their forwards. And the 1-2 punch as well. That's something I really want to see on any stealth, to be honest, especially a Super Surge one that may or may not look for Wangles, but at the end of the day, it's still going to be very threatening, especially for the positioning that Umbi's going to want to have along the walls.
Yeah. I think Umbi overall has been doing pretty well. I think overall God's Strongest Soldiers have looked pretty good. I will say, though, this game, I've really liked the way that PMFC has been going about their passing, right? They've had some really good pass plays all around, and I'm not talking just about those like standard forward ones. They've had some really good rotation passes where like Chicken Tendies or Rellyfish on that bottom side just passes up to Vex to say, yeah, go, take this up the opposite side, give it to my other forward, and then we can rotate it around. And those are the kinds of plays you really want to see from your forwards as Vex.
And speaking of rotations, actually, Umbi went for the back pass on kickoff right there. But actually, I really appreciate seeing that kind of thing because I feel like very few people are actually looking for that, even though it honestly could really, like, not win you the kickoff, but put you in the situation to actually build the formation that you want to have on your team, which is, you know, to have Umbi or Katyusha along the wall and Comic Crystal, you know, the thread and dash punches, and especially like deal with the Vex moving up.
Yeah, Vex isn't really going to be given a chance to move up here as Karma Crystal takes that barrier now and may look for some sort of strike or strike punch here. Vex with a good clear up to Chicken Tendies, and Chicken Tendies has to take it out. Otherwise, Karma Crystal will find strikes like that, and unfortunately, the flip was not there soon enough, and I think that actually came off of a good hit stun there from the drone from Umbi.
Yeah, I will say Comic Crystal's been playing this this entire game actually very well. I feel like there is a decent amount of pressure that was put on Comic Crystal. I mean, obviously with their playstyle, they do, obviously in general, just put a little more pressure on them than they would otherwise. but just the fact that the Town Crystal is able to have these opportunities to punish the Vex for moving up, to find these like solo scores where Umbi may not be able to get in there because he's not on that more ranged character, and it's been paying dividends.
Yeah, the Kama Crystal looking there for the dash punch flip on Chicken Tendies. Doesn't find it, but it is still in this corner. A good beam there by Vex to get it out, but they did lose their speed now on the Glass Cannon and Bomb Boots. Now Chicken Tendies and Relifish looking for a combo play. Relifish has this flip, but she's not really in a great position to use it. Flips there into a drone path splitter, and that means nothing is really achieved. But the energy situation looking pretty good for God Strongest Soldiers on the other side. It's really up to PMFC to kind of lock this point out if they want any chance back in the game. And now it's right in front. A great clear out by Vex, avoiding getting hit stun by the dash punch. And now they have to do it again. They find a second clear. They don't have the speed anymore. But these clears are so good from Vex, and the rotations are so important. Good hit stun attempt by Chicken Tendies. They try to send it up to the center as a Relifish. They look for the Whiplash as well. Good strike war on that, nearly finding that with the death touch there as Umbi might be flipping in the corner. And the flip found from Katusha Kurtz against the piercing shot. So good by the God Strongest Soldiers goalie, and we might just see it end here.
Yeah, PMFC has had such a hard time developing like what feels like a proper offense here. It feels like every chance they get is so hard fought relative to God Strongest Soldiers here, where it's just like if you get the core to Kama Crystal, something's probably going to happen, or like something is going to be forced out of from Vex comparatively. But we are in a double open net scenario, which should favor the Estelle and the Rasmus, so we'll see if Team FC can actually make something happen here at this crucial point.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Pet My Free Cat does not find it in that first game, as two flips are whiffed towards the back half of that point, and, well, that means that God Strongest Soldiers have a pretty free shot there, and very clean game after a bit of a barn burner of a previous one. And God Strongest Soldiers, they're looking strong.
Yeah, I thought they looked a little bit shaky in the beginning,
Yes.
but their game plan did really solidify over the time, especially as like the game got faster. Both the Asher and the Now were able to cover both sides of the field well, especially in that last set or two. And it was just really difficult for the side of Team FC to really generate any kind of like offense that they really wanted to see. Like they didn't have as many passing plays as they probably could have wanted to because of those night market middle barriers, unfortunately. And I just felt like it was also a bit difficult for them to resolve even like defensive situations on like, okay, who's gonna go in there and be forced to strike war like Umbi, while also probably getting the looming threat of Kama Crystal on top of you at the same time. And how are we gonna like deal with those kind of repeated situations, especially since the Era goalie, it doesn't have like all the cooldowns in the world to like keep up those defending those corner offenses. Compared to, for example, like a Dubu or an Asher or an Atlas, that'll have a much easier time getting the core out. That's kind of only one of the issues with Air Goalie is that like the Air Beam is a light hit. I mean, it doesn't hit the core decently hard, but obviously not as hard as other melee goalies. And same with like Air NATO. It takes some time to really set up an Air NATO that will actually work on defense and get the core out at the same time.
Hey, I think the one thing we could look for, though, is maybe instead of just trying to pinch out Umbi there, you just let Umbi have one of the Stellar Drakkar and just ban the Asher. Honestly, like, Asher is just so infuriating to go into when you're trying to play the way a Relifish wants to, which is to go for a lot of these corner shoves. Just ban it out, right? You can deal with Atlas, you can deal with Dubu, but specifically the way they play, you need to get the Asher out of here.
Yeah, especially if Katyusha is able to get those size, it becomes very difficult. Because comparatively to like obviously like you said, like an Asher, not Asher, like an Atlas or a Dubu, technically yeah, like, they do stuff with size, but especially the Asher with the size, they're just able to take up way more space. Their ability, like their abilities, just get way bigger, and it just becomes like a kind of a difficult thing when you're doing like a snowballing Asher on when you're trying to like build those kinds of offenses that you really want.
Yeah, for sure, right? I think though doesn't necessarily have to be an Asher ban. It could be an Asher first pick as PMFC is moving to the blue side. A hot shot, heavy impact start on Taiko Temple.
Oh,
Yes, there is some KO, but this is cooldown central on this opener.
yeah. Hey, it may not be everyone, but if I'm looking at this start, I'm I know I'm in for a fun time. That's what I'm gonna say. Like it's kind of the teams are gonna get a kind of like a choice whether they want to have a pick that will use more knockback or damage, or just a character that will
Course speed.
just just throw the core around the place because it is Tycho. The core is gonna move around the map a lot. So in general, actually, the core control is probably gonna win out here most likely. I'd honestly be surprised if anyone besides like the brawlers end up picking heavy impact at all.
Yeah, I
It'll
mean,
be
I kind of
interesting
want
to
your
see
thoughts on
how.
this, right? Like,
Yeah.
so stuff like, the Drakkar, stuff like the Estelle, picks like those, and I guess Imi as well. Do you think they would benefit more from the hotshot instead of the heavy impact? Because I just feel like heavy impact is going to do a lot for them, both from a mixture of damage and because those characters are often hitting multiple people at a time.
I do think it depends on the character a little bit. Um, for Jakar midfield, for example, it's kind of like a difficult choice, I would say. The hotshot on one hand, it actually is going to get you like those red cores a lot more, which I think is actually very big on this map. For example, like on kickoff, for example, now you can just like ult the core on kickoff and it'll just immediately red core. Um, so I would say in general, I would pick the hotshot.
Okay.
But the thing is slightly, at least just a slightly player preference. I'm not exactly the biggest like expert on Jakar midfield, for example. I don't play it at all. But for example, like Imi, also a bit different, but in general I would prefer the hot shot here, just
Hmm.
because like in the first place, not a lot of people are actually very good at like the Amy dash punch combo, for example. Um, but again, it's just like you're gonna get more ready cores. I think is the probably the biggest difference. I feel like. Um, I think it's very important for especially like open nets scenarios and also kickoff, which are both really big factors. I think on Taiko Temple is how teams are able to resolve both of those situations. Because if you win kickoff, for example, it's pretty big. Like it's hard to get the core out of the corner. And on open net scenarios, it can be very difficult to play those out because the brawler is forced to usually just sit on the enemy side if they want to actually do anything. So having that more cooldowns and a faster core to send it past people, I think I personally value a lot on this map.
I mean, I'm just taking notes right here. Like, I'm just mentally making a note of all of these as like a midfielder who plays Estelle, who plays Imi. I just brought it up because it's relevant. Because Chicken Tendies plays Imi, plays Estelle. Umbi plays the Estelle, plays the Drakkar. Right, very relevant in this case, right? But yeah, otherwise, I think probably we'll see just the brawlers on heavy impact, and then everyone else take hotshot. Because yeah, your logic it seems pretty sound, right? You want to get it stuck in these corners very early so that you can play the corners, which is where Taiko Temple is kind of decided, right? You want to play for the corners, and then sometimes you can get these cheeky rotates off the drum, but not very often.
Yeah, also they nerfed the heavy impact CDR so much. It
Oh
used to be
yeah,
so much better.
yeah, I suppose that's true, right? And okay, PMFC might be going for the same thing where they just ban out the Drakkar and first pick the Estelle. I'm curious to see if that's what they go for, because that just means that the Asher is left completely wide open for Katyusha Kurtz to pick again. Yeah,
Yeah, I
it
do
could
think
just be the
Asher is
salty
a
run back.
pretty good. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised actually if they both picked similar comps. So I think that both of them do work on this map. I do think that the Asher, not the Asher, the Estelle Rasmus would
Oh,
do better on this map than Night Market, just because the Bears, it's just like the thing, the Taiko drum in the middle. It's just in the middle. Whereas the Night Market, they blocked a lot more. They could block a lot more passes comparatively. Um, see the Asher getting picked. Not surprised there. Asher does do pretty well on this map as well, I must say. Do like
So
her out.
one thing I really want to call out as a very smart draft from God's Strongest Soldiers is banning the IME there, right? Chicken Tendies is known for the IME and the Estelle. PMFC thinking, okay, we can just ban the Drakkar, let them pick the Estelle, whatever, right? And we'll get the IME. God's Strongest Soldier says, yeah, no, we're just gonna ban the IME as well. And well, now I'm curious to see, since this Estelle's picked up for Umbi, what does Chicken Tendies want to go here with this Asher, right? Maybe like a Juno, right? It's a hot shot start, and you're playing into Estelle. A Juno would look pretty good here, right? Or maybe they'll just opt for a now and okay, the Atlas is what is paired with Estelle, the same pairing we saw in the game against Seraphim Crimson.
Yeah, I'm surprised neither of the teams have actually considered Juno. I mean, that sure makes sense. You want to have Katyusha on that comfort pick, especially when it's going to be good in this scenario.
Well, it's a deny away from
Um,
Katyusha.
oh, my fault. I didn't read the
Yeah.
draft correctly. Um, but yeah, personally, I actually value Juno a lot on this map. I think plenty of other people have bad experiences playing against Juno on this map, especially on Hotshot Smart. So I'm kind of surprised to see
Yeah.
no one's taking that, especially when you draft it into an Estelle.
Unpicked.
Yeah.
Right. We see
I mean,
the
Kai.
Mako and the Kai.
I mean, the Kai. I'm fine with the Kai, to be honest, because like, I don't know. It's just like the feel of Kai. Like you feel like you can do more. Especially with Hotshot, those gigas are gonna send the core red. Um, to give you a lot more moments where you can just make some more hero plays. The Mako, I think it's kind of just like a comfort pick for Vex, to be honest. But not to say
Yeah,
I
I
don't.
mean,
Not sure if I like it too much on this kind of start though.
hey, I will agree with you. That Kai feels great. I've been picking up the character recently, right? Recently in a scrim, nearly fudgy horizon the opponents, and I think had like what maybe 30 less redirects than my teammates combined. So you can definitely space glide on that character, especially when you have a Mako backing you from behind, right? And I'm actually curious about this. What you think? I'm not sure how comfortable you are on this Mako character, but what would you think it is for Mako between Heavy Impact and Hotshot?
I mean, I'm not the biggest Mako player, I must say. I think I played her a decent amount when she first released. I kind of just stopped because I was too bored to play her anymore.
Honkshu Mimi.
But I will say again, it's a big issue with picking heavy impact on Mako these days is that again the CDR was nerfed a lot comparatively to
Yeah.
like when uh Mako first released, when heavy impact was just like straight bits on her. Like it would reduce your cooldown by like so much, like every single time you procced it, no matter what. Comparatively to now. So I'm inclined to say I'd rather just pick the hot shot still. Um, especially because like I think the only impact you actually have, I think, yeah, the impact is both on like your melee hit on your primary and the secondary hit, but I'm not sure how much the damage
And
or
the
the
passive.
is actually going to
But
work.
I guess that doesn't refund the passive, so yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot the passive is an impact.
Yeah. Just for damage's sake, really. I'm curious what the holdup actually is in this game. Oh, okay. Wait, I didn't realize. Yeah, wait. We were playing on an East server the previous game, and what is it? PMFC does in fact have two West players.
Oh, I forgot about that. Wait, justice for Vex, guys. What the heck?
Yeah, Vex and I believe Fish are both West. So yeah, I think we will be moving to a central server and should be fine. Okay. Hey, maybe the series might end up being quite closer.
Yeah, who knows how the ping will affect both sides. Oh, I do think it's interesting that the ping technically affected the brawler and the goalie, so it kind of evened out in a sense. So I'm not sure if too much can really change, but I don't know. We'll see. The matchup could call for the ping mattering more than last game.
Yeah, you never know, right? We will have to see. I think now we are soon to be getting into the game. Uh, I think overall, looking at these two team comps, we're going to almost certainly be in for some really long games because it is Atlas versus Mako, the tried and true defense goalies, and then you just have like completely core controlly midfielders on both sides, right? So it's just gonna be Red Core City back and forth with teams just continuously clearing it out. And well, I'm ready to pack it up for a 30-minute game.
I mean, yeah, we're gonna be stuck on this casting call for quite a bit, Ether.
Yep. Hey, it's fine.
uh,
We're not taking Grands and potentially Grands reset. That's going over to a new set of casters. Surprise, surprise. It's you won't ever guess who it is. Oh, okay. Wait. I think we're getting a remake for something.
yeah, this is the tournament experience, guys.
Hey, yeah. Hiccups happen all the time. Teams. Yes, we're 13 seasons in, but teams are always like in the moment. They're not fully locked in on like everything. And hey, you gotta give them a little bit of slack.
Yeah, I will note something that is kind of, at least to me, an interesting point for this matchup. We have an Asher brawler versus a Juliet, uh,
Yes.
which I think is
Oh
going to be
yes.
make a big difference
Yep.
in how momentum is both capitalized on and shifts, because the Asher, I think, is in general much better at scoring on this map comparatively
Yes.
to Juliet. They're able to kind of play along the walls. They have like their ult and everything. Um, Especially when you have the Kai that has the Mako as well to back up, like double down on their speed. The Kai's gonna have a much easier time uh, covering the cross as well, moving
Hmm.
from defense to offense. Meanwhile, on the side of God's Strongest Soldiers, they're kind of playing more like the same game that they have been playing uh, from the past series, is just have that be on that more ranged character, have Colin Crystal on the character that they can kind of just sit on the enemy goalie with, and move that into their side of for the like just momentum in general. It's having those kind of breakout offenses. And I think it is
Yeah.
actually nice that they are having Juliet matched into a Mako. So it will be a matter a lot, I think, on how Vex plays this. But I don't know. We'll see how Katyusha plays against the Asher Kai combo.
Yeah. Everything here is pretty stock standard on what we discussed, going into the game, except for the Kai maybe opting to take heavy impact instead of hot shots. Right. That's a bit of an interesting decision there. Perhaps maybe just valuing that extra damage a little bit more. I think the other thing I do kind of want to talk about is this Asher playing into the Julie on kickoff. Asher should be winning that like 99% of the time, unless there's like a speed advantage for Julie, because Asher primary should just stuff anything the Julie wants to do on kickoff.
Yeah, those kinds of kickoff matchups will honestly matter over the course of the whole game, especially. Um, Asher's one of those characters where, like, usually brawlers are not very good at kickoff. Like, for example, like an X or Juliet or something like that. They're not gonna really do much on kickoff. But Asher, comparatively, she can just like hold the lane by herself. So it's gonna be interesting to see how that affects the
Oh no.
momentum at all. That's just another one of those examples of Asher being pretty good on this map. I mean, it
Yeah.
isn't exactly like a replicatable situation, but just having that ult as an option there for open-end scenarios can be pretty big.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely something that they will have to consider. One barrier already taken for PMFC. They do lose their own on attempted defense there. Vex going for the out clear, and when Umbi is positioned there without abilities, there's not much they can do to cut that cross. A lot of damage there on Kama Crystal, and hey, maybe there's that heavy impact Kai really coming in. I think Chicken Tendy should just back off, grab this orb. They don't have the Atlas to help them, and now that Kama Crystal is there to take it, they're looking kind of low with nothing to really do about it. But Aurelifish is able to find that barrier on the offense. Good flip out by Vex to Aurelifish. Aurelifish tries to go for the mix as Chicken Tendies is taken off the map, and now it's a 2v3 in favor of God's Strongest Soldiers, but they have a barrier disadvantage. Aurelifish gets into the corner. The barrier is still lost, and Vex in a maybe slightly unfavorable strike war, but Comet Crystal is able to find it around, and Umbi potentially looking for a flip, an awkward angle flip. Where does it go? It goes up to the top side. Aurelifish covers it, and it goes up to the top side once more, but Chicken Tendies is the one doing the covering this time. I would like a few better passes out of PMFC, some vertical ones, and they could take it out of their defense a little quicker that way. But unfortunately for them, they're not able to find it, and Comet Crystal gets the dash punch.
I really like how both teams kind of played damage there, especially I think it's going to be pretty important when it's, again, a big core control matchup where it's like, okay, Boys are going to be bouncing out a lot. It's going to be hard for people to find their footing. Even as I say that, actually, Comet Crystal finds their footing in the match pretty quickly right there. But being able to, like, on the side of God's Strongest Soldiers, kind of damaging the Kai is going to be pretty big because they don't really have anyone else to fill the Kai's shoes of, you know, to run around and have that pressure to hold different angles and stop the enemy team from just passing it around to the favorable side that they want it on. On the side of PMFC, being able to just whittle down that Juliet, because again, Comet Crystal's playing the same game, just play up, play for those offenses, and it does make Comet Crystal actually a big target when PMFC is on defense.
Yeah, like unfortunately, that flip getting caught by the ensnare drums, and I think overall, like, Chicken Tendies has found some good passes up to Aurelifish and a few good angles, but a lot of the time she's just kind of stuck running in the midfield, just trying to catch up to the play instead of initiating them. I think one thing I would kind of like from Chicken Tendies is maybe just focus on holding a specific area, right? If they focus on holding an area, they don't have to go and run after these plays, right? Like they're doing right now, they're just playing to keep the core on the enemy side, on that box side. And then just saying, okay, Aurelifish, you take it if it's topside, Vex, if it goes back, you take it. And that's what led to their success that point.
Yeah, I think Vex, having kind of the range that he has on the Mako, especially the primary and the ult, it does definitely affect how they want to play offense here. And in general, the Kai would... And the Kai is fine kind of sitting on the cross and waiting for something to happen so that they can have their own play if the enemy team decides to clear towards them. But at the end of the day, the Kai with the barrage and the Giga generally prefers to kind of play more feed if they can. I do think if they can find kind of situations where they can take advantage of both whenever it's necessary or when it's advantageous for them. I mean, pretty big for their offense. As I speak, that closes out the set actually for the side of PMFC.
Yeah, an absolute quote-unquote demon angle, I think, found by Aurelifish. It went right past the Atlas, a little crazy. Asher probably picking up the prime time on this start. I think that would make a lot of sense, right? Asher just wanting to make sure Atlas doesn't have that. I guess the bulk up is also pretty fair, right? Just taking that away, and that's more damage and more stagger so that you don't get, shot by this Atlas Estelle. The ad rush is very scary, and I kind of want to see this. I guess the glass cannon is pretty acceptable, but I think the spark might have been better just to scale for later. Thoughts?
Yeah, to be honest, I actually do wish one player would have taken spark there. I think it would have been very big for them because it's single spark first draft. It's probably going to force the enemy to draft a little bit on not how they want to.
Oh my god.
Later.
Oh no. Okay,
I see that's an insane play from Vex.
We just saw the craziest line of events, right? Chicken Tendies getting a great barrage into Katyusha Kurta's energy printer on that Cosmic Expanse. Then Aurelifish getting it into the corner there for Vex's ensnare drums, which was, by the way, aerials boosted, and then the flip in the ensnare drums. So, hey, overall, very well played by the members of PMFC, and maybe now that they're not on a ping disadvantage, they're able to see these plays a little earlier and go for them.
Yeah, the Awakenings, at least the other ones, just to talk about a little bit more. For example, the aerials on Vex, I think, is going to be very important actually, for the side of PMFC. Having that extra speed on Mako is going to be a big difference for it compared to just no speed that they had before. Especially when they had like this Ashe that just wants to run around, and the Kai just wants to run around. Momentum's looking pretty good for PMFC here.
Yeah, they definitely are. PMFC this game have been looking so clean with it, and notably, right, a flip almost there for Vex, and on its way there for Chicken Tendies, but on the other side, both forwards of God's Strongest Soldiers are on their way to a flip as well, right? There's that extra snare drums there. The flip burned by Vex, the flip might be burned there by Kama Crystal. Tries for that angle, and I think that might have been an intended angle off the middle to go for that bottom barrier. Unfortunately, does not find it there. Still 1-for-1. Katyusha Kurt's able to take the core out of that top side for now, and it looks to be kind of okay for God's Strongest Soldiers.
Yeah, what's kind of hard for the side of God's Strongest Soldiers is that they want Kama Crystal to get these opportunities for these dash button kills, especially when they have the heavy impact and the adrenaline rush. They want to be looking for these, and they want to take advantage of this Juliet as much as they can. But it's just so difficult against PMFC with how much speed they have, and especially with the Asher being able to kind of just run wherever they want and still have the impact,
Oh my god.
regardless of whether they have to position a little bit differently for the Juliet.
Yeah, I think Vex has been playing this defense so good this point, right? And a crazy flip there. Katyusha Kurt's maybe looking for just a down angle. Chicken Tendy's a little worried about dying there. And yeah, when that bounces back like that, that's definitely going in. And hey, despite all of Vex's heroics on the defense, unfortunately for them, it was just a Cosmic Expanse taking it from God's Strongest Soldiers.
Yeah, that is some Atlas lore if I've ever seen one. Yeah, I think it is actually very important for God's Strongest Soldiers here to find more of these opportunities where they can take advantage of the fact that they are the ones with the double hot shot here. They're going to be finding more red cores, especially in overtime. If they can get the play to last till overtime, it's going to give them a much better chance at finding these points comparatively to when they're not in overtime. Simply because like the Kai in general doesn't really like playing overtime, at least that's how I feel when I play Kai. And Asher's going to be forced to just sit up, which isn't the worst at the end of the day, but it's going to be really good for them personally. Looking at just how I would want to play their match, their matchup currently, just like right there, like get the core of the Juliet. They're probably going to be able to find the stun on the goalie, and Estelle is going to be able to as well keep the core on the enemy side with this hot shot and the range on the Estelle in general.
Yeah, that's gotta feel really bad for PMFC, right? They just burned 2 flips that point and then lost it, and now they don't have it for this point 5 this set. But they have still been getting some good offense despite that. Forcing the flip out of Katyusha Kurt's a good timing there. They lose one berry, they lose a second for PMFC. An insane middle bounce, and now it's an open net in favor of God's Strongest Soldiers. They could actually even up this game. Vex needs to be a little bit careful of the Rose Warp, and yeah, it does punish him. Umbi with a great angled Rose Warp, and hey, they tie it up 1-1 in sets.
That was such a well-played last 3 points from the side of God's Strongest Soldiers. If I'm them, I'm popping off right now.
Hey, and I will say, if the spark was picked up earlier, second spark would have been here for you now. I think, though, we're probably going to see a Dash Awakening picked up by both Mako and Kai. Like, it makes a lot of sense here. Especially because there's not much to really worry about. And yeah, okay, I guess it just gets denied away from the Estelle, which is pretty smart. I kind of like the unstop. It allows you to play a little riskier against the Julie. Obviously, it doesn't stop you fully from that dash punch, but you can play a little greedier.
Yeah, definitely. I like Unstoppable a good amount myself. I think more than I honestly should, but it just feels good, especially when you're playing against a character like Juliet. Something I will note, however, is that this Atlas has an insane primary build. They have a prime time missile pop, a strike shot, hot shot. Like this Atlas, if they're gonna keep the pressure up all the way from their net, and they're gonna get the cord out a whole lot, especially because when you're playing against a character like Asher that's gonna want to sit on you more, having that primary more like even right there, Katyusha just uses it just to stun the Asher. It's gonna be very useful against that type of brawler.
Yeah, it just feels like Rellyfish and Chicken Tendies aren't getting a chance to attack against this Atlas because of those primaries, right? And yeah, you see that there. Umbi clears it out, and it just goes out even further because of the Atlas, and they just have no chance to act. And look at that! Just using a primary to snipe the cross.
That was a sick dash punch from Common Crystal, I must say as well. But yeah, like, if I'm on the side of PMFC, I'm just worried about how do I even get an offense here, because it feels like so impossible right now. I mean, yeah, they're still sniping stuff anywhere, especially with the super surges still. They can kind of just be wherever they want on the map, and the Atlas having so much range and core speed on their primary is going to be, in general, just super hard to deal with. Unfortunate strike to lose their barrier though, and unlucky strike there from the side of Chicken Tendies.
I mean, a really great clear there, found by Vex, right? But unfortunately, he is just a little too slow to get it there once Chicken Tendies loses that strike war. And those are the crucial ones you really need to win, right? Especially when you are playing a speed character like Kai. Good layering there between the Giga Blast and the perfect pitch to take that first barrier. They nearly lose one of their own, and now Rellyfish is trying to push up this top side with Kama Crystal not on top of Vex right now. That secondary is able to last for a really long time and get so much pressure, but the kill is found by Kama Crystal. The Adrush has been popped, but they take the first barrier, second one not found yet, but this is the Atlas with the primary build. The second one is found there, and now Vex, a good amount of damage on him, and he just says, you know what, I'm not going to die here, I'll let them take the kill.
Yeah, very unfortunate point that honestly is pretty soul crushing. Like, you got the core into the corner that you want to, that bottom corner against the bottom barrier, and then you just get that punched, and it's like, well, okay, well, I said everything that I wanted just to get KO'd, and it's gonna be pretty hard to play after that mentally, in general. But it seems like they're still holding strong there. Really, they already found the first barrier right there.
Yeah, Chicken Tendies having to burn that flip in a bit of a panic, but probably still smart to make sure they don't die there. And now Vex has to find a good clear there. Their secondary does get interrupted a little early, and they still have this flip on the defense available. But Rellyfish, I think in those sorts of situations, when the pass comes up from Chicken Tendies, you just have to send it back into the corner and continue to play that corner, because that's where you have the advantage.
Yeah, especially when you're dealing with the Atlas, like you want us to get in this corner right here, and so that even if the primary does come out, you have like the Kai to kind of just stand behind you and get the core back to you. But unfortunately, their offense was not built properly, and here it's open net versus single barrier scenario.
Yeah, but this time it might be finding its way in the corner. Rellyfish stuffing it through, finding the flip, and nearly using it there, but not found. Vex with a good clear attempt, but it goes too close to the center, and Kama Crystal takes the cross. God's Strongest Soldiers one set away from the rematch they so dearly want.
Yeah, look like there was some hope for the side of PMFC there, with a Rellyfish able to get that insane last barrier against God's Strongest Soldiers there, but unfortunately their hope was snuffed out.
Yeah, 1-2 punch now. This Julia build a little disturbing. Pumps heavy 1-2 punch ad rush. I will say the Asher does get another size, so this does make these strike wars a little easier, and I think that the side of PMFC actually got some really good picks this draft, right? Second size for Asher, a Castellast on this Kai now, so the Kai can just kind of roam around the map for a lot longer, and then a twin drive on the double dash Mako.
I think especially the twin drive is gonna help PMFC a lot in how they both get the core out and keep the core up at the same time. Just being able to have those two charges to kind of like swing momentum greatly in your favor when you are able to find those outs.
Oh my god. Yeah.
And just like there.
A combo of speed and size, a little disturbing, right? Effectively a third size awakening in a way from that Drummond base, right, on a Rellyfish. And with that amount of speed, she's just able to glide in that corner and just take it right around Katyusha Kurtz.
Yeah, the biggest question when you're playing Asher is, okay, how do I get the core off of Asher? And when you're playing against double size and speed Asher, your options are looking pretty thin in that department. As you can see right here, obviously, like the side of Godstrong soldiers are having such a hard time even just getting the core out. But regardless, their game plan still stays strong. Unfortunate KO, however.
Yeah, one barrier found, and now Rellyfish and Chicken Tendies need to play this corner. They nearly find it there. Vex is reinforcing on the top side. Rellyfish saved by the drum there, but the save might not be able to come again, as they're looking to play the top side. Flip burned out by Chicken Tendies, and just goes right back to Rellyfish. She sets up the path splitter, but it just gets cleared away. Vex might need to burn this flip here. It's looking a little dangerous. They burn the flip. It goes right around Comic Crystal, burns a flip of her own, and the strike war against the primary so good by a Rellyfish. This PMFC might be coming back.
Yeah, I think they're playing this very well. They're able to find these opportunities to get the core out and keep the core up a lot and avoid the Juliet. It's not able to avoid the Juliet at this point, unfortunately. But in general, they're building a game plan that's really shifted in their favor due to the awakenings from last draft.
Yeah, and hey, despite a Rellyfish going down there so early, they nearly had a shot at actually keeping the one barrier that remained. But at the very tail end of that power play, Comic Crystal was able to find it, and the strike shot not finding it there as Vex falls off the map. That's a good amount of energy taken as well. And I think God's Strongest Soldiers overall very happy with finding the point the way they did, because look at the energy on their side.
Yeah, that was a great play from Comic Crystal, I might add. Because like you struck the core and you knew that Vex had to immediately react, right? So then hitting that ult to kind of strike with your ult and getting the kill off of that was very big. And even the dash punch after was a very good conversion from Comic Crystal to move forward. It's gonna be very important that Comic Crystal finds kind of more opportunities like that, and also just more connecting plays with Umbi, especially against like the Mako. The last thing you want is like a whole bunch of hitboxes thrown at you at the same time, like right there. And it's looking like God's Strongest Soldiers is able to find that footing in the set.
I will say, yeah, good thing for Vex, because I had a feeling that Vex was actually going to go for the flip there, and I'm really happy for him at least that it didn't come out, because I don't think that is a really good flip angle, especially because going into this 0.5, Vex has his, Chicken Tendies almost has hers, so the energy is finally on the opposite side, and they might be able to do a lot with it if they time it well.
Yeah, I do say, in general, it's going to be very difficult to kind of make use of these flips moving forward, especially when you're playing against both an Atlas and the Estelle here. You're going to have to first find these barriers and then move the core kind of in a more central area, which is what Umbi and Atlas is going to be very good at doing. Unfortunate scenario, however, is that they're already in an open net scenario versus two barriers, and they already spent the flip.
Yeah, I think the sad thing there is that Vex actually got Tycho angled. He flipped into the drum and it came right back at him. So it's a very tough situation to deal, especially in the situation they are in. A great strike shot there found by Vex. The flip burned out by Katyusha, and this could be their tournament lives shut down as Katyusha Kurtz finds the pass down to Umbi as Umbi just sends it forward. He nearly has a flip of his own. Chicken Tendies looking for a hero play as Vex tries to keep Comic Crystal away. A lot of damage on this Julie, but it just goes right past as Katyusha Kurtz lands the nail in the coffin as God's Strongest Soldiers, the second team to graduate, joining Seraphim Crimson in the grand finals to see who takes it all.
I very well played from both sides, I'm going to say that game. It's unfortunate that PMFC wasn't able to find the same game plan that they had for the first 2 points and the next, all the next 3 there. But I will say it was very well played from the side of God's Strongest Soldiers to be able to keep their composure and still find their own footing in a set that felt pretty difficult to pull through, especially with like how the Awakenings came out from last draft. If I was them, I would be like, well, this might just be like a lost set.
Yeah, for sure. I think the other thing is unfortunately for Vex, that is his last Osas season, as he was, I believe, the highest ranked player this season to play in Osas, right? I think he peaked high Chali by the end of things. Um, but yeah, I think for Rollyfish, Chicken Tendies, a very well fought Osas. Hope to see them in the next season alongside their starting midfielder Goober Cat. And then for God's Strongest Soldiers, you still have one more series, potentially two in you, if you want to take the win for yourself. But with that, uh, that is about all for us. Kiliast, anything you want to say before we hop off the air?
No, just saying good luck to all the teams that have gotten this far already, and good play already from the teams that got so far, and it's great to see all these players kind of just even just playing the game despite maybe the tournament or the rank or how many people maybe viewing it compared to like NASA or whatever.
Heck yeah, everyone. Thank you for coming around. It's not over yet. There's still like a grand finals around with a different set of casters. But before I also go off air, you guys should tell other people to sign up for Osas. Next Osas, sometime next year. We'll figure it out. Anyway, with that out of the way, thank you guys. Don't go anywhere. A new set of casters will catch you on the other side of the break.
Welcome, one and all. One more time. Here we are. Osas, season 13. This is it. This is where it all ends. Grand finals. God's strongest soldiers. Crimson. Seraphim. Can you believe it?
I can barely believe it. I remember watching Osas for the first time and having to see Crimson beat me up over and over again. But here we are. It's probably one of the, well, not, well, at least for me, it's the most anticipated Osas I've ever seen. We have Crimson finally making it to the winner's side and attempt to have a legacy that is their own. Two others have surpassed them. Split in season 9, Rose Gold in season 2. Now it's their turn to at least try to cement their legacy here as we take on the Taiko Temple first with Castellast and Primetime has to start. What do you think about the picks going on right here?
On one level, I'm not surprised. On one level, I kind of am a little bit, I guess. I'm not surprised at the Juliet getting like banned out. I'm not surprised at the Amy getting banned out. And like for Taiko Temple, I constantly say this. Well, I also say that there is a little bit of apparently a loading bug, but in general for Taiko Temple, it's very like, can you either embrace the chaos or can you like control it outright? And I'm honestly for God's Strongest Soldiers, I'm seeing like, well, I see X basically, and that tells me they want to at the very least try to embrace it. And I do think that with now backing them and just with basically their whole team is made for like pushing and shoving and being very, very, very rude to the other team.
Yeah. And with that in mind, especially on the X pick with Kama Crystal, you have,
Mm.
I think it's Yugo on the Estelle, Jakar on Tafonk, and of course the signature Malachi on Mako. So we're going to be seeing one hell of a game coming in as we start onto this Taiko Temple. It's going to be a very dangerous game, especially with the amount of, I guess you could say, the amount of shoving that's going to be happening into the corners on both sides.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I both teams can absolutely still pull that off. I mean, Drakkar is one of those characters that for at the very least for me, he doesn't seem like super particular, like just off of rip, and then like someone good gets behind him, and then you actually play him, and then suddenly Drakkar's just a nightmare.
Yeah, and especially on Tafong, Jakar is going to be insanely dangerous. We saw them play not even 2 hours ago, and Seraphim Crimson took that game 2-0. But Gosshunger Soldiers, they're looking to have a fight right now. Is getting as we get into the first game. This is for all of the marbles, all of the 13 marbles that we have left in our brains. Let's get on with
Hmm.
it. I cannot wait to see who will win this first bout.
Yep, here we go. On to the kickoff. We have Yugo in the net with that escape. So with that, excuse me, with that eject button. Kurt's on the other side with the powerhouse Pauldron's gonna be trying to play up, play forward, play brutal. Is this God's Strongest Soldiers team? I feel they do not want excuse me. They do not want like Drakkar, XL. They do not want them to get head of steam.
Yeah, Malachi already taken off of the map. A great start for Gosshunger Soldiers, but they do let a barrier come by. At least the fucking Hugo working up the corner, trying to get Kama Crystal out of there. They do get one barrier for the power plays. The flip is wasted. And now Gosshunger Soldiers back at it. They retreat Kama Crystal back to the side in order to get this defense up for Malachi to come in return as the pass is starting to get on. And Gosshunger Soldiers, they basically have all 3 flips online already.
Yeah, they do, which is kind of wild, but at the same time, it's kind of like what I was saying earlier. They were going to play up fast, forward, and furious because like that's kind of how their team comp is looking. They do not want this. Honestly, kind of like right now, they don't want this to go into overtime, and you can see why that. There's just like there is a lot of capability, a lot of like quick brutality that is available on the side of Crimson Seraphim. So the less time they give them to kind of just heat up, the better.
Yeah, and Yugo having to work around having an open net, but Tefunk and Malachi are working up this offense right now, trying to get the core into the top side with Malachi with flip on the open, but he doesn't use it, trying to save it for a better opportunity, as Caddy and Umbi are left to defend and steal in their own net, as the core is still on the side of God's Strongest Soldiers, though. Kama trying to help out there, and they are almost able to get it through, but Malachi still low, but they do end up getting that second barrier, but now he's taken off the map, and Tefunk coming up with flip. Now there's power play for the side of God's Strongest Soldiers, as Umbi looking to try to capitalize, but Tefunk with the angle. Oh my goodness!
Yo, the Predator cloak coming out of nowhere, the flip, the knockout. I legitimately lost track of Tefunk. I didn't know where it was. I doubt anybody else on that field knew where they were. So I mean, hey, very, very beautiful like start off to this. That was just the first point.
Yeah, very fiery first play, and 2 KOs though coming out for Kama Crystal. So we're going to see a lot more KOs on the side of Crimson, especially if they're going to be taking damage like that. Malachi already brought to 50% HP, and not really in a really good spot, as Tefunk has to work up the offense by himself, but he does get a lot of pressure on the core here, not letting a single barrier go through, as Malachi is left to steal KO'd yet again. And now Kama Crystal, Caddy, and Umbi looking to try to make sense of what's going on right now. They do have another kill on board. They just need to work their way offense up, but the core gets bounced around, get the double barrier as well with the flip, and that's a good sign for them as they try to get a point on the board.
Yeah, very good sign for them. God's Strongest Soldiers in a pretty good position, even though they are playing on the defensive right now. I was about to say they do have a flip, and Hugo cannot get the clear.
Yeah, Hugo with the blink timing just a little bit off, and the core just bouncing away ever so slightly allowed that point to go through, and they're tied up yet again. But it's just a back and forth brawl between both midfielders, to be exact, at the moment, because Tefunk is doing everything he can to just keep the core away. He's been doing good so far, but the X-Maximus takes one barrier. Now for everyone inside the core and trying to defend for their lives, as Tefunk is brought down to 50% HP, though he's not really getting targeted just yet, so we might have to come back to that later, as Chef from Crimson look to work up an offense on their own on the top side.
Yeah, it's just a very big scrum, and seeing who can kind of get advantage of it the fastest. Usually these points really start happening when somebody actually manages to get a KO, because both of these teams do have at the very least some general level of survivability. Malachi trying to escape, but Kama Crystal got a little bit too greedy and got popped for it. So now it is Crimson Seraphim that are on the offense, trying to make it happen. Kurtz in the goalie box did manage to defend against that power play. Very nice of them. They even get a barrier for their troubles. Go on the offense, but letting it loose a little bit, letting their offense a little bit guide them a little bit too much. They get a barrier loss for their troubles.
Yeah, and you go back into the open net position, not one he's very familiar with, especially with the core coming around, but he's defending so gracefully over time, helping him out with the red cores almost all the time. But since there's an open barrier on the cards now, Umbi and Kama Crystal just have to set up, but they're too busy trying to kill Malachi. Malachi already taken extremely low and has to back up away. Let the play happen. The flip coming up to the top side. Caddy finds a goal for her team and brings them up to at least 1 point to try to earn the set here.
Yep, set point on the side of God's Strongest Soldiers. Beautiful flip, beautiful, just found the angle, found the speed, all that by Kurtz, just stepping out of the goalie box. And really, Kurtz has been doing a lot of stepping out of the goalie box already. We're 3 points in, and you can definitely see that this God's Strongest Soldiers team definitely trying to stick to the aggressive play. They are hunting for those KOs. They are trying to press every advantage they can get, and like I was saying earlier, they need to do that. So definitely good on them. They have to watch out though, because it's not like Crimson Seraphim cannot lay on the damage. And perfect example, that is a double KO. This should be theirs.
Yeah, a very unfortunate spot for both Umbi and Kama to be in, laying that double barrier, well, not double barrier, but the double kill coming on in the double barrier from Tefunk, letting everything sink in as Kama Crystal looks to even the position out with a kill, but Malachi has so much speed coming in, so if he just wins a simple strike where it could be wraps for Crimson, it could be wraps for GSS areas. They look to bring it to a 0.5, but so far Malachi's just hanging in there by a thread as Tefunk tries to open up the offense though, as Malachi's needlessly bounced around, killed and KO'd off the map map as Common Crystal and Ami look to take their troubles to the house here and try to earn another gold berry, which they do. And now on the cards, Ami has the flip, can just get it to Common Crystal extremely easily, but Tefong trying to keep the pressure online. Malachi coming back online now. Ami with the flip as they're just working up to Common Crystal. The flip isn't being used just yet as they're not in position, and quite frankly, Ami burns the flip. I think it's just a simple misclick that got them there, and now Seraphim Crimson on the offensive here.
I thought that looked to me like it was almost a bait by, I believe that was Malachi in the position right there, just kind of like bounced it, thought it was going to come up, thought it was going to be in position for it, and just said, nope, I'm going down. But either way, it is God's strongest soldiers that have been denied a very, very valuable resource. Common Crystal does still have a flip on their end, and they are in beautiful position. And that's just a burn. They do manage to make up for it, though. Valerian gets it past Hugo, but to take the set. But that was very concerning for a while there. But hey, they got the set. It's whatever. We moving on.
Yeah, and for the set, for their troubles at least, Caddy first pick on the board could opt for the hot shot, or even the peak performance to try to make sure that their team stays alive. Will get the hot shot, but Drek does get the missile prop. We just saw 2 kills come out for Jakar on that very, very impressive play for them. So if they can keep getting those kills with the missile prop they just got, then if they are able to commit and convert, they should be good for the long run.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely looking at... They definitely realize, do Crimson Servant, that they are having a little bit of difficulty staying alive, or at the very least staying in healthy positions to make like these scoring opportunities happen. So I can definitely understand them getting staggered. And look at that immediate KO. Perfect example there. They just decide, okay, kill the lizard, because he doesn't have no extra stagger. Whatever. So they have to definitely keep an eye out for that as the second barrier goes down. And once again, God's strongest soldiers trying to be on the hunt, and it is Crimson Seraphim that are on the back foot.
Yeah, Common Crystal is just doing almost all of the punching for the team, and there it looks like Brawlers are getting the job done as Seraphim Crystal has to try to look for a lead to get their offense going, but so far Caddy and Umbi are perfectly clearing the core away, having to force the Fog to play offense instead of Malachi getting into the corner in the position, and everything's just not going in the way. Kama with the flip, even burns a trap for the damage here, as Common Crystal is taking extremely low, but Malachi even lower on stagger will die, and Caddy again with another great flip to kickstart their offense yet again, as the Fog and Yugo have to be forced to set back into their net. So much going on and so little to do for the most part as Umbi builds up their own flip and can use it to get it to Common Crystal. Whoa, burn the flip there, and Common Crystal doesn't get the strike down reset, but it's okay. They do still have a lot of pressure, especially since it's overtime, and Caddy does have the prime time on board, letting their defense serve for a lot longer, but the red core could mean some trouble for them.
Yeah, no, definitely. I'm feeling like God's strongest soldiers are really feeling themselves now, and the Funk with that flip KO and that barrier take definitely would need to kind of like take some of the wind out of their sails. Tefunk, beautiful feed from, I believe, yeah, from Malachi to Tefunk for the point. And honestly, they needed to do that. They needed to do that real bad. It was very clear that God's strongest soldiers, they were definitely feeling themselves. They were trying to burn flips on like flip KOs and just try and like set up shots and stuff like. And obviously, yeah, you want flips to set up shots, but it looked a bit brazen to me. Some of those attempts. So yeah, if that was what they needed to kind of like calm God's strongest soldiers down.
And Umbi having to take a step back and help with the offense, but Common Crystal getting things done, earning that second barrier as well. This could be very, very shocking for Seraphim Crimson as they have to defend against the 1v1 here. The X Maximus does find its mark as Common Crystal, the brawler, gets it all done. And you can't count God's strongest soldiers out of it yet.
No, not by any means. I mean, they are up a set, and it is tied in the second. No, God's strongest soldiers are doing very well so far, so nothing really like for them to overly worry about at this moment. It is Crimson Seraphim that needs to fret a little bit. Flip goes out, and it does get the second barrier. Another flip, Kama just gets it, knocks it in. Clockwork, textbook, light work, no reaction.
Yeah, the flips coming out from Gossringer Soldiers. They just know how to convert extremely easy whenever they have the chance, and 2 flips being burned doesn't really mean much when you already have so much pressure up. The flip from Malachi going to the top side, but doesn't find a barrier. Just at the look, try to get the top side barrier, which they do as well, and Yugo helping out on the offense as well. Caddy has to burn her own flip to try to get the core out of the net for the most part, and the core does end up coming back to her side now, looking to try to set up the corner offense. Caddy missing the strike just a little bit on the timing, as Malachi can easily look to score here, but they're extremely low as well. A bit of X Maximus punching could lead them to their downfall here, as he's basically getting taken off the map right now. Doesn't find the mark just yet, as he has to back away. And now, Defonk, the god strongest of them all, another great strike war win for the most part. Ability versus strike, and he comes out on top.
Beautiful. Again with like the cloak, just now you see me, now you don't. Check the shotty, check these shells. And what I say, just unloading on them at this point in time. They need this. They need this to get back. Snipe shot gets the second one. Piercing shot gets the second barrier. Tried to get it fed up to Defonk, who's playing out their mind all of a sudden and trying to get this set in the books for Crimson Seraphim.
Yeah, Malachi hunting for the kill just a little bit as they try to work for the bottom side. Yugo now having to flip their own side in order to get the core back on the offensive side, as Caddy has her own flip. Will burn it for the downside clear, as Calmer Crystal ends up finding a barrier for that. But Malachi has flip as well. Could potentially use it, as Umbi has to burn both of their Doritos to try to get the core out of the ridge. But Malachi, he has to use this flip soon, and not using this flip could mean everything, as the top side's almost found, and some of the core soaring egg goes back towards Malachi, and now Seraphim Crimson, they might have just caused themselves a little bit of unlucky break, a little bit unfortunate on the bounce there, as Gossringer Soldiers look to take this overtime into another set 5.5 win. Well, not set 5.5 win, but another set not a 0.5 win at least. But Malachi and Yugo have to work up this offense together, and the strike not finding its mark just yet. The corner not really being found there. Let's Gossringer Soldiers stay alive for at least another, just a short amount of time.
How many soaring angles was that? I don't know, but
two.
there was that felt like more than 2. It bounced like ridiculously. But either way, it is Crimson Seraphim that are on the attack. They are hungry. They know they need this. Tefunk again with that, trying to cloak through, but nice timing on the side of Kama Crystal opens up the goal, and both sides open now. Tefunk hunting, fiending for this goal, to get like a good strike on shot. Cannot get it past either of these goalies. They are both playing out of their minds. This one is definitely going to be like a statement maker for the rest of the game. And there it goes. Tefunk, beautiful placement, gets the set, and we are tied up.
Yeah, another 0.5 on the cards, and Tefunk here having a lot to choose from, actually. The heavy impact, a lot of these could help him KO a lot more and do more damage. He will offer that heavy impact, which will grant him a lot more of that damage they so desperately need, especially since KOs are going to matter a lot more. Every KO that we've seen so far ended up becoming a great turning point for that specific team's offense in order to try to convert. And if they get the kill, then they'll be able to keep going on their rampage. As Malachi, I mean, I just want to point this out really quickly. They took the I think they took the Spark of Leadership over the Unstop. I mean, just a little bit freaky, but it's okay. It doesn't even matter to Fong finding another kill.
Tefunk is kind of putting, I'm not going to say putting it on his back, because Master Malachi has been making some great shots, and Yugo has been a demon in the net. So, but really, Tefunk has been a very impressive playmaker, getting kills when necessary, and at this point, Gossringer Soldiers kind of have to just realize that and trying to, I feel like, got to get him out of this game. You can't let this lizard shoot people. There's got to be a rule against that somewhere. There's got to be a law against that somewhere. Can't let him just shoot people.
I mean, that's part of the entire kit. The most of both finding its mark, making everything slow and earning a second barrier for their troubles now. The Asher having to bring out the path fast to try to get the core out of the range, but the core is still inside their own net side. It's a Fong just having to find a couple of shots, misses the angle just quite a little bit, but it's okay so far. Malachi and Tefong looking to try to keep the offense going, but the offense does stall it just a little bit, allows Omi to get the clear out, and the red core coming in clutch here. as the core is endlessly being solid for a fact. Both of these teams finding the correct angles, and the Fong finds just the better one in general. The middle drum having so much impact. And oh my, Tafong is just playing out of his mind right now.
Yeah, Tafong is just like cracked out right now. That was just a beautiful shot. Like you think in like a bunch of situations that you just like take the standard shot, but no, just aimed it right back to the center line. Just got it on that wild angle. Kurtz was just not able to get to it, and look at that, just handling business up top while they got the Brodies on downside, all handling things too, making sure that the core is kept forward. Tafong up top, just cleaning house.
Yeah, and KO might be the game plan of Crimson, and so far they're playing up to expectation. Here Tafong fighting another barrier. Malachi getting completely stomped, but it's okay. Tafong leading the charge for the most for that lizard. It's got game plans as well, even though Malachi does find out Tafong is building up Flip here. A lot of these shots can make a difference as Yugo decides to step up as well. Has to be a little bit careful though. Dying with Flip is very crucial here as Malachi does come back onto the gridiron. And now with a lot of the pressure onto Ghost Hunger Soldiers to this point, can they at least pull this point off?
Yeah, that's the question. There were several moments where it looked like very careful. Beautiful interception on the attempt at the bounce clear. You see like just was not able to do anything. Kurt's just not able to really like do anything to adjust that clear attempt. Just bounced it up to the top. Tafong was right there, and now we have both Tafong and Yugo full sticks of butter, ready and raring to go. Perfect position to kind of just seal this set off.
You know, 2 flips for Sarah from Crimson. They are looking really strong to take this as the Fong finds another KO onto the board. Oh my goodness, this lizard's putting up statistic numbers as the double bear comes out as well. Sarah from Crimson just taking up the driver's seat, having to burn a flip onto the defense as Yuko just has to safely clear it away now. What an unfortunate bounce as Malachi has to flip on board. Won't use it early, but it's so close to coming in. Just a simple strike where could bring it to a close. This third set so close to being won, and Crimson just have to work together, just have to mesh together. Tafong's doing such a great job just aggressing no matter what, having to burn all 3 flips for Ghost Hunger Soldiers, and now the middle drum trying to put some pressure to Tafong, trying to find an angle to get it through. But Kama, Crystal, and Umbi are doing such a good job defensively to keep it away. And now it's on the other side, and even Yugo burns his own flip in anticipation. But it doesn't matter! Malachi fight!
Like, Kurtz was not able to get like the right angle to like attempt for the clear. Tafong just able to push it through, and like Tafong has just been racking and stacking up bodies. Like Tafong's just been catching bodies this whole game. And it's like, what at this point, what do you do about it? Especially like with this incoming, that 1-2 punch. He racked up. He got the shells ready. He got the shotty loaded. He about to just pop off on you. What do you do that? What do you do about that? That's the question.
It's very hard to control. It's a Fong out of control, and that with that 1-2 punch, he's gonna do more than just KO you off the map. He's gonna set Malachi up to try to get some points of his own. At least try to get the score. The Monumentals deny for the now as well. Good play, well, good at least drafting IQ from Malachi, even though it doesn't really help Mako's kid. It's okay to deny it, especially when you have this much Tempe up in front. And honestly, it could be just the, they need so much, they're winning so much, they may even get tired of winning angle right here. As one barrier follows the bottom barrier, actually falling in that process. And now Tafong looking to try to keep the pressure going. A lot of these plays are just being kept up by Tafong, and that's what's driving Seraphim Crim's offense together.
Yeah, and honestly, if you have a player that can just do that, that can just be like your resident playmaker, that is not as like, oh, just kill the playmaker as you might. It's not as easy a problem to solve as you might think, because like, yeah, you're going to be trying to like kill the playmaker, but they know you're going to be trying to kill the playmaker, and they're going to make plays around that. It's like, it's a wild chess game, and as you can see right now, they are trying to figure out how to get past this defense that Seraphim Crimson has been trying to put up. This, well, defense via offense, really. One flip does go out, flip to counter it, and they take his life as recompense. They like, no, enough of that. So now we have an open goal. We have a power play. Seraphim Crimson trying to push forward, and Crimson Seraphim trying to push forward, trying to seal this one out as the power play ends. A little bit. I feel like they kind of like slacked up just a teensy tiny bit, but still, they are. That never mind. Excuse me. They just wanted another body to the pile.
I don't know how many goals that, I don't know how many kills that is, but the overtime helping out Malachi to secure another bottom side corner there. I'm pretty sure, I mean, when I was watching this, well, when watching the winners finals at least, we had so many corners. Well, we had so many goals come into the bottom corner, even on the night market as well. So surprising to see that Malachi is stuck into his own ways of finding the bottom corner right there. And it's good to know at least they're keeping their eyes out. And it's very good, especially with this lead that they're keeping up strong in this grand finals. Especially with Cover Crystal coming up big with a second. As well as the flip coming in to find that second barrier as Godstronger Soldiers, they breathe life yet again. But can they keep up the pressure here to Fog, trying to revitalize the offense? And so far, he's doing a really good job of it, keeping the core on the side, making sure Umbi can't really get anything done and keep the core away as one barrier, the bottom barrier, being found at least as Comet Crystal looks to try to set Godstronger Soldiers up again, but Yugo's just holding it down like a beast.
Yeah, Yugo has been insane in the net this whole game, and Godstronger Soldiers having a problem. And Kurtz Flinch missed the strike, but they aren't punished for it. They in fact get a goal. Quite crazy bounce comes off the center, and Yugo just not present to get it, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a beautiful angle by them, and kudos for them for finding it. It is very hard to find those angles when you're so far behind, and it's good that Godstronger Soldiers are keeping their at least eyes out to see whether or not they can make plays like that. And even with them all three in the corner box, they are keeping the offense alive as one flip comes out. Another one is burned as Umbi tries to burn his offense. Doesn't even matter. Tafong finds another KO. It might not be good for Crimson as they allow the strike, as they allow the reset to happen, as Malachi is getting low here, but it doesn't matter. The power play online, almost finding another KO here as Malachi is basically revitalized to full HP as Comet Crystal is the one that's actually in a little bit of a trouble, especially if Tafong can find a KO onto her as well.
Yeah, it's something that has to be very, very careful. Like, Kama's trying to stay up in the front, trying to provide some sort of threat presence for Crimson Servant, but yeah, it's looking kind of rough for them, because if it's not one, it's the other. And Godstronger Soldiers has had a rough time keeping all their people healthy and on the field. Like, you've got a now there, but that's just not. But it's not working out for him just as much, just because the damage comes out that's like just faster than now can just deal with.
A little bit of a sketch angle for Crimson as they try to look to get back on their feet, especially with the amount of KOs. They might be hyping that VC after getting those two KOs back to back onto Umbi there. As Malachi burns his flip early, a little bit too prematurely at least, but Umbi takes a lot of the brunt of damage coming on. Yugo also burns his flip as well as it comes back to the other side as they earn one barrier for their troubles. I just realized I hit overtime and we're still on pretty much early game here as Umbi's looking extremely low as well. The damage chipping in back to back. And now, even as a now, it's very hard to stay alive in this economy, especially on Taiko Temple, where anything can happen. It's such a close corner map as they find the second barrier as well. Seraphim Crimson could be on their way to earn another one. It's the Fog with the flip to the bottom corner yet again.
And there we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Like, they have been making mad money off that bottom corner, and I would be surprised if they don't wrap it up with the same kind of play, because we are on match point. Crimson Seraphim, 2 sets, 1 for God's Strongest Soldiers. Let's see if they can pull it out.
Yeah, it could be. It's a very hard road for them, especially with the amount of damage the Fonk is doing for them and the amount of slowness that he's giving them. Malachi and Fonk have such a I think they just have an insane speed gap as well. Like, they're able to get to place extremely quickly, but maybe not on the damage side. Malachi having to take a little step back to try to get away from the play here. You can try to make a saving play, doesn't quite get, but it's okay. One barrier isn't really that much as Tafunk and Malachi look to try to revitalize this top corner offense here, but everyone just in the play there, everything just being thrown into the kitchen sink. Malachi being taken off the map as well. The evade not working out for him as Tafunk and Yugo are left to stew in this 2v3 in the corner as well. Thankfully, they get the clear out, but the core still remains on their side of the field. Maokai does come back online. Umbi even burns their own flip to try to keep the possession away. Stakes are high right here. Crimson are looking to try to take this away, try to steal the game away. Does map 1 is very crucial for the mental at this moment. Winning one right here could mean that Ghost Runner Soldiers might not have the mental to continue on, as Caddy and Kama and Umbi are trying to find an opening here, but it's just impossible. Even though they had a chance to be getting, it's just so far away. As they try to find the kill, they do find the kill, and the gold barriers are both open on both sides now. As Safaka Yuga are trying to keep this one alive. Yuga has to burst up here, has to do so much. As the core comes back around, is so loose, but Malachi comes back online. And Caddy with the flip, they could try to make a play here, but Tafunk also has the chance to. The strike's coming in, everything trying to keep the core away from the other side, but it's only a matter of time before the core slides in.
It's only a matter of time, but both these goalies holding it down. Flip goes out. Tefunk, I think, tried for a repeat of their earlier, like, fancy trick goal, but no dice. Couldn't quite get the angle. But who could is Kama Crystal. Tying it up. Just simple shot. Little bit too fast. Yugo can't blink to it in time. Don't need no fancy tricks. Just need good speed, good timing.
Crucial point up for grabs now. One barrier falling for Gostrong and Soldiers. Kama Crystal putting the pressure onto Malachi. Even the energy department for Gostrong and Soldiers looks a little bit low. Just a tiny bit, even though Caddy has flipped. Everyone else is trying to build up their own, and Malachi has to burn a lot of the energy to try to keep it away. And now he falls off the map as well, but Tafong is there, finds the open barrier, and it could be lights out in just a moment. Once Malachi respawns, this could be a very, very easy moment. The flip comes out for Yugo as well, trying to keep the core away. And Tafong trying to sustain the offense onto the top side, make sure no one's coming through, as Malachi also opens up to the top side as well. Everything trying to come crashing down. It's almost lights out. Ambi falling down. Strongest Soldiers have to try to keep alive here, but it looks like the inevitable as the Mako cage comes out. Doesn't find any value, but everything just being thrown. It's only a matter of strikers before they can at least earn this point for themselves. It's game over.
Oh my god. But good on Crimson Seraphim. They just... What happened was they racked it up and they just pop, 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 pop. Let the shells fly, let the shots fly. And it was just a little bit too much for God Strong Shoulders to handle. Like, look at those KOs. It's absurd.
That guy should not
Tefunk
be
has more
allowed
KOs.
to own a gun.
Tefunk has more KOs than the entire enemy team combined. It's crazy. Like, that said, that was just game one. Good gracious.
Yeah, that's a very banger series to start off with, especially with Tefunk earning 12 KOs. And I want to kind of deviate off of the game a little bit just for the mental part. I mentioned it earlier, but this is a very, very good starting point for Crimson to get through. I remember talking to them a while ago about how they are sometimes just not in the mood and they just can't win because they're a little bit mind blocked. But I think that today is that day where they are able to show their full potential, and it is showing. It is insane. And we will have a little bit of a break here, but we can continue yapping. Something has come up on the other side, so it's okay for now. But I think, well, what do you think about this match? I think what do you think? I think our next map is shoot. Our next map, I think, okay, it's not Tycho, but I think it could be a repeat of one of the other ones we saw earlier. No.
Night Market, I believe.
Yeah, it is the Night Market.
Yeah.
Yeah, like both of these teams are extremely strong. I was watching the winners final match that I saw. It was very, very close and tightly knit. So if Crimson can just pull off another one of these stunts where they have full control and dominance over this game and they are feeling themselves really well, then this could be an easy 2-0. Straight up.
Quite possibly. I am not so certain it will be. I mean, here's the thing. God's Strongest Soldiers, I would actually hesitate to say they got well, they got outplayed. Basically, okay, I'm just skip to the crux of it. The problem was the damage. The problem was Tefont got rolling too early, and at that point it was just an avalanche. But before that happened, I felt like Gosh Strong Soldiers were doing very well. They had incredible defense, and they were doing their best to try and like transition to offense much more effectively. Just what happened is the lizard realized, oh yeah, I need to shoot people. Flick the safety off, and then it was off to the races. If they can maybe like prevent that this upcoming game, then I feel like the calculus will be very different, especially considering like we won't have especially considering like the starting awakenings, whatever they might be.
Yeah, I mean, a big factor in why that game kind of took forever, 198 saves for Caddy at least, was just because of the prime time. I mean, primetime Asher is just like, extremely strong, and I think Caddy just noticed it and said, "Well, if I know that they're going to be trying to shove it through me, why not just enforce myself into the line?" And even though she did pay for it at the end with that kill from Malachi, it showed that you really do just might need to kill the goalie in order for the core to go in. So it was a valiant effort by Caddy at least, and it was just a really good showing from her. If we see more of that, even though we did have that game before, if Caddy keeps showing up like this, the momentum that they pull up from defending that well could be a spark in what we could possibly see as maybe one game, maybe two games, maybe a reset coming in.
It's eminently possible, I feel. So at this point, it's just going to be kind of like a wait and see. Like Night Market is kind of infamous for several reasons that I personally feel are similar to Taiko Temple. So I don't know how much will change on this particular map in regards to like how these teams are going to play it out, but there will definitely be some level of difference. I mean, that sounds so basic, but I don't know. I guess the point is I'm trying to make it is that I feel like Taco Temple and Night Market do have a lot of play similarities, so it's going to be those small differences that may end up swinging the match in the opposite favor.
Yeah, definitely agree there. And I'm kind of interested in what they're going to ban next. I mean, to be fair, a lot of this now is kind of just you ban out what like based on awakenings, but I think in general, what the consensus is in terms of banning, they might want to ban the Drakkar this time around. I think Crimson have first pick here, so they might want to give they might want to give to Fonk the Imi here. Maybe a new pick. I have no clue. But again, from past experience from playing with them myself and knowing sort of their map pool, or not map pool, but their character pool. Not really like spoiling or anything because I think we've seen enough of it. But to Fonk, the Jakar is very prevalent. The IME is now, I think, pretty new. I think 2 seasons worth of IME was played, and then the era that we saw very very clean. So maybe in Night Market they might even just force to play the era here, even if they don't get the Drakkar, because era is going to be insanely strong. Even though era X is not really as strong as it once was, it's still very very good for how Tafonk and Malachi play. At least they have that kind of synergy where Tafonk will always get the core to Malachi, and Malachi he will try to score, but if he doesn't see an angle, he'll just pass it right back up to the Funk. And a lot of those plays were happening on Taiko Temple at least. You saw a lot of the plays where either Tefunk was bringing up the core, hits it to Malachi. Malachi tries to stall a little bit, but doesn't find anything, so he's right back up to Tefunk, or at least tries to. So it's very, very nice to see that they have that synergy coming up right now, and it is very, very crucial for them to keep up that momentum coming into this, because again, they're one map away from crowning themselves Osas 13 champions. I guess from what we used to call them, the just the Osas finale, the gatekeepers, into now
Yeah.
electing to crown themselves, I guess.
No, yeah, absolutely. They used to be the gatekeepers. They used to be the ones that every other team had to kind of prove themselves past because it just feels like they've been super consistent about it. I would not be surprised if I am wrong, but I feel like they were super consistent about it. Just could never get the big one. But now here they are. This is their greatest chance yet, and they look to be trying to grab it with both hands.
And I'm not even like, even if they lose this map pick, I'm not really worried about them just yet. Maybe I'll be worried once they hit the reset mark, because if you look at the map picks, for example, I mean, I think we should all know what their usual band picks are, but Crimson, Psycho Temple, Gauntlet Soldiers, Night Market, and then Demon Days as our last map. From prior experience, I know that they're not really the greatest at it, but I think the other team, I think Caddy's team has especially disliked playing on Demon Days, so it is a very, very nice change of pace to see whether like I wouldn't even be worried. It's a very good map pick for them as we are heading to draft now. Another primetime start for the night market. Primetime 1-2 punch on the board. It's a complete brewing grounds for Jakar, and there we go. Jakar being picked up for Umbi this time as the Asher Kazan rolls around. I even know. Wait, the Kazan. Wait a minute. The Kazan midfield?
Really?
Could
Okie
be.
dokie. I mean, all right. Let's just go through this little by little. Let's just go little by little. First of all, sad to not see Luna, but completely unsurprised. Also, ditto Juliet. But yeah, Jakar gets yoinked. Asher again, not a surprise. Yeah, what is what? Yeah, no, that Kazan is that's got to be midfield.
Wait a minute. This could be. I mean,
Are they
of, of,
they tripping? They wilding? I'm tripping. Oh, wow, no.
of
But no,
all of the
seriously, it does
marbles to
seem,
pull out of the bag, my fault.
yeah,
But all of the
that's gonna
marbles.
be that's gonna be kind of a wild one. Wild pick, but you know, we gonna see it. I'm down for it. I'm down for it. Wrapping it up though, we do have Atlas, who is Atlas. He's everywhere. You don't there's I don't think there's any reason to not pick Atlas ever. And X, who also shines on this particular map. So again, unsurprising.
Yeah, 100%. I am
We're
in
going back to
shock
that
right
Kazan, huh?
now.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say about the Kazan. I don't know what to say about the Kazan. I'm just like, okay, sure. We gonna check it out.
I think out of all of the marbles to pull out of the bag, this might be the coolest marble to pull out of the bag. The Kazan midfield, very, very peculiar. I haven't seen it yet, so I'm really curious to see how this plays out. Actually, I am. If this works out, then I mean, Kazan midfield question mark. Put that in the rule book, guys. Put that in your notes. Put that in your notes. Copy it down.
We about to find out. We are about to find out. But yeah, been saving this one maybe, saving it for the tank. We gonna see. We gonna see.
It is a very, very peculiar pick, but if it's anyone to do it, Seraphim Crimson can do it. They play the Mako. They play every weird con that you can think about, and then they come up, play Osas 13 like normal, and then they pull out this at the end. I mean, if it's a funny good mental refresher, then it's a funny good mental refresher. But again, if the Fong feels comfortable about this, I'm not objecting to him not liking to play it. Straight up. If he does good on this, then I'm gonna be a little bit concerned about how strongest soldiers are gonna deal with this. The big thing is just Kazan isn't exactly a good midfielder. He doesn't really have a lot of the things needed to win a lot of interactions against Drakkar, especially. I mean, the only thing that I can really think about is the strike. And if Tefon can just keep his eyes on it and have it out in the long run. It could be good as the points come up to a start here. Tefong working up the offense yet again, being a big player in what we need for these games. And to be fair, a lot of this kind of just heavily depends on whether or not Tefong can pull out here and do what he needs to do as a midfielder. But he is rotating the core extremely well, so it is very fine so far.
Yeah, so far so good. One barrier goes down, try to make a play on the second one, not quite, but you can see Master Malachi just very low on stagger as the core remains for a moment there around the midfield, and life is getting low on the side of Master Malachi. I got to be very, very careful of their next engagement. Umbi not looking too hot either, but it is very worrisome for Big Buff Lady. There she goes once again.
Yeah, 1 KO found just like the last time as Umbi and Kamakristo look to take up this offensive opportunity here. Rotating the course extremely well, especially if you're playing against an Estelle here. You want to try to get all the abilities out and then collapse on her as fast as you can so she doesn't have any other setbacks here, as Kamakristo, Umbi, and Caddy all have basically Flip ready to go for the most part. Kamakristo walking back a little bit, trying to defend as they find another kill onto Malachi here. The Flip coming out now, and the X Maximus securing it away for Godstrong and Soldiers as they rack up their first point.
Very nice on that point. Just got rid of Malachi and just pushed ahead, and just a very nice general point there for Godstrong and Soldiers. We don't get too comfortable about it though. That was first point. Immediately takes a body for their troubles. Tefong missed the hook, and it was just right there in front of him. I don't know about that.
It's a case so far, a little bit of an unfortunate KO for Caddy, for at least Kamakristo as they try to look for another KO as they come back online here. As the double barrier, oh my goodness! I mean, a little bit of the sad night market angle, even Yugo looking in disgust there, just a little bit, as Kamakristo are trying to rack up the amount of damage he's putting in, as Master Malachi and Tefong looking to try to take this barrier. We'll find the second barrier for their troubles here, as Yugo has to burn the secondary in order to get back into position here. Now Malachi and Tefong looking to try to capitalize here. They have to fight through this position here. Tefong having to evade to get out of the position just in time as Yugo having the core slightly drift their way as overtime comes up onto the board here. Kamakristo trying to get the kill onto Tefong isn't successful though, as the bell ringer finds its mark to the bottom corner. I'm surprised he didn't flip for that.
Me too. I can only presume. I don't know, saving it for this point. I mean, that's all I got. Maybe trying to save it for like a concentrated offensive maneuver, which I don't know if I would, bet my house on. But we're gonna see if Yugo made a good call there as the first barrier falls.
Yeah, kind of tragic for just a little bit tragic in fact, because Malachi is being extremely led again. It's kind of just a back and forth to see who can kill each other first, and Malachi taking a lot of the brunt of the damage here, has to stay alive but will end up being KO'd yet again as Yuga has to burn their flip as well. Godstrong and Soldiers taking an incredible lead right now in terms of damage. I mean, the Tefong Kazan isn't really the big factor. It's kind of more of just they're letting themselves take so much damage, and the fact that this comp is kind of just built to deal damage is kind of disturbing, especially when one flip is being burned and Kamakristo having the other flip, as another flip is 3 flips are burned in basically 5 seconds, and it accumulates in a kill as well. Malachi off the pitch yet again as Tefong and Yugo are back to trying to keep the core and possession alive, but the rotations from Godstrong and Soldiers are completely outplaying them as Umbi and Kamakristo try to look to take this point away from Seraphim Crimson here in this very, very desperate match they need to win.
Yeah, no, this is one that they really, really need. They are ahead 2-0. They cannot fumble this one. Please do not let me catch a curse you. And continue on, Godstrong Soldiers. This is their opportunity as the core goes low. I feel like Kamakristo has been hunter and hunted this whole game so far, and Yugo out of position. Kamakristo quick to take advantage, just kind of slaps it all in, and they do in fact take the set.
Yeah, very, very good set from Godstrong Soldiers to try to keep their dreams alive for the most part. And even the draft here, it looks a little bit suspicious. I mean, what does Atlas take here? I mean, the extra special is the one up for grabs there as they do manage to snag it away from Yugo, who might actually need it for the defense as well. And they're just building damage here. I mean, I don't think this is a very hard game to win, especially with this first draft coming online. The spark taken from Tefong could help to kickstart their offense into a little bit of a spark overload, but to be fair, I don't know what Crimson can do to sort of salvage the point, so at least salvage it unless they just play their evades perfectly here, because there's a lot of damage onto the board.
Oh yeah, there is 100% a lot of damage onto the board, and they are going to be taking full advantage of it as soon as possible. Look at Malachi's health go down, down, down. There it goes. The body drops again. It's wild here. It's wild out here. Body's falling. Body's hitting the floor all of a sudden, very, very fast.
Everything falling apart as Malachi comes back online, and Tefong, there's that big play that we need to try to open the goal here as Zombie does come back online, but the only thing stopping them from scoring is just the amount of speed and pressure they have. Asher, not really the greatest of all time, but it doesn't even matter. Yo, how much speed did he have? That guy went zooming across the pitch and ends up scoring it from the bottom side.
Yeah, no, that was cool how the Funk managed to like get the core to him. And so they are not playing around this series. They want that win.
I mean, that win is necessary to at least solidify themselves out of here. I did say earlier that they shouldn't really be worried about Demon Days, but this is a map that they've won once before. They have all the pressure coming in. If they lose this, it could be a little bit of disadvantage for them, as Malachi, again, is kind of stuck between living and non-living like Schrodinger's cat. And to be fair, it really isn't an option. You kind of just have to play life for the most part. And even though one barrier does fall, Malachi can't even capitalize on it and has to stay back almost all the time. And now Comic Crystal hunting for the kill won't even look for it, because there really isn't a point in going for it as long as you get one person like low almost all the time. It doesn't really matter, as both of the forwards of Seraphim Crimson are extremely low here. One KO could do the trick as Yugo loses his second barrier, and now this coming into play now to fucking just having a brawl. Great comms from them, trying to get the KO on each other, but none of them find it at least. And now overtime kicking in, Malachi having to work his way around as the Funk finds the kill onto Comet Crystal there, and they look to try to take a barrier here. It would be huge if they do, as Kenny has to burn their flip. It's a good start so far, but they just need the strikes to line up properly, and they do actually get it. In fact, as Comet Crystal is online, and the overtime is helping the core stay on the other side, as Caddy just has to try to stay into the corner and try to make sure the core doesn't go anywhere, as a lot of these, oh my god, misinput right there, but a little bit of a misinput. Maybe the back pass wasn't communicated properly, but it's okay. to Tefong with the flip will use it here, gets stuffed up by Caddy, as the point kind of looks a little bit uncertain for both teams right now.
Yeah, at this point it's like, how do you even like respond to this, just because of how wild things have been going on? And look at how that last one ended. Just Master Malachi managed to just walk it in. Dog walk it in. So, okay, so here's my question at this point. Crimson Seraphim, 2 up. However, they are behind in sets. This could be the evener. So here's my question. If you are Crimson Seraphim and you are definitely looking to even things up, what are you hoping for in the upcoming... Wow! What's that? Kurtz just did not? I don't know what happened.
Expected the bounce. I think the bounce could have happened, but it just didn't seem to happen. It was just a completely straight line. And that was beautiful. The angle camera, I mean, I think that threw everyone off. Even I was surprised it didn't bounce that way. And, I mean, I'm hoping for that kind of luck right there. Specifically for sort of that thing to come up. And just great playmaking from Yugo, learning and just knowing that the angle camera, I guess, this just doesn't catch it properly. And there you go. Another set for Seraphim Crimson as they even it up.
Very much needed that. And an interesting pickup for Funk with that spark of leadership, going to be trying to share that spark of agility around, maybe trying to go for like weird mayor build, but does not matter here. Well, it will matter in due time. What I'm also liking very much is actually hot shot from Kurtz and that aerials from Yugo. I think that is going to be interesting. That is going to get these. That's going to get these goalies involved just that much more, and allowing them to just contribute that much more heavily to offensive pushes.
Yeah, I think just the entire thing with Seraphim's comp is that they don't have a lot of playmaking ability for the most part. I mean, they're giving up some stuff because, I mean, maybe they're just not used to it just yet, but I like the draft that they're trying to go for. I think the weak mayor, like the mayor build in general, was fine, but great find by Common Crystal to the top side. Just an insanely good play by them. And what I was getting at earlier was the fact that I think for Crimson, you want to get into the play a lot more. As you see, Yugo took 2 dash to try to get themselves affiliated a lot more, and they're able to take bears extremely quickly if they play bottom side, top side a lot more. And a little bit unfortunate lag there from Yugo to lose them 1 barrier, but look at how quick they bounce back. 2 barriers found, and Tafong up on the cards. Can't find the KO here. Somehow doesn't find the KO. I don't even know how that happened, but it's okay so far. Malachi coming back onto the pitch now. Almost finds the KO onto Comic Crystals. Once the flip comes out, doesn't find its mark quite yet. Katusha Kurtz keeping it away, keeping the demons away just for a little bit longer as Umbi and Comic Crystal are coming up both for flip as well. So it's going to be a very, very dangerous point now. One flip being burnt, the other being burnt as well. Comic Crystal looking extremely low as well. Looks for a kill onto Maka, even burns the flip as well, and now everyone doesn't have a flip except for Caddy here, as Maka is being knocked off the map here. Another power play for Drawstring Soldiers, but it doesn't seem like they can find their footing quite yet though. Tafong just keeping the core away for almost an eternity, and it just doesn't seem like they can get anything done now. Malachi coming back onto the pitch as Umbi and Caddy just have to try to stall the core out and wait for their opportunity to arise, but Malachi and Tafong just completely crashing in at any given moment. It just seems so scary that if you run out of abilities and you don't use them correctly, the bounce as well!
That was wild. The bounce adjusted the timing just by like milliseconds, and that was enough to throw off Kurtz's barrier. That was enough to get them the point. That was enough to even it up. It's incredible how this game is just kind of like, it's a battle of inches, a battle of centimeters. First barrier does get taken. The Funk trying to get in the lead. Kai keeps it up. Second barrier getting taken. Kama Crystal looking low, trying to get on the hunt to Funk with the hook, trying to keep it up. Pass clear comes out. Malachi trying to keep the core up front. There we go. Trying to get that one-on-one with Kurtz. Does manage to deflect it for the time being. Yugo keeping the core up to about midfield. To Funk trying to look out for a good opportunity for him. Tries to go for the flip. I believe that was a bit of a cheeky flip attempt. Just no sale on it. However, Yugo comes up trying to get the party started. No dice on that one, however. And Crimson Seraphim just doing their best to try and find some sort of gap in the defense that is God's Strongest Soldiers. God's Strongest Soldiers, on the other hand, doing their absolute best to hold every single position, trying to do their best to make sure Kurtz does not have to get caught in these one-on-ones, just making sure that nothing gets past them.
Yeah, and the speed from Tafong just makes it so he's unkillable, but there's a kill right there. I was about to say, he has so much presence on this field, and it could be a game changer if he dies there. The kill, but you go for angle yet again. Truly unfortunate, I think. That's the 3rd time that I mean, you've just been outplayed by the night market angle. Like, holy smokes. Yeah,
that was just horrible. Like, went for like a bounce off of it. Did not go the way you wanted it to. Yugo just went for the snipe, tried to like deflect it properly, and just managed to get fortune upon fortune.
Beautiful heads-up play. I mean, even if that synced in, as a point is a point, and now Crimson have the reins open now, and it just seems like they have almost complete control of this game if they end up getting this drive through, but instead it's the one who falls. Malachi falling yet again. They kind of just, it's just great heads-up play from Godstringer Soldiers, keeping the play alive and making sure they don't give anything up quite just yet, and so far they're doing an insane job, but Malachi does come back online though. It is okay for now. Let's go. Whoa, random moment for X there. I have no clue what happened, but it's all good. Karma Crystal having to take a step away from the driver's seat as Malachi, Tafong, and Yugo just have to recuperate here and try to find some value into getting their offense back up as we hit overtime now.
Yeah, and again with this bounce, I'm genuinely not quite sure how that happened. Tafong went for, I believe it was like top spin, open top spin, and it just went the other direction.
Yeah, it's just a weak ability. What can I say? Another KO being found, and yeah, the hitbox for Kazan open primary is kind of just disgusting. I mean, you only get one hit off of the stem, and if Umbi finds the right play there, it just straight up goes in. And now Karma Crystal taking on the reins, winning every single strike war. That's what we want from our brawler right there. Give it up for Karma Crystal. They just brought Seraphim onto their back foot as they're looking to take another set here, 2-1.
Yeah, definitely. And that X ready and raring to go. Like, I'm seeing a couple of big things for the big man.
Big man takes big fish here. Helps a lot with the process, as even the draft of heavy impact seems so monumental for the growth, for the scaling of this God's Strongest Soldiers team, and it leaves Malachi with almost really nothing to pick. It just seems so out of place for Asher to take Climb as creator, but hey, if the path splitter is what we need to get the job done, then so be it. But now Crimson looking to stay alive in this crucial set for their champion, their run at least to being the first grand finalist right now is very close. They're doing everything they can to keep the core on the other side, and so far they're doing a really good job though. Very explosive power coming in onto the offensive side of the field, but it does eventually simmer down a little bit as they build a counter push here. The last strike, which just has to be one in this scenario. One flip coming out, and perfect prediction from Caddy to keep the core away as they're just trying to clear it out for now. Another first coming in, another burst coming in as well, just perfectly timed. Everything just coming on and being great for the side of both teams, and especially for God's Strongest Soldiers that they take a commanding healthily. Malachi having to back off and Karma Crystal fishing for the kill. They will find one barrier for their troubles. Now Stefan is also taken extremely low though, but they doesn't even have to really worry. Karma Crystal doesn't really have any abilities left except for the X-Maxes, but they will not find any real value out of it as we do hit overtime now.
Yeah, overtime, and just the damage is flowing. Yugo does manage to get back in time to save that from what happened. A very quick core going in for first goal of this next set. Possible last one. Another beautiful save from Yugo. Let's not forget, Yugo really does know how to get it done in the net. However, Karma Crystal looking very threatening. That's a big boy that is being very scary, but Yugo not flinching, saying, nope, I got this. So it is absolutely on Crimson Seraphim to try and take back control of this game and prove that they can still work this out, that they can tie this up and keep this moving and keep themselves going forward, and hopefully try and you don't want to go into reset. You don't want to go into reset. You really don't want to go into reset. Flip comes out. That Karas's flip is a little bit too late, and you can see they didn't like that. That just held on to it for a bit. Was like, ugh.
Yeah, and a beautiful checkmate almost coming in. The Astral Projection, not the Astral Projection, but the Celestial Expanse does save it for a little bit, and now the core coming extremely quickly. It's coming even faster than before into fucking Malachi. Setting up on the bottom side. The strike is good. And Crimson clawed their way back in a very crucial overtime to at least earn some momentum into the second point.
Yeah, burn as many resources as absolutely possible there on that one. Both sides' energy is looking kind of low. It's gonna have to kind of build that back up, but well worth it to take the quick early lead for Crimson Seraphim just with that very quick flip and launch. No trying to bait out the opponent. This one just nope, get in there real fast. Right now they are trying to get Umbi out of it though. Master Malachi also not looking too hot, but it is advantage on the side of Crimson Seraphim. One barrier down. They are trying to push ahead. Malachi just constantly looking kind of low, just a very threatening situation for them. And yeah, that might be it for them. You can see Common Crystal hunting them down, trying to polish them off. There they go.
Yeah, KO. Every KO taken from Kama is another chance they have to score, but Tafonk and Yugo playing this defense perfectly, still keeping the core away, and it lets Malachi come back online. This is what we need in terms of pressures. He's finding the second barrier as well. Everything's kind of coming crashing down as Tafonk gets stuffed out of the net, but it's okay for now. They still have one flip to work with on the side of the offense. Yugo can get very proactive here, and it looks like he is trying to get Malachi into the position. Here's Tafonk, leads the charge here. It seems like Tafonk is really playing more brawler than midfielder, and it's okay now. Ambi with the flip does go a little bit awry though. Tafonk looks to try to capitalize here, but Master X Malachi looking to try to find the clear, find everything to try to support it. Now as Common Crystal finds one barrier, both barriers too, as the core comes wide around. The old man instincts coming in clutch here as Common Crystal does end up getting KO'd here very, very late. Save from the Atlas, which means that she isn't ready for everything just coming around here now. Crimson up another point now as they look to try to take the set and force a set 5.
That was a bit surprising. Kurt's not able to just kind of like Kurt's just not able to react in time, and that was almost, you know, like snatching defeat from the jaws of victory for the side of Crimson Seraphim. Lost 2 barriers, quick succession, but they did manage to hold on, managed to make it work. Flip goes out, nothing doing with that one. Core remains around midfield, bit of a scrum there. Core does end up on the top end there, and right now both these teams are just slugging it out, trying to get any kind of solid control there, but neither of them are just like really able to. First barrier goes down. That one's on the side of Crimson Seraphim. Meanwhile, it gets shunted back down to the lower end. Crimson Seraphim is still on Crimson Seraphim's side. Piercing shot goes awry. Second barrier down. Tafonk with full energy may want to use that to try and get some momentum started. Flip tries to counter flip, doesn't quite get it, but they do still manage to wait. Oh, what? Oh no, that was lag. That was lag. I feel like that was weirdness. You saw that weird pop.
Yeah, truly on for Yugo there, getting kind of just screwed over by lag, but it's okay. 1 point isn't really a lot to say for the most part. They're already still up another point as another KO is found. Maybe the mental is a little bit reset there for the most part, but it isn't for Gostring and Sludges as they look to try to capitalize yet again, to try to make sure that this game doesn't slip away from their hands. But everything, the core just doesn't want to go into the right spot here. Default looking extremely low as Malachi comes back onto the pitch, and now everyone looking to try to get a piece of that core, especially Common Crystal with the flip online. Every single clear just has to come away from the X, and the X has to burn the flip here. Doesn't exactly get it as Yugo even burns the roll flip to try to anticipate everything going on, but both flips don't find really any value, but it's a-okay for the most part. Yugo trying to dash and try to get more pressure coming in as Malachi is looking extremely low though, and Common Crystal are trying to set up perfectly. It just seems like both teams are just completely slugging out. Another KO is found for Common Crystal here, just a game changer in general, as Albi loads at the Molten Bowl as well, keeping everyone extremely low, keeping Tafonk out of the play, and even letting Common Crystal get out of it for just a quick second though. Has to back off, and one barrier will be found on the other side.
For a while, that core was looking like it had a mind of its own. Didn't go anywhere that anybody wanted it to, and it was just kind of like doing its own thing. But right now, Tafonk trying to get things under control. Not quite able to though. That overtime speed, a little bit too fast for Yugo.
Yeah, the Umbi just making heads-up plays left and right, making sure that Crimson don't really have a hole to dig. When they're in the hole, they can't really dig out of it, and that's kind of their game plan right now. The amount of damage being put on to Crimson is very staggering. Dare I say, it's even worse for Malachi here and Tafonk, at least, when they're trying to keep alive and make sure that they can, because they haven't really had any power plays this match. It doesn't really seem so good as the counter flip goes wild as Malachi finds the pass, and now they can force a set 5 extremely easily to just get into the Asher. And now it is all up to Malachi and Tafonk to try to keep this alive, if they have so much to work for, and all he needs is just a simple strike to win. But Caddy's holding it down like a beast. Everything's going wide, even the X bull rush doesn't, well, not the bullish, but the primary just doesn't want to go in until Hugo finally successfully puts it right into the net to force a 7-5, and baby, we are going the distance.
That was insane, and you saw Kurtz was playing out of their mind right there. Kurtz defended that insanely well. It took the full squad to get past that one. So they are definitely they've definitely got to keep that in mind. Kurtz is playing insane right now, and I'm gonna be real. I do think that missile propulsion is going to help a lot because we can see right now that Hugo is definitely wanting to play like up, wants to contribute more to these offensive pushes, may need to contribute more to these offensive pushes, to be frank. So by all means, take that. And fun little that fun little take on the ad rush for Malachi as well too. Didn't quite help there though, as very quick KO means that God Strongest Soldiers get quick 2 barriers, quick goal. Yes.
Yeah, great outstanding play to keep the core on the other side, making sure nothing can really come out of it. And Common Crystal, great awareness of finding another KO onto the Fonk even. And to be fair, if they can just keep finding kills like that, it is very, very simple to keep this game alive. And even Caddy with the extra special just means that they'll be saved every single time they ever come into an incident. And there we go, barriers falling left and right. It seems like God Strongest Soldiers have got the memo of the game and try to keep pressure almost all the time and make sure they can't get outstuffed. And so far, they're layering every single strike perfectly, and it's allowing Crimson to be a little bit scared now. And even to Fonk almost getting KO'd there is saved by Hugo, with the primary knocking the X back and 1 barrier being found. But again, he's insanely low and the flip doesn't come out in time. And now Crimson on the back foot from what it seemed to be a very hard-earned set, could possibly be losing it in an instant.
Yeah, that was like 2 points went by very fast, and it seems like God Strongest Soldiers just woke up and was like, wait a minute, we're actually really friggin' good at this. We need to do that. So now it is 2 up on the side of God Strongest Soldiers. Crimson Seraphim are the ones who might be a little sheep right now, but they got a chance to wake up as well. It is 1 even across the board. Master Malachi off the pitch. There they go. Tafunk may be following. Hugo has a flip, has to use that. Oh! Just a hair off. Can't get that straight shot to the barrier. Tafunk looking very low. It is goal open for Crimson Seraphim. It might be a little bit wraps.
Now everything's down and out just quite yet, but it does seem like overwhelming odds for Seraphim Crimson right now, as they have to look for another barrier and also get rid of 2 flips to try to keep this point alive. But the X Maximus seals it. We're going to a game 3, baby. Reset almost on the horizon as God Strongest Soldiers take their first step towards finding that reset.
Yes, yeah, that was for how bloody and how desperate that like set 4 was. That set 4 was. Like set 5 just flew by in comparison, and not quite the same. Not quite the same story for this one though. Still a lot of KOs. Good God! Look at Kama Crystal just punching. But yeah, we are going to game 3. Oh, I hope none of y'all watching ain't got nothing to do tomorrow, cause we gonna be here a while.
The distance is very far to cover, and I just want to point out again to Fonk, most redirects in the lobby. I mean, last time I think he racked up more than 300 as far as I'm aware. So he's kind of just carrying this offense together and making sure the glue is always set. And maybe they don't have to take this game seriously. I mean, to be fair, they did play. We did play Kazan midfield, and hey, they took it to a set 5. So even when they're trolling, which we think they are, maybe they have a really nice game plan set up. But as far as we know, or as far as you guys know, this could have been just a a game where they kind of just like, yeah, we need a mental reset right now. We can probably just throw away a game because this really isn't. I mean, we could still probably win this, but it's fine. But in general, if we take a look at how Tafunk has been playing, he's been playing out of his mind, straight up. Like he has become the Terminator, and he's trying to drag them across the finish line, and they're doing an insanely good job at doing their best to do it. And I think the only thing that was just stopping them was just the pick, just the Kazan pick was throwing them a little bit off, but they made it work, which is very scary to see if they can make this Demon Days pick work as well.
We're gonna have to see. We're gonna have to hope. And yeah, this one's been a back and forth. Demon Days. And yeah, I'm gonna keep it a buck with y'all out there. I'm gonna keep it real with y'all out there. I want to go to bed. Y'all.
You want to go to bed? Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it is a very long series. I mean, I signed up for this because I wanted to see it to the end.
Yeah,
And
I'm half messing. Like, yeah, no, I wouldn't have signed up for this if I didn't love it. And we can see how let's take a look see honestly at what we got going on for picks bands. What we got here. We are starting off with Spark of Strength, Unstoppable. That's gonna be. I feel like those two are actually very, very interesting. Those kind of change the algebra, the early algebra. Those can change the early algebra of a match surprisingly well.
yeah, sort of boring DD picks. I mean, to be honest with you, Spark of Strength and Unstoppable on the cards here. It's gonna be a very, very interesting game. I want to see how they can deal with the Unstoppable pick. I mean, to be fair, all three of them can probably just go KO, 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 and it looks like that's what they're going to be doing. The Mako and Drakkar pick coming out for Crimson is going to be another moment of just straight up terror here. Caddy, I think the one on the Rasmus pick here, I could be wrong, to be fair. And honestly, Drakkar on Crimson could be what decides it, especially when Drakkar is as good as a pick as they are on this map. And the Estelle coming out as well is kind of a little bit scary for the side of Crimson. And yeah, I'm right. Caddy going with the Rasmus goalie and X and Estelle coming in. And oh my god, look, for it's a favorite character. Holy smokes.
Yep, I had to resist from yelling, but yeah, no, Luna. So in all seriousness, I do look at Crimson Seraphim, and yeah, they're just like that team tells me enough screwing around. We're just going to try and stomp a mud hole in you.
Yeah, and I think Hugo pulling out the Luna in this later than 9 means that they're going serious mode, and they're looking to put us up to this immediately. I mean, I think we've had enough fooling around for a little bit. I think the Kazan pick was enough to get our mental back up, and here we go, coming into this final game before reset here. Will Seraphim Crimson make the final run? Will they take that final step to ascend, or will they be stopped by the one and only God's Strongest Soldiers? I mean, to be fair, it has been the battle of the Drakkars and more particularly the midfields in that matter. Like the amount of work that both Tafunk and Umbi have been putting in to try to keep themselves afloat, well, keep their teams afloat has been crucial. I mean, the only thing that Umbi needs to really do is get the core to Kama, because Kama can score just as easily as anyone else can. But Tafunk is just carrying. It's like that one meme where it's like, who's gonna carry the logs? Who's gonna carry the boats to the ocean? It's this guy. This guy's gonna do it. And honestly, I'm all for it. If Tafunk can pull off this game and end up winning it for Crimson, then I would be impressed. Not to say I'm already impressed that they've made it to grand finals. I'm just impressed in general that the guy that I once played with has finally made it. They've finally done it.
Yeah, Crimson Seraphims really want to make it to the mountaintop. God's Strongest Soldiers still not. Let's not get it twisted. God's Strongest Soldiers by no means are like out of it just because like, oh, they don't have the Drakkar pick. like, look, Estelle and X is just solid team in general. Like, and Rasmus can always cause havoc. So it's far from over. I do feel like Demon Days. I cannot. It's too late.
Thanks.
Anyway, Days. Thank you. I do feel like Demon Days is going to cause some fits, but I I'm just looking forward to I am definitely looking forward to seeing how they do navigate this with these particular characters. And again, I'm curious to see who takes Unstop, if anyone.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day for Demon Days. That wasn't supposed to rhyme. I kind of saw it wasn't supposed to rhyme. So it's a good day to see this kind of matchup coming in place, and especially what I'm looking forward to see how Caddy plays this map. I know for a damn fact that one of her least favorite maps is this map. So it's going to be a very, very big overcoming moment if she can somehow find a way to set her hatred aside and eventually pull off the win here, as they desperately need it to keep themselves alive. Again, Crimson need one more game to secure their spot as
Yeah.
the number one, and all that's stopping them is this Axis Stella and Rasmus comp, which on paper technically is better. But
Yeah.
again, these are the comfort picks
Yeah.
that they have chosen. Yeah, so it's going to be a
Yeah,
very, very difficult match.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna pretend like, yeah, on paper, absolutely, God Strongest Soldier seems to have like the better team, but it's all about who's behind the controls. It's all about it's kind of, I'm not gonna say it's all about vibes, but a lot of it's about vibes. So we're going to see how this how this one ends up as we get into the kickoff here. You can already see Master Malachi super low, and yeah, they are definitely playing aggressive off of jump. You can see they already have that goal up, already trying to take shots on goal. You go playing very close, and Master Malachi just with Strike War. Kurtz doesn't get to it in time. Very quick one for Crimson Seraphim.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they're playing around either. Everyone on Crimson have taken the spark, and that spark's gonna do that spark's gonna pay dividends, especially if Malachi he even has siphoning wand, but doesn't matter. Someone's off the map, and that's their goalie. In fact, as Malachi is forced to pick in the box, as Caramel Crystal finds the top side, and boom, that's what they need. I think in general, they have a chance to win this, like straight up.
No.
Okay, of course everyone has a chance to win this, but if they can keep finding the kills like they have been for the past 2 games now, it is very winnable.
Yeah, no, absolutely. This whole, like, here's the thing. This game is basically going to be like a massive slugfest, and it's going to be like, do not let neither team wants the other to get any kind of like full head of steam, and both teams have the resources to make sure that does not happen. So I would be surprised. It's going to be something to see like overtime happen in these, because in general you don't want to. You can see like you can see what Yugo's trying to do right there. Yugo's trying to play like turret, and that what just happened though to Crimson Seraphim is kind of like the lose condition. They swing hard at you initially, and if they don't win, like in the first couple of interactions, they are susceptible. What's really helping is this unstoppable, I feel, as well.
Yeah, the Unstoppable just allows them to sort of not really have to worry about getting completely destroyed right off the bat, and it's definitely helping them, especially with the amount of pressure they're putting in already. Crimson getting Karma Crystal low, and especially in their box, there's no place that you want to be. Tefong with the flip coming out to the top side as Caddy loses their own barrier in an unfortunate series of events there, as this is just a back and forth at this point, and Tefong having to have all the pressure up for grabs means that they have a flip on board. If Malcolm can just get the core to him, it could be game over, and there we go, a top side finish right there for Tefong to set up another 0.5, and this has just been an insanely hard game for Crimson to get through. I mean, the comp in general, and Karma Crystal just being able to do so much damage right off the bat, because this is a very, very close range map if you really think about it. There's only really one spot everyone's going to be congregated towards, and that's going to be either one of the sides there. And if Common Crystal could just get into that position and start doing massive amounts of AoE, it is very much a very hard game to play against. And even Malachi facing the effects here extremely low right off the get-go after just one interaction, and it's kind of just proving dividends as how in general this comp is just playing extremely well. And just look at everyone, they're so low.
Yeah, like this is a slugfest of a match. This one absolutely gonna stay a slugfest of a match, and I don't think we've had a single overtime yet already. Although this one may go into overtime. Keyword being may. It is a very close situation. There it goes. There goes that second gold barrier opportunity for Crimson Seraphim, and this is their chance. 3, 2, 1, and it is overtime. Get ready to see probably a couple red cores. Get ready to see some kills.
Yeah, the kill is coming in, trying to keep Kama out of the play right now, but everyone's still setting up completely fine as Hugo finds another lag spike in his internet connection, and there we go. God, Strongest Soldiers finding another point to set up, and I mean, after unfortunate circumstances, it just happens. FF.
You gotta, unfortunately, yeah, you gotta take those. But it don't feel good. It don't feel great, but we gonna take them anyway. And yeah, with the way these teams have been working, scaling is scaling. And yeah, I still had to take that Deadeye. I still had to jack that Deadeye from Luna. There was no way that was coming through. On the other hand, yeah.
Yeah, with the pick from Rasmus taking up peak performance as well, it just allows Caddy to not really have to worry about damage quite yet, especially with not even a spark coming up on the draft. And in general, Crimson, their comp just has to be executed perfectly here in Defonk. Not really the mediary solution there as they lose Defonk out to the X Maximus, and so much damage is being brought onto Seraphim Crimson. They're just kind of worrying about the damage, in fact, and it really isn't helping that Malachi's also in the goal box, and their KO is found for Kama Crystal as Defonk just barely respawns in time to keep the goal alive, as everything just coming in, and Caddy sealing the deal with the Rasmus secondary, putting it right in, and Godstrongest Soldiers look like they're back in peak condition at least.
Yeah, they are looking very, very good. Just not letting Seraphim to just even really get started, which we said was kind of like the whole goal of this match. Just end things very quickly. Don't let any side like really get rolling. Don't give them any opportunities. And so far, that's been happening here.
The back and forth from both teams, not letting a single one get another inch off the play, but Kama Crystal, the amount of damage they're just putting onto everyone lets them have a 6 KO streak on the board, could be even 7 coming up, and they're not even going for the KO. They already know that they've basically won this point if they just keep the pressure on, and giving up another point is inevitable. Here's the bounce, just bounces right up to Kama and finds the top corner anyways. They're on a roll already, and they could be taking this game extremely quickly as well and force a reset. But that's what we want to see. I want to see a reset right here.
Yeah, let me get some caffeine in me before we do that second set. But it is looking like we're gonna have a reset. I'm gonna keep it real with you, just how things have been going. However, bounces like that, maybe not so much. Manages to get open goal for the side of Godstrongest Soldiers, and relatively simple shot in to prevent the clear from Defonk does get him a point on the board.
Yeah, and Defonk keeping that flip up as well just makes it so that they have another win con for this next point here if they can find it very quickly. But Master X Malachi yet again being on the chopping block so many times, just the amount of damage being put onto him is almost inevitable. He has to evade here, and just the amount of damage they're putting onto him just makes him just unable to play the video game. I think we just need to take a little step back and try to evaluate what you want to evade, what you not want to evade, and get yourself into the position of trying to save your evade for those big moments, because Defonk can't be carrying you all the time, and even when they're extremely low here, Umbi getting almost knocked off the map perfectly in sync there. Basically just has to find one more shotgun blast to put it into the goal, but so far Malachi and Umbi taking most of the brunt of the damage, and Malachi just being knocked around just makes him unable to play for the most part. Karma Crystal having the X Maxos on board, finds a second barrier as well, and Zerg are in so much trouble as well. Tefong about to get KO'd as well. They do find a little safe haven from the back corner, and Tefong trying to try to keep this point alive and not give it up again, but it is a very hard task to do, especially if he's playing 1v3 like that. But so far, he is keeping his cool down, and he's letting all those cores come right to him in the right spot, and therefore is letting him be able to get into the position. And right now, even when it hits overtime, it is no match for Karma Crystal. Once you get them the core, they'll be able to score right there, and they take another set for God's Strongest Soldiers.
Yeah, that one was... Even though overtime happened, I feel like that one was fairly quick. So definitely going to need to see what they're even going to try and do here. If there is anything that they can do, because this damage seems overwhelming.
Yeah, and even with the picks coming up, X not taking Stinger though. A little bit awkward considering they do need more damage. Might just want Spark Leadership just to deny it away. But I think that with enough damage on the board already, they could have just taken Stinger to avoid having to deal with any setback in terms of damage, at least. Because to be fair, I mean, Seraphim and Crimson have been doing no damage. They have not been really doing anything, in fact. And maybe that first kill is just something new, but Malachi is traded back 2 for 2. Well, 1 for 1 at least, and a 2v2 now as both barriers are lost as well, which is very, very surprising to see as, oh my god, I mean, Ariel is doing all the work for Tefong there, securing another goal and opening up the barrier situation as everyone comes back online with the respawn. And Karma Crystal looking extremely low as well. That's kind of the point of taking the Stinger there to try to make sure that Elf Energy doesn't get regen quick enough, and Tefong looking to be in the backseat just for a little bit in terms of health and wear, as Karma Crystal just has to send it right in once to try to get it through as Umbi finds the KO. And another power play set for Crimson as the backwards angle from Yugo might have been a misinput there just a little bit, but Karma Crystal finds the timing to just let it slide right through it and end up being an own goal for Yugo.
Yeah, that was not how you wanted to start, because for a while there, Crimson Seraphim was looking like, oh hey, we got a little bit of a rhythm going back again here. So that was unfortunate. And yeah, Malachi, they have just decided, okay, yeah, no, Malachi, you don't get to play the game anymore. You don't get to play the game. It's done, like, no. Put the controller down.
Old man must put his controller down for one more second, and it is seeming like a GSS victory right here as we head into match point with 1 flip, but maybe even 2 basically for Kama and Caddy on the board now. It is coming like it is becoming very, very evident that this team isn't here to play, and the setback from not really taking, maybe not even taking the other map seriously could lead to their downfall here. The mental has to be reset for this moment to be able to try to, I mean, I'm already talking about the next game already. They could still be winning this so far, but with both barriers being gone, it does seem like a lost cause already. With Caddy already pushed up, looking to try to keep this point, looking to try to seal the game away. As the flip is burnt now, it is deflected though. I could be biting my words back right now, but Umbi still has flip now. Will actually try to use it to try to get the core to Kama, but they're not really in a position to do so. The core still lingering down the other side as Malachi and Tefong are looking to set up here. I'll be taking a lot of damage here, but it is Karma Crystal with the setup here, and the mix-up for Yugo sends it right through. God's Strongest Soldiers forced the reset, and boom, we're back to square number 0, and 2 games will take it all here.
Yep. We gonna be here for a little bit longer. But excellent work for God's Strongest Soldiers to just kind of look at the situation, look at all of our crap talk, and just go, so, it's no big. So, and they just took that one just with almost no concern. So,
yeah,
we got
pressure.
2 more.
The pressure setting in for Crimson just a little bit. I mean, in general, I think that Crimson could have played a little bit better. I mean, if they won that first set, it could have been something at least if the draft did go the way that it did. And it ended up with Godfinger Soldiers taking that first set and completely exploding now. And to be fair, it looks like the pocket pick for Crimson just isn't, well, it's not really working out for them now. So it is a very, very interesting, it's a very, very interesting choice, at least for Crimson there. Will they get the mental reset in time to play another best of 3 against Godfinger Soldiers here? And it looks like right now they're on a roll, 2-0 right now, and they've looked like they've brought it back from the clenching depths of hell. So let's see whether or not they can bring it back. And if it's a reverse sweep you want to see, it's a reverse sweep we're probably going to get if they keep up this stuff.
So, yeah, we are just waiting for them to continue on again. We're just gonna go straight into it. True grand finals. And at this point, I feel like just there's been so much said about these two teams, and Crimson's got to be feeling it just because they've got some legacy to live up to, and we know they want it. We know they want it bad. Question is, will they be able to, or will like God's Strongest Soldiers just prevent that dream from ever happening?
Yeah, a little bit of the timing of I think ending up with the Kazan on the night market. I think it might have been a little bit of a doomer to put himself on it, maybe because he just didn't feel like he had a pick here. But to be fair, I don't think that. I mean, if he is feeling down about it, then he kind of just has to let it go. And this is another game. Well, this is another game. This is just a mind game in general. We have to keep up. You have to keep up the pressure, and we can't just let ourselves bring ourselves down just a little bit just because we were off a pick and we just didn't play good. I mean, to be fair, I think that Zafong was literally carrying everyone on his back and just winning everything, and that's what allowed them to get to point 5 at least set 5. And even though they did lose a 3-0 that last set, it didn't really matter because again, you played amazing. Like if you look at like how much you carried that offense and let Malachi set himself up, and you basically did that on a character that's not usually a midfield, then you don't really need to be worried. Straight up, it's fine if you don't really get to that point yet because of course you're playing Kazan on Night Market, but you shouldn't be really too worried about that. And I think with this reset happening now, we can see a new perspective taking place, and maybe we might not see. I mean, I was going to lean into this earlier, but we might not see Night Market Taikotan for like the 30th time in a row. So let's hope that doesn't happen. I want to see better picks, man. Smile.
I mean, I agree, but I agree. I'm not even gonna say anything negative. I'm just gonna like, yep. I'm looking forward to some fun picks. I want to see something just a little bit new.
Yeah, I mean, the new thing that came up was definitely the shocker of having the Kazan pick there, and I think they just need to get a little bit more creative. It isn't simple, but I think with the mindset they're at now, I think it's doable. Very, very doable.
Yeah,
So definitely so. And of course, Gostringer Soldiers, you guys are up 2. You guys are coming into this. You have another chance. Even though you guys didn't really lose the winners finals, you guys kind of came back to it. So it's all winners finals all over. It's winners finals again. Let's see whether or not we end up coming back to this. And Crimson with the first pick here, I think we are going to be. Well, I think their first pick on the map, so they have a lot of choice to get to see what we can possibly play here. So I'll be happy to see that coming in. I just hope that we get a little bit more creative, because I think creativity in this moment and deviating from the norm will get them this win. Whoever does it first, and if they can't, and if the other team can't adapt to it, then it is wraps. Very much so.
yep. Oof. But pardon?
On the bright
All right.
side, I think in general, it's a
Yeah.
little bit late.
So
So you got it, P Flare.
Yeah, no, I mean, we're going to take a bit of a breather here as the teams get set up again for these next picks. So, not to worry though. We will be back very, very soon.
we're back. And honestly, it has been a banger of a series so far. God Strongest Soldiers, Crimson back at it again. I mean, at this point, what did you expect? I think that blow for blow, both of these teams playing their absolute hardest well into the night at least, and look where we are. Grand finals reset, and I'm hoping that we have just as much fun as we did before in those past 3 games, and we get to see amazing more gameplay, and we can see who ends up coming in here winning it all. What do you think, P Flare?
I'm thinking that it's crazy that they've been able to hold up like throughout all this. I think that even considering the last game, that even just managing, like hold out this what that like their mental has got to be strained and the mental has got to be frayed at the edges, but they're still trucking along. They're still trying to pull this out and they're still trying to make things happen. And they are still going for the gold, and that is very very respectable as we get ourselves a look at these very familiar map picks.
I think I'm getting deja vu from this, man.
But yeah,
There's one different, yeah, yeah,
there's
yeah.
one
There's, there's,
difference.
there's, there's just a tiny difference there. That's tiny difference is being the Gates
There's one
Obscure over
difference.
the Demon Days.
So that's nice. That's good. That's very pleasant. But we will be starting this out once again on Taiko Temple.
Echoing my temple. I love this map, and straight up, Obscure as the decider as well. I'm very excited for that because again, the amount of portal shenanigans we can call out would be kind of crazy. And to be
Mhm.
fair, we had our fair share of very, very crazy occurrences coming on today. So I think that would be a little bit of a good palate cleanser. But that's if we get to game 3. Game 1 right now for Crimson on the Psycho Temple here. Gosh, Hunger Soldiers, I think, with the first pick. So we'll be looking forward to that very, very shortly.
Yep. We are already getting the picks and bans in first. First of all, the Awakenings, opening Awakenings.
Ooh.
Yowza. Specialized training and missile propulsion. So no surprise when it gets banned out this time. That Juliet is just not appearing in this film today, right now. I mean, not she's not showing up. But on the other hand, we do get once again Drakkar seems to be tonight's star. X coming out on Crimson side as well as Aimee.
Yeah, to be fair, Kama Crystal is very, very good on the Juliet. They've put a lot of time into it, so therefore it is very appropriate to ban it. And of course, you would want to ban Luna here because again, specialized trading start and most probably something you don't want to play into. And again, Crimson here actually change you up just a little bit. They're introducing the Aimee back into play. All Aimee lovers coming now as we are looking to take this into a bigger projectile range. At least I want to see what the last pick is for Crimson here. It seems like X Malachi to Fonk Aimee, and maybe and there we go, the Finny on Yugo. So this gets probably a banger once you realize what they're playing. And of course, on the other side, we have Ombi on the Drakkar, Caddy on the Asher, and I think Kama on the Rasmus, but I don't think it's the other way around. Caddy's definitely going to be playing this Asher here, especially since it's her number 1 pick. So a lot of the
Yeah,
same old, but also a lot of the new. You feel me?
yeah. There's gonna be some new here. I'm very interested in seeing how how Aimee Finney works out. Like pseudo bite breakers, and I think it's a little bit of a refresh. It's a little bit refreshing. So yeah, definitely looking forward to seeing how they make this work, or if God Strongest Soldiers can just kind of like look at the lineup change and just go forget about it. Run the game plan. We know what we're doing. You know?
Hmm. Very much so. And even with the starts, to be precise, I mean, to be fair, the starts are very, very interesting, I think. I think for the most part, we're going to be seeing Jakar on the missile prop,
Yeah.
X taking specialized, Ivy I think taking missile prop, Asher and Rasmus both going specialized, and then Finny on the missile prop. I mean, I was about to say for a second, yo, if I think I could take missile prop, but that's a thing of the
Mm.
past, man. The ghost of Ivy Kirikin past has come up, and Yuri behavior strikes once again, but it's okay. It's all good.
Yeah, it's fine. So we're gonna get in here. We're gonna see if those predictions end up being right. I personally wouldn't be surprised if they are. Those all seem like very sensible picks. But it is going to be, I feel like, a very interesting start to this. Both of these teams are very much, I feel like, about ramping up, scaling, and just overwhelming your opponent. So it's gonna be interesting to see who manages that first.
Yeah, I think with the comp that Crimson are being thrown into right now, I think it is very favorable of them to get a very early start. Just because, well, not really of an early start just yet, but I think that with enough core control, they will get to level 2 first, and then they'll have a lot of they'll have the ults up, and the ults up are massive because you want to get that first damage and you want to keep them on their toes for the most part. And I think Malachi will aim to do that very, very quickly as the core spawns on the bottom side as well. Damage immediately being brought out as Common Crystal that brought the 50% HP, and again, all the same old in terms of Strike Wars and just the game plan in general. I think in general, the fact that you want to keep it in the corner and make sure that you win the Strike Wars in the corner and make sure that all of these abilities are being framed so you don't really get anywhere is very crucial. At Defong taking the first barrier with the glitch pop and everything coming into tenfold at least for Crimson here as they look to try to even out the playing field and take this reset a little bit more seriously than maybe what they thought before. And in general, overtime coming up to Funk with the basically with Flip coming online, the IME extremely powerful in this scenario.
Yeah, very powerful, but you can see that Hunk already has Flip built up, uses it, try and clear things out. Very nice on their part as this one is about to hit overtime. Barriers evened up on both sides. And there overtime goes, and there goes the red cores. Core does slip past. They do manage to open up the gate on the side of God's Strongest Soldiers, and it is now on the side of Crimson Seraphim. Yet again, trying getting things, trying to get a score, get an early lead, but goal does open on their side as well. So open goal on both sides. Both teams have to be very careful, see who can get this lead, see who can get this, like early first point, early lead, and hopefully try and set the tones, try and set the momentum.
Yeah, a lot of abilities just being completely blocked. Everyone just playing very patiently and making sure nothing gets out of their range as the first goal almost goes in. Common Crystal has controlled the core. Now the flip coming to the outside. The angle just a little bit off in a tiny bit as Malachi builds up his own flip. Will flip to the top side as one KO is found and Defong trying to capitalize. But you're trying to get Kenny to use the flip here. Everyone playing so unaggressive there. You have to try to step up a little bit, try to get the corners going and the core moving as fast as possible as Common Crystal and Caddy hold on for just another moment. But a simple strike war from Malachi catches Caddy off guard, and there we go. Crimson back in the mood of getting ready to KO, and boy, are they ready to score.
Yeah, that was first point, and it was already getting a little bit wild there. You can see Hugo trying to do long range support with those cards, thanks to having that missile prop ready and raring to go. That's a lot of damage that's coming out on their side, and that is causing God's Strongest Soldiers to have to constantly think about their approaches, and as well as their clear angles and whatnot. Similar is happening on the opposite end, but just the range is the thing.
Ooh, slightly mistimed for Caddy. Lets that goal fall down as Defong and Malachi looking to set up on the top side here. Everyone crashing in as everything comes to seem into play here. The pass loader being spent to try to keep the core away, but the core is still on the other side. Though Malachi taking a lot of damage here. Maybe a little bit too much here. He's KO'd off the map here. Very, very crucial KO for Common Crystal, Umbi, and Caddy as they look to try to force the flip out. Both flips being used on the defense. And to be fair, it is a very, very heavily contested point right now as we hit overtime on the cards right now as Karma Crystal has to try to stay away from every ability. He has to grab the orb and back away just a little bit as Caddy still has their flip on for grab. So the point not really being over just yet.
No, not yet. You see that flip had to come out of Kaji just to try and save what was a bit of an iffy like back clear. That does eventually, as you can see, lead to that second barrier being taken. Tefunk manages to line that up. Barrier comes out. Big finish comes out, trying to set up something for Malachi. Nothing doing, however. Gold barrier does get taken. Kama Crystal on the attack for there. Trying to clear that one out, but no dice. Kama Crystal snatches the core back, tries to make a play on the gold, but it does get defended. Yugo still very, very good in the box. And that was wild. Bell Ringer feeds it up into the glitch pop and splits the difference. Gets that second point. Very, very nice. Very, very crazy angle there to get that second point. Lock that one in.
Yeah, and Tefunk just being a very big game changer in these big games that we do definitely need him for the most part. He's been holding down the offense and defense like glue, and whenever he's on his A game, Crimson become unstoppable, especially on the offensive side here. He tries to go for the KO here. Kama Crystal extremely low, and Malachi first to burn his own flip here to try to look for the KO onto Malachi, but Malachi keeping everyone at bay for the most part. Does find the KO though, but the core is still on the other side though, and Tefunk and Yugo back at it, drawing from what seems to be an inevitable void of lack of players, as Malachi does end up coming back online with Kama with the flip, does use it early, and Yugo also using it as well for the defense as well, keeping Karma Crystal away from the play, and also could be KO'd at any moment.
Could be. Karma Crystal very, very in a very dicey situation. There they go. Overtime hits. Core is going wild, and it is God's Strongest Soldiers with a bit of an issue on their hands as the power play goes in favor of Crimson. They do not manage to get anything out of it, though. Karma Crystal does revive, and they are right back on the attack.
A corner offense moment for both teams, at least. Really can't get anything done as Umbi with the follow-up earns them the second barrier, and it's very well needed. Crimson are up 2 points, and Tempe is very, very hard to control, especially it's Tefunk leading the charge and everything, but Malachi needs to just get a little bit more aggressive, or else that happens, the core just comes around, flying around back to where you don't want it to be, and Tefunk falls down, and Karma Crystal cleans it up with the Death Touch, sent to the top side. Karma Crystal trying to give God's Strongest Soldiers their last breath at least to try to get them floating.
Yep, it is still set point for the side of Crimson, and God's Strongest Soldiers not really willing to concede this one just yet, as that core gets stuck down in the bottom corner. Malachi does have a full stick of butter, but Malachi has also been getting beatboxed around, so it's a question of if they'll even get to use it. Karma Crystal not looking very healthy either, looking on the border there, and it may be just a matter of time before like somebody start flying.
One body flying right there. Karma Crystal knocked out of the equation as the Tefunk picks up another KO, and the core being saw just a little bit. The chlorophyll being used to send to the bottom corner as well, and all Kai needs to do is just play patiently and get the core away. Struck being walled on the invisible Chakar. Here is the Death Touch, does save it and keeps both barriers alive, but one does fall, ends up falling just a little bit shy. And again, Caddy and Umbi trying to just keep the pressure on. A flip being used, everything being layered across. Great layering from Malachi and Tefunk to keep the core and get that second barrier as well, opening up the position a lot more than what you usually expect out of this team. So Umbi, Tefunk trying to just work their way, work the magic, and get the brawl of the core. And so far, Tefunk is just doing in my opinion, he's just doing a better job getting the core into that space where you definitely need it. And he's doing his best right now, and Malachi just has to chase the core. I mean, to be fair, it is Taiko Temple. Chasing the core is inevitably going to happen.
Yeah, it's constantly trying to like catch those down feeds, and Malachi is having really no choice but just kind of try and hoof it. But with the speed this core is going, it's kind of unlikely Malachi is going to be able to receive that core without any kind of like preset up. Unfortunately, Yugo not able to get that clear out, and that gold barrier gets taken. So open barrier on both sides. Now is the time to strike.
Definitely so. Tefong with flip could possibly use it here. Caddy uses her first, and lets Tefong could set up Tefong, but Tefong pops it early, and now Karma Crystal has all the time in her world to try to get Yugo here. The lag fortunately doesn't really get anything done, but Karma Crystal ends up taking it right back into where they first started, the top side, being a very key factor into where they want to hit it. And this is a very close matchup so far. And in general, both teams have been trying their absolute hardest now. We're on point 5.
Yeah, this has been a marathon, not a sprint, and neither team looking to just let it up so early. Neither team looking to let it up just yet. One barrier does go down on the side of God's Strongest Soldiers. It is one apiece there now for Crimson Seraphim. They are basically trading blow for blow here as damage continues to pile up.
Yeah, the big thing I want to point out is just a little bit on how they're setting up here. Crimson try a little bit too confident in where they're setting up for the most part. They're giving up a little bit too much space, and where they're just letting Kama have all the space in the world. I mean, that wasn't what I was getting at, but Kama, good score from them using the core to try to just bait all 3 of them out. And in general, it feels like they're overcoming just a little bit in terms of where they're setting the core. They're not really waiting patiently enough for the core to come to them. So when Caddy clears it, it's just on the opposite side of where everyone else is, and that allows Caddy to pick up that extra special as the first pick, and that's going to be another tough hurdle to climb.
Yeah, very tough hurdle to climb for the side of Crimson Seraphim, but I can still see kind of like a way back for them if they get some good picks here, and not bad. I like what I'm seeing.
Yeah, Tefong has just a lot of range, and he can just snipe it anywhere if he pleases to do so. A lot of these glitch traps are helping out the offense a lot, so it is a good sign, but one path splitter down and a lot of abilities left to go, and left to steal at least for Tefong and Malachi as they lose one barrier on their side. As Karma Crystal works up the offense, finds a second barrier as well. The Brawler getting it done as the other Brawler on the other side also finds one barrier of their own. And it is really a complete slugfest in general, but again, push up a little bit too far and letting the core come out to the out clear as well.
Yeah, they have been having some problem, and the problem right now, is Karma Crystal. There has been way too. I mean, this is Rasmus. Rasmus excels in 1v1s, and Rasmus has been getting a lot of 1v1 looks against Yugo, and that's not what you want. They need to figure out how to solve the problem that is Karma Crystal before they can really start to make any kind of offensive changes happening here. Like, they get Karma Crystal down. They get Karma Crystal weak, the stagger. But they don't get Kama off the field, and that's the problem.
Yeah, and the place that Kama has been feeding this God's Strongest Soldiers team is keeping them alive and afloat. It's been putting so much pressure onto Yugo that he can't really afford to really sit in one place, and the core coming back around the other side means that Yugo and Umbi are able, well, not Yugo and Umbi, but Karma Crystal and Umbi are able to sit up in this very nice corner. Even Caddy gets the push up as well as she finds a strike through every single one of them to put God's Strongest Soldiers on the map yet again. Another 2-point lead into this next set, and it's looking very dangerous for Crimson. They're playing really well, but they're just not finding the opportunities they need. They're not creating enough opportunities for them to go score.
Yeah, for a second there, I was worried that there might have been a maybe like a lag issue with Yugo, but they're pushing through, and yeah, I agree. They need to find some way to just get Karma Crystal off their backs and not push up so much. Like, it hasn't been working. You've got to adapt. You've got to change. Right now, Umbi looking kind of low. Karma Crystal, a beautiful shot for the goal barrier. Umbi looking very low though. I mean, that is also an option. Just if you can't deal with the problem, deal with the factors that augment the problem. Perhaps at this point, they need to try something else. You know what I mean?
And try something else they do as Malachi finds the bull rush through the Asher primary. I mean, Asher, weak character, must nerf her again. Smile as Seraphim Crimson look to try to keep themselves afloat here. If they lose another set here, it could be massive, especially with the amount of that's going with the amount of stuff that's been going on. I mean, Umbi just having almost complete domination over the midfield line specifically because of how much pressure they have, even with the missile props. So it's going to be a very, very tough game if they can't win this set here.
Yeah, if they don't win this set, it's looking real rough. Jeez Louise! Malachi got snatched up and launched at the speed of light. I mean, take a breather, big guy, apparently. But all the better for God's Strongest Soldiers, as they do try to push forward. Didn't manage to get much of anything from it, however. So it is still 1 apiece in terms of goal barriers. Catch, however, sitting on 1. Catch got a full stick of butter. Umbi also has a full stick of butter, and what is not full is the team of Crimson and Seraphim. Defunct looking low, barrier going down, and it is just looking very rough as overtime hits. And all 3 members actually miss the strike one way or another. Katya just saying, okay, if y'all not gonna really threaten us, then let me get in on the party. And just knocks it in. So this is looking very rough. And this is not going to help this draft.
Yeah, this draft, in particular, the explosive entrance being taken away, the big fish on the board as well. Monumental is actually coming off to Fonk. I mean, it certainly is a way to get things done, but I don't think it's the right decision. I think Stinger, or maybe even Hotshot, to try to get more abilities onto whoever you need to get rid of is more important there. You could even leave it up. You can leave Monumentals up for Finny and it'd be fine for the most part. I don't think that Monumentals, actually, even if it was a 3rd pick or if it wasn't really paying attention, but it doesn't really matter because I think in general the pick, I think the pick, it could have been better if you didn't need to deny it. Like if it wasn't denied, then there was no reason to really deny it. You could have just taken.
Monumentalist is at this stage in the game, Monumentalist is like a win more pick. It's not a make up ground. It's not a get a game plan going pick. If that, you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm. So far, it's not really looking to be working as Karma Crystal keeps tearing up Yugo, giving Yugo really no sense to breathe here. He's always been put in a 1v1, and Karma Crystal doing so much to keep the core on the other side, and Umbi just having so much control just makes it able for Karma Crystal to be able to set up here, and Umbi with the flip, with the full stick of butter, as you said earlier, could be making a massive play here. The pass down to the bottom side, Karma Crystal being sent into military space, and boom! The Gaussian Restrictors are just on top of this game straight up.
Good golly, Miss Molly, that was beautiful. Like, Karma Crystal was just chilling there. It was like, Umbi, you got it? Umbi was like, yeah, I got it. Just boom, to the top, to the top, fed it straight in, punched it in, just like the 1-2, beautiful. At this point, it's like it's almost clinical. And look at what they're doing. Look at what they're doing. Look at Katya just being like, light work, no reaction. You know what? Screw it. Let me get out of the backfield. Let me join the party. Let me have some fun. Like that's how you know they feeling themselves. When the goalie is like, it's whatever. Hold on. Let me get up in there. Let me get up in that business.
The party is definitely coming up, and it's not really coming up for Crimson right now. It just feels like they're sort of getting desperate, especially with the flip onto Comic, trying to get the KO on them, but they're still alive to a very, it seems futile almost to try to get them there as the glitch pop comes in backwards as well, setting up a very easily winnable game. Kami just needs to get the core of Kami just needs to build up the flip, and there we go. Just be a very easy point to get through, but they're still trying to fight though. But Kama Crystal is still on top of everything, making sure nothing comes through as the pass loader that protects the goal yet again, and there's just so much to work around. Even the core coming back to bite them again.
That was an own goal. That was an own goal. They lost on an own goal. That was Bellringer.
Bellringer is just tragic in that part, and this has to be a mental blow for everyone on the Crimson team.
No, I'm sorry. Like, don't get me wrong. I love you guys. I love you guys, Crimson. But that was a mental guard break. That read to me very quickly as like just they mentally tapped out. That's all I can say. They mentally tapped out. They were defeated. They were beaten before the bell rang.
It is indeed. I mean, straight up. I even wanna. I don't. I mean, I can point out almost everyone on that team. Like specifically, I mean, want to go down the list. First off, like Caddy completely carrying the defense, making sure nothing gets through for the most part. Like straight up. I mean, to be fair, Asher's a good pick, but the way they were using that character just seemed like it was just a staple. Straight up, it belonged with Caddy, and then even with Comic Crystal, I mean, to be fair, it was spec training hook start, so a lot of funny things will be happening, but still, just straight up every time they got the core, they were able to put it in.
Yeah, no, Comic Crystal just with the just mad crossovers, mad just shook them out their shoes, but they still got one more to go. Still got one more to go. Like, if there's any time to breathe, calm down, don't get mad, just deep breaths and next one. You've got to now. You've got to. You've just got to, because there's no sense in playing mad. There's no sense in playing angry. And this is Night Market. You can't like Night Market is something else. So you gotta have your mental right, and you gotta be prepared for it.
And currently, I think they're tied up one apiece in terms of games taken on this. They lost. Well, Gosh, just lost initially, but they came back and brought it back at least. So this is a very challenging hurdle to get towards. And Gosstringer Soldiers, they're one step away. It went from Malachi. It went from Malachi completely tearing it up to all of a sudden now Caddy and her soldiers coming us up on and knocking on the door.
Yeah.
It's very, very close. And like as a comparison, we're so far in already. Like according to start.gg, we're 2 hours in. And the fact that we have our mental is still up at this point is very, very nice. And if we carry this through, it is a very good conversion. It's a nice conversion.
Yeah, it would be something else if they managed to push it out. Like, this is it. This is the last push. So, if they can, now's the time. This could be very much it.
Their spot on the map is yet to be marked, and only the night market, a very, very, very nice map, only stands in their way. If we get into a game 3, which I am hoping to see, it would be very nice. I mean, it couldn't have happened anywhere. I'm already happy with the reverse sweep, and this reverse sweep is very, very nice. And then, I mean, if we can get another stand, it would be really, really nice. It would be awesome. So, Crimson, it's time to lock in. Ghost Stronger Soldiers, it's time to put the fries in the bag and end it. It's time to win. You guys, I mean, as far as I know, you guys I've been trading for whole months. You guys found new coaches. You were able to meet up with a bunch of new people. You guys got scrims in. You guys spent basically, I think, since even before, like I think like 2 to 3 weeks before, just straight up building the roster. So you guys, I mean, it's just a massive improvement. And if it shows, it definitely shows. So taking down Crimson is one of the steps. Well, it is a step, and they're about to cross that step if they take down Night Market right here.
But we are going to see start for the potentially last game in the series. Night Market, Aerials, and Stinger. Yeah, Luna ain't showing up again.
The Aerial Stinger pick. I mean, let me not even pick the Awakenings. Very, very, very scary. I Honestly, I mean, Gosringer Soldiers are up first. They have first pick, and it's looking very, very scary for them. They have a lot to ban. They could like they could maybe even lean into getting. I think any of Yugo's picks banned. Probably ban the Luna. You can leave the Chikara out because your first pick. So in that case, you would probably pick Chikar first, and then you don't really have to worry about Asher getting taken away or Atlas getting taken away because you'll have one of those two picks anyways. Unless somehow we pull off Atlas, Asher, Atlas midfield, Asher Brawler. But in that case, you still have the Rasmus, you still have the Mako. And in general, I mean, the amount of picks they have, yeah, they go to Ben via Estelle here. Ego's pick being completely denied here. I mean, it's for good measure too.
Yep. And once again, that Juliet just no, no. So unsurprising there. I I mean they didn't do great last time. I still want to see the Luna again. I don't think the Luna's happening. I do think I mean Drekar has been amazing this whole yep, there he is. There is the boy. Drekar, first pick for God's strongest soldiers.
I mean, so what other fitting way to have a character that literally wields a gun as your as your first pick? I mean, let's go America. But yeah, a very strong pick, especially with Stinger start. The amount of damage we're going to be seeing is very crucial. I wonder what Crimson's going to lock here. We have the Rasmus first up, but what they're probably thinking is, if we don't take a pick that we can deny, they're going to scale up, because I think that what Gosringer Soldiers are going to do
Oh,
is that they're going to probably pick. Oh, the Luna's on board. Wait a minute.
yeah,
Okay,
I'll admit that
yeah.
like that surprised me. I was not like I said, I'm happy she's showing up, but I mean it is night market, so bit better I don't I don't know. I don't know. This starting to feel a little bit not quite deja vu, but I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, to
We'll
be
see.
fair, Gosringer Soldiers did go with the X and the Mako into the car, so it
Hmm.
is going to be a very heavily focused comp. We're going to be seeing so much pressure come out, and I think it's Malachi and Rasmus this time, so we're going to be expecting a lot of new things coming out. This I don't think this is normally a comp they would run,
Yeah.
so it is a little bit. It's a little bit on. It's a little bit on the table, but if this is a time to get it done, this is the time. We need to pull out all the stops here, and if
I
that's what
mean,
it takes, play new picks, random picks that you probably have never played before in comp, but now are finally play. Well, not before in comp, but playing it in a competitive setting, and now throwing it into this. Well, yeah, well, basically that. So it would be nice. It'll be good to see, but it's all or nothing right now.
yep, this is gonna be it, and I'll admit I'm not 100% certain what the game plan is for Crimson Seraphim, but whatever they're doing, I hope they have faith in it. I mean, honestly, like even on paper, this isn't like the worst team. It's just very damage heavy, damage focused, and it's like, are you sure you can get that damage dealt? Because the last game they tried, at the very least, the last game with you and Luna, they tried, it was kind of like the same thing. It was very clearly like, we're just going to dump all the damage onto you, but they weren't able to actually get any damage onto them, and they got rolled. So it's like, is this going to end the same way, or have they learned from it? You know?
It could definitely end the same way. I mean, Axe has been playing a very huge factor in almost every single game the amount of kills that we've seen on X and guarded by X is very, very high. Like, if we're not even really looking at just how much damage that they can initially put onto you. I mean, to be fair, Night Market again, very linear map. In fact, I think in general, you just want to get everyone grouped up, and then you just go hit, and then boom, you get the job done there. And I think in general, people. I mean, I haven't seen the Mako in a while. It has been a very, very decent long time since I've seen Caddy on the Mako. So I think, I mean, if they're picking it here and now, they're extremely confident here. I don't think it's a bad pick. I've seen Caddy play Mako. It's been a while, so since it's aerial start, it probably makes sense to go play Mako on this map. Especially with the fact that you're also having an eccentric car, which will contribute to the speed, and also Kama being very, very self-conscious about the beat gate. So it is a very, very good team comp, very, very well-drafted team comp here. So it is all in the cards now. This could be potentially our last game here. It was our last game before for Crimson, but now Gostringer Soldiers are in the driving seat, and let's see whether or not they can break through.
Yep. We are going to see. And what we have here is, yep, you go again with the stinger and eject button. Match Malachi on the aerials, as was defunct on the side of Crimson and Seraphim. On the side of God's Strongest Soldiers, 2 aerials, Katya and Umbi, 1 stinger on the X, all expected. Defunct already looking very low as this kickoff gets going. Missiles are already flying, but like damage is already stacking up. Both barriers have fallen already on the side of Crimson and Seraphim. However, so has a body. This is already looking very bad start on the start as Kama Crystal again tries to call ISO 1v1's Hugo, says no, I got this all day every day.
Yeah, and Kama Crystal just enforcing the corner there. Extremely proactive. All of them, in fact, being proactive. They are in the driver's seat, so if they can keep up the pressure here and keep Crimson on their toes to make sure they can't really get anything done, that is the point where you must slow the game down and try to get proactive here. And creativity trying to come into Crimson. They're trying to get things done, but it just seems a little bit too unorthodox. Just a little bit to take 1 barrier, though. It's a good start, working start, but Tafonk taking extremely low, already staggered off the bat. It is not looking good right now already. Tafonk getting chased down, will be KO'd off the map. The columns are probably a little bit angry, but to be fair, you are playing against a very, very heavy team comp. As they do find a second barrier, though, it is looking good hopes for them as Malachi tries to take it going forward and making sure that this doesn't end the way that it is expected to end, but the flip comes in. The burst comes in as well, the strike as well as Ombi. Still has flip though, the molten bolt almost reaching its mark, but they also have flip on the board. 1 flip burned, and Malachi getting knocked off with flip as well. Caddy sending him to Davies Jones' locker as the red core comes through for overtime at least, and they have everything to work with, everything to stand for, and the X Maximus only makes it stronger. Another point goes to the Gostringer Soldiers as they inevitably march towards a Grand Finals victory.
This could be it. Very, very rough start as we already get in the set point, and Crimson Seraphim have to figure out something to solve this problem. That is X just bullying this child. But even beyond that, it's just like, again, the damage is just not adding up. Barriers are getting taken, and movement is just not quite with them at this point in time. They have to figure out something to kind of like get their momentum riding, and it's almost like they're playing scared at the moment. And I get that, but it's like, what do you do now?
The nerves are definitely ramping up, especially for Malachi, being taken extremely low. Has to take what he can get with the deft touch, and obviously properly evading everything in his way as the Fong tries to take up his spot. And it's a very, very strong moment. Almost Kama Crystal getting knocked off the map, though. Not really finding the mark just as the flip is burned, trying to take some more damage into the arms of Malachi as we do hit overtime for the second time. And again, The pressure is just mounting ever slightly. Malachi being taken down to extremely low, and Caddy finding every perfect angle, keeping it away all the time, and Malachi has to die for it. As we hint, as overtime still is on the cards right now, Umbi and Comic Crystal working up the corner. The X-Maximus doing everything they can to stun away, and Yugo and Tefong had to try to save it out, but it is almost too late of a time to do so, as Malachi does come back on the pitch.
Yeah, Comic Crystal is looking low, looking very, very staggered in the most dangerous position they have been for a long while. But it's nothing if they don't manage to take advantage of it. And right now, that core is just staying in Crimson Seraphim's court, in the Crimson Seraphim side of their court. They need to find a way to get a sustained offense instead of just cycling it over for like these one-timers.
Yeah, and they're doing well in the defense so far, but the defense might not hold strong for a couple minutes longer. Caddy whip flip up, and it doesn't even matter. Umbi with the shotgun blast, I'm pretty sure, sending it right in and towards another set for Seraphim Crimson. They haven't dropped a set yet, I think. It's been a 3-0 sweep every single time. So it is very, very hard to try to earn that momentum back, and it's going to make it even worse. Extra specials on the board as well. And you can't really deny Luna away, but there's a lot. I mean, it doesn't really even matter. Extra special is very good on Jakar.
Yeah, extra special is good on Jakar, and at this point, I don't really think, like, at this point, it may just be like a player thing. Like, don't get me wrong, everything what I'm seeing on the side of Crimson Seraphim are good, are like good drafts. They are good awakenings. However, it's just how God's Strongest Soldiers have been playing, and this just helps them win more. I mean, look, Comic Crystal has Ad Rush, and Comic Crystal's been stacking bodies all night. Kurt has Prime Time, and they've been playing like a monster in the net. Umbi has just been able to rule the midfield, so it's like it's on Crimson Seraphim to be able to try and like step this up. And the crazy thing is, I do think they can. It's just not happening.
Yeah, every single step they take, it only seems like 2 steps are taken back because of how staggered they've been getting recently, and only evading at that crucial moment just means that you take damage and then you suddenly can't really do much if you are getting to position. Like, Malachi's just thrown right there, being taken off the map once again. Like, I think in general the amount of pressure that they're putting themselves into by not really properly evading just means that Comic Crystal just has all the time in the world to throw whatever they want. And with Comic Crystal being able to do that, she just has so much more presence, and it just makes it so much worse to see Comic Crystal and Umbi set up in that corner right there to take another point.
Yeah, this one's rough. Like, they've gotten Comic Crystal, they've gotten the God's Strongest Soldiers like on the ropes on occasion, and there's no finish. There's no completion. And God's Strongest Soldiers are more than willing to take advantage of every little opportunity they get. And you can already see, like, it's open, like the goal is open. You can see Umbi trying to move in. Comic Crystal also trying to move in. They are both super low. They don't care. Health is a resource. And they just knock it in. They're like, yes, I'm half dead, but I also just scored on you. Like, you want to know what the best healing is? Scoring.
Yeah, that reset and HP just makes all the difference, because it just means that you just kind of really thrown your abilities at the wall for nothing. And even though they threw all their abilities at the wall trying to get that goal, it doesn't really matter to Funk already having to be down and evade as well, and the second barrier falling as well. It's all or never for this moment, as they're coming up so clutch in these moments, and even Caddy is just not really taking any chances, just making sure that the port just can't come through. I mean, if you compare it to before, where they had complete control before, it was like Crimson just had so much more space to play with, and now they're not really in this position to really do anything. And Defonk earning a barrier for themselves, but even the flip not really going their way.
Yeah, it's just rough times at the moment for them. They did try to make something happen, and Night Market Angle but also just very nice shot from across the world by Katya. That was just insane. And I'm okay. No, I'm gonna keep it a buck. Crimson might be cooked. They might be cooked. This might be wraps.
Yeah, the missile prop coming on to Umbi here just makes it so much worse to play against the Jakar, especially with the amount of area they can cover. And even though the draft is looking okay for Crimson, it's not really too bad of a spot right now. It just seems that whatever they're cooking, it just doesn't seem fulfilling enough. And
No,
in
yeah.
general,
Go on.
yeah, in general, like the draft and the scaling for Ghost Soldiers is already taken into effect, and there really isn't much you can do. Like, look at Malakar already; he's about to die. He has to properly evade, but the Stinger just takes away all of his HP, and there we go. The Ad Rush proc coming into play right now at this very moment in time. Everyone's stepping up to assert their dominance. Even Umbi doesn't really care about how much HP he's at. He just has to simply evade, and that's all that matters. Yugo even put extremely low as well as Malakar does come back onto the pitch. Almost the KO as well. KO finally found for Tafong, the one that's been making every single play so far. He's been doing their absolute hardest to keep his team on the field. Just can't really seem to get online right now. And of course, Umbi coming back online just means it's back to square one in terms of scoring pressure. And even though both Bears are online, Comrade Crystal just has to send it right in with the X Maximus to put them up another point.
Yep. Comic Crystal just handling business, and Comic Crystal almost got a... Like, Comic Crystal took the Demolitionists, they knew exactly what they was doing, and they just... all the awakenings, honestly, that GSS have are just win more, but are just like win more awakenings, you know? And that's what they're doing, they're just winning more. And there goes another body, there goes a second one. I think they're playing with their food now.
Yeah, they are definitely
They are playing with their food now. They're nah, end it. Wrap it up. Wrap it up. We're done here. Like nah, don't give them the dignity of a warrior's death. You know what I'm saying?
Put him out straight up, and honestly, all the fruits of labor coming into effect right now. The last point of what could possibly be the finale. Here we go. The last point coming in. Everyone getting beat up to a crisp. Comic Crystal finally getting the damage they need to receive this entire game right now. As Umbi hits the flip down, it comes right back towards him to bite it, but Malachi also looking extremely low as well. The Stinger taking into so many accounts right now. Comic Crystal just has to sit on top of him, finds the first KO as well. And Umbi and Caddy are so close to greatness. It has been... how long? I have no clue. I don't even remember when we started playing together for the most part, but it just seems like a dream come true at this very moment in time. And all they need to do is now put it right in. And Carry from Crimson are trying to fight with their very last breath. And yes, they have a legacy to keep. It is good that they've made it here, but right now, it is all Ghost Soldiers talking around the KO, being found to Umbi, reminiscent of the old past that we saw earlier in the day. But now it's all coming to rest. The core flip, the overtime, all building up, and the angles, letting Comic Crystal walk right back into position just to score it right in. God's Strongest Soldiers, your Osas 13 champions.
That was just very, very incredible on how they managed to take control and just they never gave it up. And they have they have put in the blood, they have put in the sweat, they have put in the tears, and behold what you reap as the fruits of your labor.
Yeah, and the reverse sweep to boot as well. Crazy, insane work by all three members to keep that dream alive. And it ends up coming back to reward them completely. I think this is just what it's all about, man. Straight up.
Yeah.
The entire physical and don't get me wrong, Seraphim Crimson played another level of game in the first half.
They
Straight
did.
up.
They did.
Like even if I were to, like, for example, I mean, not to like glaze a little bit, but if I were to ask the Fonk, or if I were to tell the Fonk right now, like, even if he's in the dumps, I would be saying, yo, you did a good job. Even if you didn't do it, if you did feel like you did nothing, it doesn't matter. You know why? You played perfection for the first 2 games. That's all I ask. Even if you couldn't do it in the end, you can't down yourself on this. And to be fair, you still have chances. Even if you're out the Osas, I think that they can make a respectable team in ISS. And of course, God's Strongest Soldiers, straight up. So now I think we will be moving just a little bit, and we're going to be interviewing our finale winners, our great finale winners.
Straight to that.
And gamers,
Yurikin! Howdy.
been a while.
Turn the-
Oh my god, Yuri being 1746. Hi.
It's been a long time.
Goodness
It's been-
gracious.
And I think it's time to start. Question mark. I mean, congrats, straight up. How long has it been? Since season 8? Season 8,
500
Caddy.
years.
Season 8, I think, is when we first played together.
It has been. When we
and
first played, season 8.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Were you Caddy's old midfielder?
I was Caddy's old brawler. Well, to
Oh,
be fair, I played
brawler.
every role, so it doesn't really matter. Smile.
Old brawler. Understood.
But yeah,
Oh.
I mean,
Get this, Umbi. I learned Rasmus because of this creature.
no, my
That's-
fault, my bad.
Oh.
I mean, to be fair, it was Taiko Tempo, and I did play Dubu as always. But hey, it's okay. You know why? Because you know what? It's all you guys. You guys have the stage. How do you guys feel winning this? I mean, it's 1:43
Feel
in
like
the
a
morning,
winner.
bro.
I think it's best if our captain,
Probably
Caddy
shouldn't be shouting.
Kurtz, goes first for how they feel.
yours.
One, I shouldn't be shouting. It is almost 2 a.m. And if I shout, my grandpa will come at me and beat my ass harder than the enemy team. Anyways,
Whoa. Be mindful, you're on stream.
Wait.
Oh, right. But anyways, I feel so happy. I've been trading my butt off for this. I've been doing so good.
Yeah, and I mean,
It's the greatest.
I-
I am most happy of my Umbi. Look at that little lizard over there in the corner. He
Hi,
did
how
so
are ya?
well.
How are ya?
Season 12. That man was a shell of how he is now.
I try.
in general, I do want to bring up.
We
Ooh,
just
my bad.
need to respect him. We need to respect the Umbi. And then there's Kama Crystal, my one and
The
only
goat.
bestie. You know,
The goat.
I was here since they first started the game.
The
They
goat.
were an Octavian main. Go figure.
The goat.
Don't.
Oh yeah. Let's bring up the Octavia, man. Oh man. Caddy, when you're done, I got my speech ready. You know I do.
I'm done.
All right. May I take the stage? Do I have permission?
Go ahead. It's all you.
I just wanted to say, what an honor it has been to be invited to this team. To give some lore behind how I even became their midfielder, it was by just happen chance. I joined the VC that Caddy was in because I saw her playing OS, and before this, I just used to be a casual OS player. But I always had a desire to get into the tourney scene. But I had always been shy because I didn't know what team to do. I had no experience with it. But I happened to be a midfielder. Caddy said we need a midfielder, and the rest is history. Placing third place in season 12, we fought hard then, and ever since then we've just been training as hard as we can to get where we are now for season 13. But I just have to say how much I appreciate Kayusha Kurtz and Kama Crystal, both of them. Without them and their support and everything, I wouldn't be the player I am now and get to the heights that we are only just starting to climb to. But there's one other person that I have to give major props to, and that is the one and the only Zanseki. This guy, let me tell you, he is absolutely incredible. If it was not for Zan, his connections, his knowledge, his effort, his time, everything that he put into this team. This man put his blood, sweat, and tears into everything that we did. He was there for us. He pushed us. He was asking us for VODs. He was doing everything. I have to give major props to that dude. I love you, Zanzeki. Like, honestly, like, for real. He's the GOAT. He is such a GOAT.
W's on.
W's on. I can't. They weren't. Of course, Zanzeki was our head coach. He was like the team coach. Each of us had our own individual coaches. Like for instance, Caddy had B. I forget what is B's like actual name. Like what is he really known by?
Beelzebub or Bones.
Beelzebub or Bones. Yeah, Beelzebub or Bones is what they're known by. Reset has given me a bit of coaching. Carmine has given me a bit of coaching. Blah Blah for Kama Crystal has been their head coach.
Thank
Their
you.
brother coach. Blah Blah. Major props to Blah Blah as well. I'm sorry for yapping a bit, but I just have to thank everybody. You know, I'm super happy to be where we are now, and this is just the beginning. Look out, ISS, because here we come.
Oh yeah.
Kama, you got anything to say?
Okay. I Can I just give one of the best shout outs to Pure Leaf Tea? This is a good drink. I'm gonna be honest. It's so good. I had 2 of them this night. It's awesome. But yeah, uh knowers know about the Octavia brawler. That was the time.
Mhm.
Uh
Mhm.
Caddy has been one of the first people I met ever since I started playing OS, and I've just been hanging out around her. She's my best friend. I wouldn't think of anyone else, honestly. But it's been a massive, massive growth spike for all of us, really. Like, not just me, the whole team for like such a long time. We've just been grinding and hoping to be the strongest, as our name gives.
Oh
It's
yeah.
it's just incredible that we're here now. I'm really proud of both of them.
Yeah. I mean, if we're shouting out drinks, by the way, Celsius energy drinks. It got to give it up to Celsius energy drinks for keeping me alive. Like, I had already drank 2 by the time we had gone into resets. For the best of 3 reset. And I didn't. I had to steal my mom's last one. So I had a third one. She doesn't know that I took this. So
Uh-oh.
I mean, but you got to do what you got to do to win. So sometimes that means sometimes you got to take the energy drink, you know?
Shout out
Sometimes.
to Café Pustello, the one that I drank to keep me alive because I'm
Oh,
not normally
wait.
awake past 12:30.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Alright,
Boy.
okay.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I was gonna say it is extremely late. I am me personally. It was a very fun pleasure watching you play. And in general, congrats. I know you guys worked extremely hard. Like a few notes before we do end off. Like straight up, I have known Caddy for a while. I ended up doing the initial coaching for them back in I think season 9 or not 9, 10 when I was also doing things for other teams as well. And in general, they were a promising team. All good. No caster bias whatsoever. But I'm glad you guys made it here. It's all chill. And we hope to see you guys in ISS. Tune in next week.
Hell
Don't
yeah.
yeah,
Hell
definitely tune in next
yeah.
week.
Hell
ISS.
yeah.
It's a very banger matchup. We have our own Goat Ether the Goat coming in to come play our own TO. Give a good shout out to him. But yeah, we'll catch you guys soon.
Yo, I'm not gonna
Hell
lie.
yeah.
That Ether guy, he owes me one thing.